Chapter 4011. At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Why did those who entered the abyss die in the end? Anyone who was recognized by the first emissary and pushed into the abyss was from the chaotic realm. It was already extremely difficult for them to survive in the origin world where enemies were everywhere, so why did they die? This was the question that Fong Chen was most puzzled and worried about. Most importantly, he wasn't sure what role the bald monk played in all this, and whether he had anything to do with the fall of those from the chaotic realm who entered the abyss. Therefore, before confirming the bald monk's identity, Fong Chen maintained sufficient vigilance. Seeing this, the bald monk smiled slightly. Over the years, he had witnessed countless geniuses enter the abyss and come before him. Like Fong Chen, they maintained sufficient vigilance, which was a good thing. Didn't you ask me who the master of the Great Snowy Mountain is? The bald monk did not directly answer Fong Chen's question and instead smiled. Fong Chen frowned in confusion. I am not the master of the Great Snowy Mountain, but I can control everything in the Great Snowy Mountain. Fong Chen's heart trembled. The bald monk had been in the abyss for a long time and could not return to the Great Snowy Mountain. How did he control the Great Snowy Mountain? According to him, although he was not the master of the Great Snowy Mountain, he could control everything in the Great Snowy Mountain? Did this mean that the bald monk was the mastermind behind the Great Snowy Mountain? Then, who was the master of the Great Snowy Mountain? Could it be the first emissary who served him? Thinking of the first emissary, Fong Chen's heart trembled violently. His eyes widened as he stared at the bald monk. He felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Your guess is correct. The master of the Great Snowy Mountain in name is the first emissary who sent you into the abyss, the bald monk said with a smile. Although he had guessed it, hearing the bald monk say it with his own ears still made him extremely shocked. He is the master of the Great Snowy Mountain. In other words, the experts of the Great Snowy Mountain did not know about this matter. They had always thought that the master of the Great Snowy Mountain was cultivating in seclusion, but in reality, the master of the Great Snowy Mountain had always been in front of them. He was the mysterious first emissary who rarely went out. Whoosh! Fong Chen took a deep breath. His heart raced as he recalled his first meeting with the first emissary. He shook his head forcefully. At that time, he was also very curious about how the first emissary knew that he would go to the Great Snow Mountain and was waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. ABC, latest update, now he finally understood. The first emissary must have been sent out like the other emissaries to track his whereabouts. He had been to the place where the other emissaries had fallen and sensed the aura of the chaotic realm left in the void. Therefore, he was certain that Yi Futian was from the chaotic realm and waited for him at the foot of the snow mountain. Whoosh! He must have used this method to transport countless people from the chaotic realm into the abyss. Thinking of this, Fong Chen raised his head and stared at the bald monk with his pitch-black eyes. Compared to his identity as the master of the Great Snowy Mountain, he was more curious about who this bald monk was. However, it was clear that the bald monk did not intend to say it out loud. There are some things that you do not need to know before the time is ripe. Aren't you curious as to why those people that entered the abyss died? The bald monk asked. Senior, those are our compatriots from the chaotic realm. Why did they die? Is there a test here? That was the only explanation that made sense. The bald monk nodded. That's right. Back then, I led the establishment of the Great Snowy Mountain. Everyone thought that we were just a special tribe. No one knew that a stronghold of the chaotic realm was hidden in the depths of the Great Snowy Mountain. At this point, the bald monk's expression was clearly a little lonely. Obviously, the stronghold had been destroyed long ago, and he was the only one who had survived. The source world is too powerful. The devouring demon clan has been trying to devour our damaged chaotic realm. If we do not rise up and fight back, we will definitely be completely destroyed in the future. The bald monk said Therefore, the purpose of the Great Snowy Mountain's existence is to find our compatriots who have infiltrated the Source World without any support. In fact, the Great Snowy Mountains Kill Order had found many experts who had infiltrated the chaotic realm over the years. Those who could enter the abyss were less than 1 in 10,000. Unfortunately, they all died in the test. What test? Fong Qin asked. The test was left behind by those people back then. They used the powerful heavenly Tao power of the Source World to defy the heavens and change fate. They successfully transformed this abyss into a blessed land and grotto heaven. There are countless secret cultivation techniques left behind. As long as you pass their test, you can cultivate as you wish, the bald monk said slowly. In fact, this was a trial for the people of the chaotic realm. If they could not even pass these tests, they would definitely die at the hands of the devouring demon clan of the Source World. Whoosh! Fong Chen's eyes were burning. He suddenly began to pray for the test. The top experts of the chaotic realm must have left behind some top cultivation techniques and secret techniques. Senior, how many tests are there? Fong Chen asked. Since he was already here, there was only one way to go, and that was to pass the test. Otherwise, he would be turned into a pile of dirt like those who had come before him. That's right. The bald monk was full of praise for Fong Chen. At least his performance was much better than those who had come before him. There are a total of 3 tests. You must pass all of them before you can enter the blessed land and grotto heaven. The bald monk reminded. The 3 tests were very difficult. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. He wanted Fong Chen to think carefully before accepting the test, but the latter agreed without any hesitation. I have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I must sharpen myself on the edge of life and death. Only then can I have a chance to step into the chaotic realm and save the people of the chaotic realm, Fong Chen said. From the moment he decided to listen to the Supreme Sovereign's instructions and reincarnate into the Source World, he was no longer fighting alone. He had countless compatriots of the chaotic realm behind him, supporting him. His family, wife, daughter, and good brothers were all waiting for him. There was not much luck left in the chaotic realm. Once the devouring demon clan's patriarch came out of seclusion, he would certainly draw out the last trace of luck. At that time, the entire chaotic realm would fall into a state of chaotic nothingness and automatically disintegrate. The people of the chaotic realm would completely disappear in the long river of history. This was not what he wanted to see, nor was it what the experts of the chaotic realm wanted to see. Although the enemy was very strong, they had not given up and had been working hard to resist. As a person of the chaotic realm, how could Fong Chen shrink back? Senior, begin the test. End of chapter. Chapter 4012. Abyss Cave Abode. The bald monk put his palms together like a Buddhist monk. His body exuded a terrifying golden light. He closed his eyes and kept chanting, as if he was praying for Fong Chen. After all the people from the chaotic realm who had come here before had died. He wanted to know if he could meet someone who could pass the test in his lifetime. Cough, cough. On the surface, the bald monk was brimming with vitality and blood. However, only he knew that he was no longer as brave as he was in the past. Moreover, his blood had dried up, showing signs of decay. He had been guarding this place all this time for the sake of that unextinguishable light in his heart. He was waiting for a miracle to appear. At this time, the bald monk was still chanting the profound Buddhist Dharma as usual, praying for the person who passed the test. Buzz! Fong Chen only felt his head shake violently. The next moment, he sat on the ground like a walking corpse. His primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm left his body and entered a special independent space. This space was the space to participate in the test. Buzz! The moment he entered the space, his primordial spirit transformed into an illusory figure that was exactly the same as his original body. This is... Fong Chen was shocked. What kind of space was this? How could the primordial spirit transform into an illusory figure of the original body? Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the illusory figure of the primordial spirit was able to display all the abilities of the original body. Is this real? Fang Chen was full of doubts. At the same time, he controlled the illusory figure of the primordial spirit to explore ahead. What was the test? Buzz! Just as he was deep in thought, two illusory figures suddenly appeared on the endless grassland. Swoosh! The two illusory figures with extremely terrifying power instantly shot towards Fang Chen. They wanted to kill Fang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, Fang Chen's body flashed, and he subconsciously moved his body to the side. He cleverly dodged the two's attacks. However, what shocked him was that the two's attacks were extremely profound. He had never seen such an attack before. What kind of attack is this? His heart was filled with tempestuous waves. Were the two illusory figures of the primordial spirit? Where were their original bodies? If it was as Fang Chen guessed, then what kind of space was this? Could it be that this was a test for him? Swoosh! In the beginning, Fang Chen was a little hasty. However, as he gradually adapted to the situation, he launched a counterattack. He held a long sword in his hand and performed an ultimate sword technique. Beams of incredible sword light shot out and overlapped in the void, condensing into a sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Under the sword, radiance contained the vast, ultimate power of ultimate power. Faced with two very special enemies, Fang Chen performed his ultimate skill. His ultimate power combined with his ultimate sword technique, and his prowess increased by at least 100 times. Just one sword strike had pierced through the void. However, what shocked Fang Chen was that his ultimate sword technique had only pierced through the void. This unique space didn't vibrate at all. Fang Chen was stupefied. Wasn't this space a little too sturdy? With his 11th order true Saint Realm cultivation, if he attacked with all his might, his ultimate sword technique and ultimate sword technique would reach an unprecedented level of penetrating power. Even the origin world would be shaken. However, this independent space remained motionless. This scene made Fang Chen even more puzzled. Pucci! As if sensing Fang Chen's strength, the two figures looked at each other and a cold, killing intent flashed in their eyes. Then their palms collided. Pung, pung, pang, pang, pung. A series of explosions resounded in the sky. At the same time, the two figures charged at Fang Chen with a vast power. Swoosh! Fang Chen was shocked. He couldn't care less. His Tao manifestation realm primordial spirit released a powerful soul force that condensed into two soul needles and shot at the two figures. Pucci! Sure enough, the two figures' primordial spirits were damaged. Although their battle strength was strong and their battle techniques were unique, their primordial spirits had yet to reach the Tao manifestation realm. Fang Chen took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to condense two soul needles and penetrate their heads. Their faces twisted as they screamed in pain. Their bodies trembled violently and gradually collapsed. When the two figures collapsed, blood stains appeared on the ground. Moreover, their soul aura lingered in the void. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. Although he had defeated his enemies, he was even more puzzled. Did their primordial spirits enter this independent space to fight him? If he defeated them in this independent space, would their primordial spirits in the outside world also die? A series of questions surfaced in his mind. However, no one could answer his questions. Dong! A rumbling sound entered Huang Xiaolong's ears as a towering mountain peak appeared in the distant horizon. A ray of light shot out from the peak. At the same time, a look of joy appeared on Fang Chen's face. The ray of light on the mountain peak meant that he had passed the first test. Next, he would have a period of rest. Once he recovered, he would continue to advance. The second test awaited him ahead. He had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now and needed to recover as soon as possible. He simply sat on the ground and began to recover. Using soul force had consumed too much of his primordial spirit. His body was becoming more and more illusory. This made Fong Qin realize that this independent space required an endless supply of soul force to maintain. As long as the soul force was below the standard value, the figure would collapse. He recalled what the bald monk had said to him. Previously, many people from the chaotic realm had come here to participate in the test, but they had all failed in the end. The result of failure was death. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Could it be that when the figure collapsed, the body in the outside world would also truly die? He realized how terrifying this independent space was. Were those two people born just for the checkpoint? Or were they from ancient times who accidentally entered here and were trapped here forever? Fong Qin muttered to himself. At this time in the outside world, the bald monk opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. In any case, Fong Qin had passed the first test and was very vigilant. He did not underestimate his opponent. This was a good start. He hoped that he would succeed. Little guy, if you can pass the test, you will find that the endless years of bitter cultivation are nothing but a frog in a well. There is always someone better than you. The road of martial arts is endless. End of chapter. Chapter 40:13. Fong Qin was shocked by the first test. Would the illusory figure formed by his primordial spirit in this unique space be affected if it was injured? He even thought about what the bald monk had said about the people from the chaotic realm who had entered the abyss and died in the test. Was that the same situation? A series of doubts surfaced in his mind. Fortunately, he had successfully passed the first checkpoint. Although the process was somewhat dangerous, he had finally succeeded. Now he was thinking about whether the two phantoms were real living people or not. Or were they just guardians created by the owner of the test? Hiss! Fong Qin sat down cross-legged, adjusting his body's condition. The ultimate power in his body slowly circulated, radiating continuously from his abdomen. Soon, it spread to every corner of his body. His face gradually turned ruddy, and the Tao manifestation, level Yuan spirit in his mind, frantically absorbed the experience of the battle just now. A few days later, Fong Qin had adjusted his body to the best state. He continued to move forward according to the bald monk's instructions. After entering the test, as long as he passed the test, he would continue to move forward until he reached the end. Only then would he be considered to have passed. At a glance, there was no end in sight. However, he kept a close eye on his surroundings. As long as there was any movement, he would be the first to notice it. Hiss! After walking for about 1,000 kilometers, the second test finally appeared. However, to his surprise, the test this time was not to fight the illusory figure, but to test his physical strength. Boom! A stairway to heaven appeared in front of him. The stairway was 99 meters long. At the front of the stairway stood an illusory figure. With a wave of his sleeve, a brand new stele appeared beside the stairway. On the stele there were many words. Fong Qin looked at it and realized that the second test was to successfully pass the 99-meter-long stairway. Once you step on the stairway, there is no turning back. Have you thought about it? The illusory figure's emotionless voice sounded in Fong Qin's mind. Fong Qin nodded. Then he took a step forward and stepped onto the staircase. However, the moment he brushed past the illusory figure, he suddenly asked, "Senior, may I ask if you've also projected your primordial spirit here?" The moment Fong Qin said that, the illusory figure frowned. His expression seemed somewhat displeased. He did not answer Fong Qin's question. Instead, he scolded sternly, "You are just a tester. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure disappeared. The surroundings of the stairway to heaven were blurry and nothing could be seen. Fong Qin felt as if he was in a fairyland. He carefully walked up the stairway to heaven. ABC, free to read crack. As soon as he started walking, he felt that the gravity on the stairs was extraordinarily great. After walking for 10 meters, his body began to feel a little overwhelmed. He immediately activated his special constitution. One had to know that his constitution had been known as the strongest sword body back in the day. Although he had stopped cultivating his physical constitution after reincarnating into the origin world, there were very few people who could match him. Boom! 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 He released the strongest sword body. Terrifying sword chi ripples shrouded him. Complex sword Dao patterns covered the surface of his skin. His physical defense instantly soared. Dong! 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 The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. This was caused by the strong gravity outside pressing against his body. However, Fang Chen's physical strength had reached its peak after he released the strongest sword body. The gravity here could no longer stop him from moving forward. His speed increased significantly. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already reached the 50th meter mark. When he crossed the 50th meter and entered the 51st meter, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot, and the runes on the surface of his skin directly shattered. Seeing this, Fang Chen cried out in alarm. He immediately activated the ultimate strength in his body, and only then did he barely manage to resist the pressure of the gravity. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart palpitated. From the 51st meter onwards, the pressure on the stairway was completely different from before. It seemed to have increased tenfold. He rolled his eyes and stared at the end of the stairway. At this moment, at the top of the stairway, the illusory figure stood with his hands behind his back and shook his head indifferently. It's only the 51st meter, and you can't hold on anymore? There are a total of 99 meters on the stairway, and he had only walked half of it. If he couldn't hold on, how could he break through? The previous challengers at least walked more than 70 meters before they stopped. The illusory figure shook his head, as if he was very dissatisfied with Fang Chen's performance. I don't know how someone like him came here. The illusory figure recalled the countless challengers he had seen. Which one of them wasn't an amazing person of their time? However, he didn't feel that from Fang Chen. Back then, the illusory figure sighed deeply. I broke through to the 90th meter in one go. I only needed the last 9 meters to succeed. He revealed a secret. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely be shocked. It turned out that the illusory figure was also one of the challengers. After he failed, he became the gatekeeper. What happened? What did the illusory figure experience? Did the bald monk say that all the challengers had died? But what was the illusory figure? Of course, at this time, Fang Chen was still focused on studying how to break through the stairway. He didn't know this secret at all. After the illusory figure sighed for a while, his eyes continued to fall on Fang Chen, who was in the stairway. At this moment, Fang Chen stopped at the 51st meter, motionless. He's not moving. The illusory figure frowned. There was a time limit to breaking through the stairway. If he wasted time like this, it would be more difficult when he reached the end. He wouldn't have time to react. He wanted to remind Fang Chen, but the rules didn't allow it. Moreover, when he saw the latter's lazy appearance, he was even more annoyed. He didn't know how many geniuses risked their lives to break through, but this person was wasting such a precious opportunity. Humph! The illusory figure snorted coldly and immediately stopped paying attention to Fang Chen. The stairway was surrounded by a gray mist, completely sealing the stairway. The entire unique space was unusually dull and lonely. Outside, the bald monk's heart was as calm as still water. He had witnessed countless challengers here. Fang Chen was just one of them. Whether he could succeed or not depended on his own luck. No one else could help him. His duty was to wait here and guide those challengers as long as he didn't die. End of chapter. Chapter 4014. The gravity on the stairway to heaven was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even though Fang Chen had activated his strongest sword body, he still felt great pressure. He was slowly moving forward. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. This was due to the stairway to heaven's gravity being too great, causing the bones in his body to collide with each other. The strongest sword body had been pushed to the extreme. The surface of Fong Chen's skin was covered with layers of sword runes, raising his physical defense to the highest level. Whoosh! When he reached the 51-meter mark, the gravity had obviously increased a lot. He suddenly stopped and did not rush to move forward. The increase in gravity may be a good opportunity to temper my body. A smile appeared in Fong Chen's mind. He immediately began to try to guide the gravity of the stairway to heaven into his body to temper it. His strongest sword body had reached the complete realm a long time ago. However, as his strength increased, his understanding of the sword principle reached a new level. Therefore, he was able to discover that there were still flaws in his sword body. However, he needed an opportunity to perfect the flaws. He believed that the stairway to heaven was an opportunity. Seeing that he was not moving, the illusory figure above the stairway to heaven frowned and was very unhappy. After watching for a long time, Fong Chen did not move at all. This made the illusory figure very angry. This was simply a waste of time. On the stairway to heaven, the only result of wasting time was death. He shook his head gently as if he had already seen Fong Chen's failure. Then he stopped paying attention. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this period, under the tempering of the pressure of the stairway to heaven, Fong Chen's physical body and the strongest sword body were integrated. The moment the last sword pattern was integrated into his flesh, he felt that the strength of his physical body had increased to an unimaginable level. Now he was confident that he could defeat a Saint Realm expert with just his physical strength. Of course, the premise was that he was an ordinary Saint Realm expert. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and looked ahead with his dark eyes. There were still more than 40 meters to go before he reached the end. He began to rush with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, he rushed from the 51-meter mark to the 60-meter mark. During this period, he did not stop at all. The stairway to heaven's pressure was useless in front of him. Dong, dong, dong. From time to time, the roar of the strongest sword body could be heard from within his body. After being refined by the stairway to heaven, his sword body had even absorbed a trace of ultimate power, causing his sword body to transform into an invincible, divine body. At this moment, he was rapidly moving forward. 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters, until he reached 90 meters, he didn't have any trouble. It was enough to prove how intimidating Fong Chen's god body was. When he reached the 90th meter mark, he finally stopped. This was because crossing the 90-meter mark would lead to a brand new world. The gravity would increase to an unprecedented level. If they were to advance recklessly, they would definitely suffer heavy injuries and even die. Fong Chen began to study seriously and carefully try to see what method he could use to pass the stairway to heaven test in the shortest time possible. At this moment, the illusory figure above the stairway to heaven was completely stunned. He blinked his eyes hard and looked down in disbelief. What happened? He hadn't been paying attention for a few days, but this guy had actually reached the 90th meter. Wasn't this too exaggerated? What exactly had happened in the past few days? Previously, he was stuck at the 51-meter mark and couldn't move forward. However, in the blink of an eye, he had reached the 90th meter mark. The illusory figure was shocked because he had also stopped at the 90th meter mark and was defeated in the end. Now, this person who he didn't think highly of had quietly reached the 90th meter mark. Moreover, it seemed that the previous impact didn't have any pressure at all. There weren't even beads of sweat on his forehead. The energy in his body was still vigorous, as if it hadn't been consumed at all. This was simply unbelievable. This is unbelievable. His heart was filled with shock, but the illusory figure didn't know how to express it. In the end, he was silent for a long time before he said those words. Could it be that he can really succeed? He began to pay close attention to Fong Chen's every move. When he saw that the ladder had continued to break through, his heartbeat quickened and he was extremely excited. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Fong Chen moved forward at a strange pace. Although his speed wasn't fast, it was visible to the naked eye that he was moving towards the end of the stairway. Despite the pressure from the stairway increasing, Fong Chen's strongest sword body was able to withstand the pressure like Mount Tai. At the same time, the ultimate force in his body was circulating crazily. As an 11th Order true Saint Realm expert, his combat strength wasn't something an average person could imagine. With his current strength, if he went all out, even a half-step chaos supremacy in the Age of Chaos might not be his opponent. Although he hadn't touched the threshold of the supremacy realm, he was already a big step ahead of others. If one were to ask who was most likely to step into the chaotic supremacy realm in this era, it would be none other than Fong Chen. Perhaps even he didn't know that he was undergoing a huge transformation. 96, 97, 98. When Fong Chen reached the 98-meter mark, he paused for a moment. The illusory figure above the stairway felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He was only 1 step away from passing the second stage. He was extremely excited. After so many years, someone had finally passed the second stage. Continue, don't stop. He was afraid that Fong Chen would be discouraged if he stopped and couldn't move forward. He urged anxiously in his heart. Inside the stairway, after a few seconds, Fong Chen took the last step, reaching the 99th meter, which was the end of the stairway. Buzz! At this moment, the entire stairway shook. The terrifying pressure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, at the end of the stairway, a second ray of light shone down from the towering mountain peak. This meant that Fong Chen had officially passed the second stage. Buzz! The fog around the stairway dissipated, revealing Fong Chen standing at the end of the stairway. The illusory figure appeared again without him noticing. Congratulations, you've passed the second stage. The illusionary figure's attitude toward Fong Chen had completely changed. His face was full of smiles, and he even reminded Fong Chen that the third and final trial was extremely dangerous, so he had to be careful and not underestimate his opponent. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. At the same time, the illusory figure also said that when he passed all the stages, there would be an unexpected surprise. After saying that, the illusory figure dissipated. Did I pass? Fong Chen grinned. Although the 2 stages were meant to test the martial artists, it was also a kind of training for the latecomers. Those who passed would have a great improvement in their physical body and primordial spirit. End of chapter. Chapter 4015. At the end of the stairway to heaven, Fong Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. This second hurdle might seem simple, but it was actually very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Fortunately, he was walking on the path of the ancient civilization and had already stepped into the 11th Order True Saint realm. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pass with only the strongest sword body. At the end of the stairway to heaven, the second ray of light shone down from the towering mountain peak. Fong Chen couldn't wait to step on the mountain peak and see what kind of inheritance the experts of the chaos world had left behind. However, there was still the last test waiting for him. This was also the most difficult test. If he made a mistake, he would die. Good luck, the gatekeeper said with a smile. Then he waved his sleeve, and the stairway to heaven instantly disappeared. It was replaced by a wasteland. The illusory figure also disappeared, leaving Fong Chen standing alone on the wasteland in a daze. What is the third test? Fong Chen walked forward slowly. The strongest sword body had broken through to a higher level. Sword runes covered his body, and wherever he passed, the void seemed to distort. After about 3,000 kilometers, the third test finally appeared. Fong Chen was stunned and looked at the stone forest in front of him. Crash! An illusory figure appeared in the sky above the stone forest. He looked at Fong Qin from afar, and a trace of undetectable surprise flashed across his eyes. "Challenger, congratulations on making it this far." "Senior, what is the third test?" Fong Qin asked. "Before you accept the test, take a look at this." As soon as the voice fell, the illusory figure waved his sleeve. Suddenly, Fong Chen was shocked as he saw an incredible scene. In the void, a scroll slowly unfolded, and what came into view was the Shangfeng country. Fong Chen was completely stunned. Why did the Shangfeng country appear in the scroll, the place where he was born? Well, in the next instant, he saw countless black-clothed people appear in the sky above the divine wind country. Their auras were powerful, and their bodies were emitting destructive energy. The moment they appeared, the entire divine wind country was in great danger. Originally, from top to bottom of the divine wind nation, it was bustling with noise and excitement. However, the black-clothed people were wantonly slaughtering the divine wind nation. Get out of the divine wind country. The massacre of the people in black clothes made the people of godly wind country start to resist. The ruler of godly wind country didn't fear death and blocked the path of the people in black clothes. However, what awaited him was death. Boom! With a loud sound, the heavenly lightning struck his body and instantly killed the ruler of the divine wind country. Without a leader, the divine wind nation sunk into endless panic. On the streets, there were old, weak, sick, and disabled people as well as young children. There were also countless martial artists. They had been looking for an opportunity to escape. However, the black-robed man was too strong. In just a short moment, the divine wind country had turned into an Azura hell. Corpses and bones piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed like a river. The divine wind nation had already turned into ruins, and smoke filled the air. No! At this time, Fong Chen's eyes were blurred, and he fell into an illusion. His body kept trembling, and he roared angrily, wanting to kill these black-clothed people with his own hands. However, he found that he couldn't change anything at all. "Stop!" he roared angrily, waving his fists with his teeth bared and claws brandished. On the computer, unknowingly, his body had floated to the stone forest. The illusory figure flicked his sleeve, and the formation was instantly activated. Countless boulders spun wildly, and a majestic force ran through the stone forest and surrounded Fong Qin. "You only have 30 minutes," the illusory figure whispered. This test was quite special, and almost no one had succeeded. This was not just a test of illusion, but a test of one's heart. In the face of the tragedy of the divine wind nation, will you take action or not? If you take revenge, what will it change? What will it change? Will it lead to greater consequences? All of this required thinking. This was thinking about human nature and also about making a choice. Buzz! Time passed bit by bit. Fong Qin struggled at the beginning, but he gradually calmed down in the end. The illusory figure was still there. At first, he wanted to kill all the black-clothed people to avenge the people of the divine wind nation. But later he found that killing those black-clothed people would bring a devastating blow to the ancient Sword Continent. This kind of blow would even affect his life. Should he kill them or not? If he killed them, the ancient Sword Continent would fall into a desperate situation. If he didn't kill them, would the people of the divine wind nation die in vain? Fong Qin tried hard to find a balance, but he found that it was too difficult. No! Thinking of those innocent people who fell in a pool of blood one by one, Fong Chen's heart was bleeding. He would rather take their place. Why? Why do you have to do this? The divine wind nation was the place where his dream started, and it was also the place where he was born. He had placed too many thoughts and memories there. This was the scene he didn't want to see the most. No. After countless roars, he finally made a shocking decision. "I will use my blood in exchange for your safety." Fong Qin roared and immediately attacked, killing all the black-clothed people. Before the crisis of the ancient sword continent arrived, he used his blood to make up for everything. Rip. His blood spilled over the entire ancient sword continent, blocking all the dangers in the extraterritorial zone. His body began to dismember, melting into every corner of the ancient sword continent. Even if he died, he would protect that last inch of pure land. Since he couldn't have it both ways, then he would use his blood to awaken the heroic spirits of this land. Buzz. The moment Fong Chen's blood spilled and his body dismembered, the people of the Divine Wind Nation who died were resurrected one by one. They were wailing, crying, and shouting. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen shed tears. The boulders in the stone forest were no longer spinning and had quieted down. Fong Chen's body floated in the air above the stone forest. His body was bathed in golden light, and he looked like the ruler of the human race. He gave off an incomparably shocking aura. He vaguely heard the shouts of the people of the Divine Wind Nation. A teardrop flowed out of the corner of his eye and dripped into the stone forest. Boom! 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 The moment the teardrop touched the stone plate in the middle of the stone forest, Fong Chen's primordial spirit returned to its original position, and he instantly woke up. This is a dream, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Buzz. The stone plate absorbed the teardrop and spun crazily, releasing a bright golden light that illuminated the entire sky, resonating with the 2 rays of light on the distant mountain peak at the end of the horizon. At this moment, Fong Chen's body involuntarily floated up. Congratulations, you've passed the 3rd stage. The illusory figure cupped his fists and congratulated, his eyes full of joy. Someone had finally passed this stage. End of chapter. Div Primordial Swordlord. Chapter 4016. At the end of the distant horizon, on top of a mountain peak that reached the clouds, there were 2 dazzling rays of light that shone on the plains. They resonated with the ray of golden light that shot out from the stone plate in the stone forest, forming an arch bridge. The 3 rays of light represented the 3 checkpoints. Now, after countless years, someone had finally passed the 3rd stage. The illusory figure's eyes were brimming with tears. After guarding the 3rd stage for so many years, he was finally free. Ha ha ha! I've finally regained my freedom. He was so excited that he forgot himself. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But before that, he had one last thing to do, and that was to guide the challenger to the top of the mountain. Challenger, you've passed the 3rd stage. Now, as long as you step onto the arch bridge, you can go to the top of the mountain and receive the inheritance. The illusory figure suppressed the joy in his heart and said. Fong Chen nodded. He couldn't wait any longer. Crash! The moment he stepped onto the arch bridge, his body arrived at the top of the mountain. Buzz! Standing at the peak of the mountain, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Standing here, he was able to see every corner of this unique space with a single glance. To his shock, he discovered that there were actually quite a few illusory figures formed from his soul, wandering about in other directions of this space. What's going on? Fong Chen was stunned. He had thought that only challengers could enter this place, but now he discovered that there were others besides him. Buzz! At this time, a thought suddenly descended from the sky and condensed into a giant face. The giant face looked at Fong Chen with a smile and said, After so many years, the Chaos World finally produced a monstrous genius. The test here was specially designed for people from the Chaos World. Now that someone had passed, it was naturally someone from the Chaos World. Junior Fong Chen greets Senior. Fong Chen hurriedly apologized and thanked the giant face. Just the giant face alone gave Fong Chen a lot of pressure. Even though he was already an 11th Order, true Saint Realm expert, he still felt incomparably shocked when facing the giant face. Chaos Supreme Realm? Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil, but he was even more curious. What did the Chaos World Senior leave behind? How is the Primal Chaos Realm now? The giant face asked. Senior, the chaotic realm is severely damaged. There are fewer and fewer experts, and the cultivation environment is getting worse. The heavenly fate Chi has been sucked away by the devouring demon clan, and it is on the verge of death. It needs a chaotic supreme to save it. Fang Chen told the truth about the chaotic realm situation. After hearing this, the giant face sighed and only came back to his senses after a long time. It's just as we expected. From his words, it seemed that they had expected this to happen a long time ago. You've cultivated the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. It looks like your talent in the martial way is very outstanding. If my guess is correct, you've reincarnated into the origin world, right? Fang Chen nodded. Just as the great sovereign had said, there were many experts who had accepted this mission before him, but they had all failed. Even if he failed, there would still be a successor. Not bad. You've cultivated to the 11th level saint realm with your own efforts. It's not bad, but it's far from enough. The giant face said, to deal with the devouring demon clan, there must be a chaotic supreme to lead the way. The devouring demon clan's clan leader has been in seclusion to break through to a higher level. Once he succeeds, the chaotic realm will be completely destroyed. Speaking of this, the giant face sighed. Fang Chen couldn't help but ask which senior of the chaotic realm the giant face was, and which era it was from. The giant face shook his head. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that the flame of the chaotic realm must be passed on. It must not be extinguished. At the same time, he told Fang Chen that those who passed the test were the chosen ones and had a great chance of stepping into the chaotic supreme realm in the future. Therefore, countless experts of the chaotic realm had left behind a treasure trove. Crash! 2 rays of light shot out from the giant face's eyes, and suddenly a palace appeared on the mountain peak. This palace contains the lifetime gains of the ancestors of the chaotic realm. I hope it will be of some help to you. The giant face said. With a creak, the palace door opened, and Fang Chen stepped out and entered. After entering the palace, Fang Chen was completely stunned. The entire palace was huge, and there were mountains of cultivation resources, weapons, elixirs, herbs, talismans, armors, and so on. Everywhere he looked, he could see that every single weapon was in existence that surpassed Saint-tier weapons. These weapons contained the power of the 5 great origins. It was too shocking. Fang Chen felt like his brain was about to explode. How long had this treasure vault existed? How many people had accumulated their strength to preserve so many cultivation resources? It was no exaggeration to say that from the beginning of the cultivation world until now, the cultivation resources that Fang Chen had seen were not as many as the treasures in the treasure trove. This is nothing. The giant face said, during the golden age of the chaotic realm, there were more than a dozen supremes. Every supremes would put some cultivation resources that they did not need into the treasure trove. Only those that they did not need would be thrown into the treasure trove, and this treasure trove became the last remaining resources of the chaotic realm. What did this mean? It meant that during the golden age of the chaotic realm, the cultivation resources far exceeded this treasure trove. Heavens, there were more than a dozen supremes. What era was that? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Fang Chen's gaze once again fell on all the cultivation resources in the treasure trove. Those shiny weapons, black elixirs, green herbs, and flame-like talismans. Every one of them tempted him. If this treasure trove is placed in the origin world, aren't you afraid that the patriarch of the devouring demon clan will take it all away? Fang Chen could not help but ask. No, the treasure trove is placed in the mirage. With me guarding it, no one can take it away, the giant face said confidently. If it was in the outside world, no one would be a match for the patriarch of the devouring demon clan. But in the mirage, he feared no one. Why? Fang Chen asked. The mirage is a special space. If you want to enter the mirage, you have to transform your primordial spirit into it. This applies even to the patriarch of the devouring demon clan, the giant face said. The primordial spirits of supremes are only at the Tao manifestation realm. It's just that the Tao they condense is different. In terms of the primordial spirit domain, the giant face has already reached the peak. The mirage. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Did this mean that the illusory figures he saw on the mountain peak were all primordial spirits of people from the outside world? How did they know about the existence of the mirage? As if it knew the doubts in Fang Chen's heart, the gigantic face said, "You know nothing about the higher level of power. In the following time, I will personally explain everything about the utmost exalted realm to you. After you learn about it, you will understand the meaning of the emptiness realm." End of chapter. Chapter 4017. You don't know anything about the higher level of power. This sentence set off a storm in Fang Chen's heart. Was the higher level of power that the giant face was talking about the supremacy realm? Since ancient times, there were very few who could step into the supremacy realm. Once one stepped into the supremacy realm, they were almost immortal. But there were still so many supremacy realm experts who had fallen. In the current Dharma ending age, there was only one supremacy realm expert that people knew of, and that was the devouring demon clan leader. The rest of the supremacy realm experts had all fallen. Although Fang Chen suspected that the supremacy realm experts behind the chaotic realm were most likely still alive, he had never seen them in person, so he couldn't be sure. In the Dharma ending age, the heavenly Tao was incomplete and cultivation was getting more and more difficult. It was almost impossible to step into the supremacy realm. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists and listened carefully. In fact, the mountains of things in the treasury were enough to shock Fang Chen. If these things were placed in the chaotic realm, they would be enough to cultivate countless experts at the peak of the Saint Realm, and could increase the overall combat strength of the chaotic realm by at least 3 levels. What did this mean? It meant that the overall strength of the chaotic realm would be much stronger than before, and they would definitely be able to fight head-on against the source realm. However, the ancestors of the chaotic realm left the treasury here, waiting for the person who tested them. What was going on? Fang Chen's heart was full of doubts, and he needed someone to solve his doubts. Actually, some supremacy realm experts didn't die. The giant face revealed a secret. As soon as these words came out, Fang Chen was stunned on the spot. What? Fang Chen exclaimed, and his eyes widened as he stared at the giant face. Some supremacy realm experts didn't die. Then where did they go? Were they hiding in the dark? You have to know that stepping into the supremacy realm is equivalent to being immortal. Although this sentence is a little exaggerated, as long as the chaotic realm is not destroyed, they can borrow its power to live forever. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for them to die. The giant face said leisurely, as if recalling some past events. Then where did they go? Fang Chen asked. This was the question in his heart. Normally speaking, as Jizuan realm cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of this world, it was possible for them to win in a single move, but it was impossible for them to kill the other party. However, the ancient records clearly stated that there were Supreme Being level experts who had fallen, and they had died in a large-scale war. This made Fang Chen very puzzled. Who killed those dead Supremes? Where did the Supremes that hadn't died go? If they were still in the Chaos Realm, why didn't they make a move when they saw that the Chaos Realm was about to be destroyed? Why would they send him to reincarnate into the Origin World to find a way to break through to the Supremacy Realm and save the Chaos Realm? None of this seemed to be logical. They have left the primal Chaos Realm, the giant face said sadly. Where did he go? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Everyone knew that the primal chaos world was born when the heavens and earth were created. Apart from that, there was no other space for life. As for the origin world, it had been forcefully created by the demon-devouring clan's patriarch through heaven-defying means. Let's not talk about this for now. The giant face said. Fang Chen had passed the test and came to the treasury, so he had the right to know some secrets. Moreover, He had embarked on the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization and had reached the 11th level Saint realm. He was only one step away from the primal chaos supremacy realm. With his current strength, he was almost invincible among supremes. He had the right to know these things. Do you know who else is alive in the primal chaos realm? The giant face suddenly asked. Fang Qin shook his head. How would he know? Forget it. I'd better tell you the details of the Supreme Being realm first. The giant face shook his head. The living Supreme Being realm was very important. So he didn't plan to tell Fang Qin for the time being. Fang Qin didn't say anything, but listened carefully. The so-called Supreme Being realm was, in fact, the complete integration of the 5 origin forces and condensing one's own origin Tao. What was the origin Tao? This was something that every expert who had stepped into the Supreme Being realm had to do. Every Supreme Being had their own origin source Great Tao, and any origin source Great Tao could destroy the heavens and earth. In addition, Supreme Being realm experts had supreme abilities. Their bodies could merge with heaven and earth, and they could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to fight. With a thought, billions of universes would be controlled. This was the so-called Supreme Being will. In terms of the primordial spirit of a Supreme Being realm expert was also in the Tao manifestation realm. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had also reached the Tao manifestation realm, but there was still a gap between it and the Supreme Being realm, but it wasn't big. In short, in order to step into the primal chaos supremacy realm, one must absorb the power of the heavenly Tao. Absorb the power of the heavenly Tao. Fang Qin frowned. He didn't know what this meant. The complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization could easily step into the Supreme Being realm when cultivated to the extreme. However, a long time ago, the primal chaos realm experienced countless wars, and in the end, the cultivation system was broken, resulting in the current situation. The giant face said, You have already stepped into the 11th level Saint realm. When you enter the 13th level Saint realm, your body will naturally absorb the power of the heavenly Tao. The amount of power absorbed would affect one's combat strength after stepping into the Supreme Being realm. Moreover, in order to condense the origin Tao, the 5 elemental origins were also the most important. You must take care of everything in your cultivation. The giant face said, The primordial spirit, the physical body, and the comprehension of the 5 elemental origins must go hand in hand. As the saying goes, the great Tao is simple, and different paths lead to the same destination. When these aspects are cultivated to the extreme, everything will become one, and you will become the Supreme Being realm. After stepping into the Supreme Being realm, the level of life would also undergo a transformation. They could no longer be called humans, demons, or demons. At this time, they would have a unified name, and that was living beings. This was because their level of life had almost transformed to the extreme, and everything was unified. Primal chaos supremacy realm. Fang Chan muttered to himself. After listening to the giant face's words, he was deeply moved. He gradually closed his eyes and fell into an epiphany. Seeing this, the giant face smiled in satisfaction. A beam of golden light shot out from its right eye and entered Fang Chen's forehead. In the next moment, golden light patterns spread all over his body. He looked solemn and dignified, as if he was an enlightened monk. In the cave outside the ethereal realm, the bald monk suddenly opened his eyes, and his body began to tremble with excitement. Although he spat out a mouthful of blood, he didn't care at all. Success, ha 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 ha, I finally succeeded. The bald monk was really excited. After waiting for countless years, this was the first person to successfully pass the test and reach the end. He knew that this was very likely to change the fate of the primal chaos realm. The heavens didn't abandon the primal chaos realm. Primordial Swordlord. Chapter 4018. It was obviously impossible to break through to the supremacy realm in one go. Fang Chan was well aware of this. which was why he focused on comprehending the power of the soul, Tao, during his epiphany. After all, among the three aspects of the primordial spirit, physical body and cultivation realm, the primordial spirit was the closest to the supremacy realm. It was inconceivable that he could condense his primordial spirit into the Tao while in the saint realm, especially in the age of Dharma's end. The primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm was also divided into strong and weak. For example, the primordial spirit of the supremacy realm could create all things with a single thought, which was extremely terrifying. Obviously, Fang Chen did not possess this ability. In Fang Chen's mind, scenes of his past battles kept appearing. From the time he was in the ancient sword continent in the Wen Nation's Qingfeng sword sect, to the extraterritorial region, to the deity world, and then to the primal chaos void. The entire process seemed long, but it was actually very fast. Looking at his life, he had cultivated for a short period of time, but his potential was heaven-defying. Now he had cultivated to the 11th level Saint Realm, and the amount of ultimate force in his body had reached 3 digits. Now he had passed the test and obtained the treasury, which was equivalent to obtaining the ticket to the supremacy realm. After listening to the giant face briefly explain the situation of the supremacy realm, Fang Chen had an epiphany. His primordial spirit underwent earth-shaking changes. When the mark on his forehead completely merged with his primordial spirit, he suddenly opened his eyes. Vast, ultimate force circulated around his body, and his temperament underwent a qualitative leap. Huff! Fang Chen took a deep breath, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Your potential is the strongest I have ever seen, the giant face muttered, his voice full of shock. He did not expect that such a monstrous genius would appear in the age of Dharma's end. It was simply shocking. How did you come to the origin world? Fang Chen told the giant face in full detail about how he met the Supreme Sovereign and how he reincarnated into the origin world. The giant face fell into silence after listening. After a long time, the giant face looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes and said in a heavy voice, I didn't expect you to be the one carrying out the mission in this era. No wonder you could pass the test. Carrying out a revival mission was a supreme mission in the primal chaos realm. Only geniuses with heaven-defying potential who had a chance to step into the primal chaos realm could take it. Moreover, they had to be tested for a long time and pass all aspects of the assessment before they could take it. ABC at free reading. Otherwise, if they betrayed the Chaos World and joined the Devouring Demon Clan, wouldn't the Chaos World be doomed eternally? Fang Chen had reincarnated into the Origin World, a world filled with demon devourers. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would be able to make it this far, step by step? It was truly not easy. Have you been to the Cliff of Death? The giant face asked. To be able to obtain the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, one must have come into contact with the peak experts of the ancient civilization. If there were any of them left, they would definitely be dead. The horizon of happiness. Perhaps they had already died and ceased to exist. However, their remnant wills were still rooted in the Death Cliff. Senior. Speaking of the Death Cliff, Fang Chen thought of the primitive tribes. He wanted to know if there was any connection between the Chaos World and the primitive tribes. Primitive tribes? The giant face said, Everyone thinks that the primitive tribes are a special race born of nature. They have always been based in the Life Forbidden Zone, and their people never leave the Life Forbidden Zone. Outsiders have no way of knowing the situation of their tribe. The primitive tribes were the most mysterious of all. Back then, the Devouring Demon Clan's leader had a fierce battle with the primitive tribes. Although he did not lose, he knew how terrifying the primitive tribes were. From then on, the Devouring Demon Clan no longer made enemies with the primitive tribes. However, in secret, the Devouring Demon Clan had been looking for ways to restrain the primitive tribes. It was also at this time that the experts of the Chaos World found the primitive tribes and expressed their willingness to join forces. At this point, the giant face fell silent. And then, did the primitive tribes agree? Based on his contact with the primitive tribes, he felt that the primitive tribes seemed to treat the people of the chaos world differently. He believed that they had formed an alliance. The giant face shook its head. The primitive tribes believe that they have the noblest bloodline. They claim to be the representatives of the heavenly Tao. They disdain to join forces with the chaos world because they believe that they can destroy the devouring demon clan's leader and occupy the origin world by themselves. Then why? Feng Chen was puzzled, but was interrupted by the giant face. The ambitions of the primitive races are far greater than we imagined. They want to take over a world for themselves. And the origin world was personally established by the patriarch of the demon devouring clan. It has absorbed 2/3 of the fate of the chaotic world. The power of the heavenly ways here is far too great. Feng Chen was stunned. The primitive tribes wanted to occupy a world by themselves. They even looked down on the chaos world because 2/3 of the chaos world's providence had been sucked away. The heavenly Tao was incomplete and could not survive. The origin world was different. If they continued to survive, the younger generation of the tribe would become stronger and stronger. With the powerful bloodline of the primitive tribes, they would definitely be able to produce countless supremes. Of course, this could happen in hundreds of millions of years, or even tens of billions of years. But for such a tribe, time was nothing. It was just a snap of the fingers. How ambitious! Feng Chen was speechless. If they really succeeded, would they be like the devouring demon clan's leader and suck away the last third of the chaos world's providence? After listening to the giant face's words, Feng Chen felt that this was very likely to happen. But why? The primitive tribes were so strong and ambitious. Why were they still in the life-forbidden zone after so many years? On the other hand, the devouring demon clan had multiplied to the peak. As long as the devouring demon clan's leader came out of seclusion, he would definitely dominate the world. Because the primitive tribes are waiting, said the giant face. Waiting. Feng Chen frowned. What were they waiting for? The devouring demon clan's leader was very strong. He was strong enough to destroy the origin world. Once the primitive tribes forced the devouring demon clan into a desperate situation, he would most likely destroy the origin world. So they were waiting. They were waiting for the chaos world and the origin world to fight and both sides to suffer losses. Then they would sit back and reap the benefits. Was that so? Feng Chen was stunned. Was this the reason why the primitive tribes were so concerned about the people from the chaos world? However, how could they be sure that the primal chaos realm would definitely be able to give birth to an exalted stage powerhouse? Once they failed, the devouring demon clan would destroy the chaos world and strengthen the origin world. By then, the origin world would be impregnable. The primitive tribes would not be able to do anything to the devouring demon clan. Feng Chen's mind was full of thoughts. End of chapter. Chapter 4019. The primitive tribes were very mysterious, at least to the people of the world. However, the giant face seemed to know everything. He just did not tell Feng Chen. Although the primitive tribes are also the enemies of the devouring demon clan, you have to be careful at all times. After all, their goal is to occupy the source world. If their dream comes true, no one knows if they will have designs on the chaotic realm, the giant face said leisurely. This was the biggest crisis the chaotic realm had ever encountered. Even the War of the Gods hundreds of millions of years ago did not reach this stage. The devouring demon clan leader would soon come out of seclusion, and no one would be able to stop him, unless someone stepped into the chaotic supremacy realm. Moreover, an ordinary chaotic supremacy would not do. They had to be strong enough. Obviously, Feng Chen was a very good choice. He had cultivated the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization and had already reached the 11th level of the Saint Realm. As long as he stepped into the 13th level of the Saint Realm, with his attainments in martial arts, there was a high chance that he would step into the Supremacy Realm. As long as he could step into the supremacy realm, it was no exaggeration to say that he would definitely be able to defeat the devouring demon clan leader. After all, entering the supremacy realm at the 13th level of the Saint Realm and entering the supremacy realm from the ordinary Saint Realm were two completely different concepts. For the time being, you should cultivate in the treasury and improve your strength as soon as possible. At this point, Fong Chen had already learned a lot about the Paragon Realm. The giant face had told him to cultivate here for the time being, and that he could use the cultivation resources in the treasury. If there was anything he didn't understand, he could ask the giant face for help. Fong Chen was naturally willing. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to comprehend the way. Outside the Void Realm, the great snow mountain was as calm as ever. All the emissaries were still searching for the holder of the killing order, but they found nothing. In the end, even the Great Elder was alarmed. He personally summoned the first emissary to ask about the situation. "What is the situation?" the Great Elder asked in a low voice. The Great Snow Mountain's leader was not here, so he was nominally the person in charge of the sect. He had the right to decide everything in the sect. Of course, he did not know that the first emissary standing in front of him was the legendary leader of the Great Snow Mountain. "The killing order's aura has disappeared." The first emissary stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. No one knew better than him where Fong Chen had gone. He had personally pushed Fong Chen into the abyss. If Fong Chen was still alive, he would have passed the test. The number one emissary cast his gaze into the distance as he prayed in his heart. He had waited for a long time. If he were to wait any longer, there would be no more hope for the Chaos World. This is the first time something like this has happened since the establishment of the Great Snow Mountain. How could the killing order's aura disappear? The Great Elder said angrily, "There are two possibilities. The first is that this person is proficient in the art of forging and forcibly refined the aura in the kill order, making it impossible for us to track him. The second possibility is that he has entered a special space that we are unable to sense," the first emissary said. The first elder pondered for a moment. In the end, he gave the order to find him at all costs. Otherwise, the reputation of the Great Snow Mountain would be damaged. The first emissary agreed on the surface, but in reality he was completely unmoved. The vast origin world was filled with smoke. The experts of the devouring demon clan's sacred land were constantly infiltrating the various manors to ensure that the devouring demon clan could control the various manors unscathed. They gathered all their forces in preparation for a great purge. The origin world was the territory of the devil-devouring clan. Many other clans had snuck in over the years, and some of them had even formed their own forces. ABC. Even better, even faster. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A manor not far from the ghost manor was razed to the ground by the experts of the sacred land. All those who disobeyed were killed. The entire manor's territory flowed with blood, and corpses piled up like mountains. This scene was extremely shocking. In the following time, the Sacred Land's army continued to conquer other manors that did not obey. Finally, they arrived at the Ghost Manor's territory. The leader of the Sacred Land's army was an expert known as the Archbishop. "Commander, we have already arrived at the border of the Ghost Manor's territory. Should we continue forward?" A subordinate asked. "Commander, the Ghost Manor is a little special. I once heard that the Ghost Manor Lord is an expert of the underworld. He can even enter and leave the underworld at will," another person said. Not long ago, the Ghost Manor's territory was filled with black fog, as if the end of the world had arrived. Many people had come to inquire about the news, but they had all died without knowing what was going on. Everyone suspected that the underworld army was about to attack the origin world. This news had spread like wildfire at that time. Do you think the devouring demon clan is afraid of the underworld?" The Archbishop snorted and said disdainfully, "If the underworld dares to appear, we will just kill them." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a black cloud rapidly flew over from the distant horizon. There was a figure on the cloud. The devouring demon clan is making a big fuss. The Ghost Manor Lord was dressed in a black robe, and his entire body was shrouded in black fog. He gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. His voice was filled with killing intent. "You are the Ghost Manor Lord?" The Archbishop asked. "Do you know your crime?" As the Ghost Manor Lord, he should have obeyed the Sacred Land's orders. However, he had betrayed the devouring demon clan and became a lackey of the underworld. This made the Archbishop very angry. "Kiki, how impressive. I want to see what your devouring demon clan can do to me." The Ghost Manor Lord had nothing to fear. He had the support of the underworld's experts, and not long ago he had successfully opened a passage between the origin world and the underworld. As long as he gave the order, the underworld's army would wage war. "Do you want to die?" The Archbishop said coldly. Boom! The Ghost Manor Lord smiled disdainfully. "Since you are here, I will give you a chance. Submit to me, or I will kill you without mercy." The Sacred Land Army was completely enraged. Under the Archbishop's order, the Sacred Land Army launched a fierce attack. "Destroy the Ghost Manor for me." The Ghost Manor Lord smiled sinisterly and crushed the token in his hand. A terrifying aura of the underworld instantly burst out. In the next moment, angry roars came from underground. A hole appeared in the ground, and a pitch-black cave appeared. It was bottomless, and waves of roars came out. Buzz! An extremely cold aura instantly filled the entire Ghost Manor territory, completely isolating it from the outside world. The Archbishop realized that something was wrong and immediately acted to suppress the Ghost Manor Lord. However, at this moment, an endless stream of terrifying creatures came out from the pitch-black cave. Each of them had the symbol of the underworld on their body. The underworld army. The Archbishop was shocked. The creatures of the underworld opened their bloody mouths and kept biting and devouring the experts of the demon clan. Crack! One by one, the devouring demon clan members died in the mouths of the creatures of the underworld. "My underworld will eventually destroy your devouring demon clan," the Ghost Manor Lord said. End of chapter. Chapter 4020. The passageway to the underworld was completely opened up. The underworld army swarmed into the territory of the Ghost Manor and sealed the Ghost Manor. No one was able to enter or leave. This caused the Holy Land's army to be surrounded by enemies from both sides. The head officiator, who was fighting with the Ghost Manor Lord, saw his clansmen fall into pools of blood one after another. His eyes turned red and he attacked crazily, but it was to no avail. This was a one-sided battle. The Holy Land army could not fight back at all. The Underworld army was too strong. They were well prepared, but the Holy Land army had too few people. They were constantly devoured by the underworld creatures. In just 2 hours, more than half of the Holy Land army was dead. The remaining people were covered in wounds. Retreat! The head officiator forced the Ghost Manor Lord back with a punch. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Holy Land army. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the head officiator's lead, the devouring demons of the Holy Land army fled frantically. Soon, they fled to the edge of the Ghost Manor's territory. However, they were shocked to find that this space was sealed and isolated from the world. They could not even call for help. "Head officiator, what should we do?" someone asked. "We can't contact the outside world, and we can't fight the underworld army head-on. If we continue to fight, we will definitely die. The Ghost Manor's territory is too special. There is an endless amount of underworld aura here. The combat power of the underworld creatures will be greatly increased, and our strength will be weakened. If we continue to fight, we will be courting death." The Holy Land army roared angrily. They were besieging the devouring demons in their territory. "You underworld creatures are too bold. The great ritual master walked to the front and stared at the menacing underworld creatures. He roared, "We, the devouring demons, are the true masters of this world. If you start a war like this, we will not let you off." The great ritual master's eyes widened. The source world was created by the devouring demons' clan leader. It was the base camp of the devouring demons. Now that the clan leader was in seclusion, even these ugly creatures from the underworld dared to come out. *ABC*. Better update faster. Kiki, the world is about to change. The source world is destined to have a great war. The era of the devouring demons is over, the leader of the underworld creatures said coldly. Back then, when they had first arrived in the origin world, they had been suppressed by the patriarch of the devouring demon clan. He had even refined their headquarters, the underworld, into the ground of the origin world. He wanted them to provide an endless source of power for the origin world's boundary wall. At that time, the underworld was almost annihilated. After countless eras of respite, the underworld had recovered. Now it was time for it to come out. Killing your Holy Land Legion is only the beginning of our revenge, the underworld leader said coldly. He knew very well that the devouring demon clan patriarch could not come out of seclusion at all. It was already a critical moment. If he came out of seclusion rashly, his vitality would be greatly damaged. As for the remaining cultivators of the devouring demon clan, none of them were at the sovereign realm. He was not afraid of the so-called peak of the Saint Realm. The underworld, which had been dormant for so long, now had the power to contend with the devouring demons. The Archbishop was completely enraged. However, the underworld creatures didn't give him any chances. The underworld leader gave the order, and all the underworld creatures crazily attacked. One by one, the Holy Land soldiers fell into pools of blood. The head ritual master did not want to die. He burned his blood essence and gathered all the organs of the dead devouring demons together before exploding them. Boom! 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 Terrifying power swept through the world, directly triggering the radiation of the heavenly path's power. A brilliant light descended from the sky and instantly shattered the seal. In the next moment, the Archbishop seized the opportunity and fled in a panic. Pucci! All the Holy Land soldiers were killed. The underworld creatures stood in a black mass on the plains of the Ghost Manor's territory. The Ghost Manor Lord, who led the Ghost Manor, looked in the direction of the Archbishop's escape and wanted to chase after him. "There's no need to chase," the underworld leader said. He burned his blood essence and his organs exploded. He is already seriously injured. Moreover, he has been hit by the yin yang curse of the underworld. He will definitely die. On this day, dark clouds covered the sun. With the Ghost Manor's territory as the center, the army of the underworld creatures spread out in all directions. In just one day, they had taken over the 3 major manors bordering the Ghost Manor and killed all of the devouring demons. Even the Flying Phoenix Manor Lord, who had chased after Fong Qin, died at the hands of the underworld creatures. The name of the underworld once again spread throughout the origin world, the devouring demons' holy land. Suddenly, a ferocious-looking figure appeared in front of the Holy Land's gate. He was covered in blood, and his face was pale. He shouted loudly, "I want to see the Holy Lord." Just as the guards were about to attack, they were shocked to find that it was the Archbishop, the leader of the Holy Land's army. "Archbishop, what happened to you?" The guards supported the Archbishop and informed the upper echelons of the Holy Land. Soon, all the upper echelons of the Holy Land had arrived. Even the elusive Holy Lord had come. The Holy Lord checked the Archbishop's injuries and shook his head. His eyes were filled with anger. "Holy Lord, there is a passage to the underworld under the Ghost Manor's territory." The Ghost Manor Lord opened the passage, causing all the underworld creatures to come out. They annihilated the entire Holy Land's army. "I had to burn my blood essence to escape," the archbishop said weakly. What? The upper echelons of the Holy Land were furious. The underworld still exists. Humph! The patriarchs spared their lives out of pity. I didn't expect them to attack the devouring demons, the Holy Lord said coldly. Some of the younger upper echelons did not know about the existence of the underworld. Only old monsters like the Holy Lord knew about it. On my way back, I heard that the underworld creatures have already occupied the 3 prefectures. They are too arrogant. The archbishop spat out blood as he spoke. The upper echelons of the Holy Land were enraged. The source world was the territory of the devouring demons. The underworld dared to cause trouble. They were courting death. Holy Lord, I request to go to war. For the devouring demons, for the Holy Land, we are willing to go to war. The dignity of the devouring demons cannot be trampled. The underworld is waging war against us. After so many years, has the world forgotten the patriarch's supreme power? If so, let's kill the chicken to warn the monkey and destroy the underworld. The devouring demons had developed generation after generation. After countless years of nurturing, the Holy Land had gathered the most outstanding members in the history of the devouring demons. They could be said to be the foundation of the devouring demons. They considered themselves as the main bloodline of the devouring demons and would not allow anyone to trample on the dignity of the devouring demons. The underworld was just a clown. The Holy Land immediately made the decision to send many strong cultivators to besiege the underworld. After they had completely destroyed it, they would announce it to the world. Moreover, the Holy Land had decided that from today onwards, they would kill any alien race that they found. Those who were not of the same race had different intentions. End of chapter. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 4021. There was a saying in the origin world. When the sacred land was angry, millions of corpses would fall. From this saying, one could see the fear and respect everyone had for the sacred land. As the highest sacred land of the devouring demons, the dream of every clansman was to join the sacred land and become a true master of the main bloodline. Of course, to the other clans, the sacred land was the devil. Now, the underworld army dared to slaughter the sacred land army. They were simply courting death. The sacred land issued an order to mobilize all devouring demons in the origin world to encircle the underworld army. Anyone who dared to challenge the sacred land would be killed without mercy. On the same day, someone witnessed a large group of experts leaving the sacred land and heading to the Ghost Manor territory. The Ghost Manor territory was currently shrouded in black mist and isolated from the outside world. The underworld army had officially opened the passage between the underworld and the origin world, and they had all arrived at the Ghost Manor territory. The sacred land seems to be angry, said the Ghost Manor Lord. So what? Soon, the master of my clan will come out of seclusion. When the time comes, the entire origin world will become our territory. The leader of the underworld sneered. However, before that, they had to slaughter a large number of devouring demons to collect their blood and give it to the master of the underworld to aid his cultivation. The entire origin world was in chaos. The other clans that were usually oppressed by the devouring demons also rose up in resistance. The whole situation was a mess, but the devouring demons had no time to care. The most important thing was to destroy the underworld army and quell the unrest in the Ghost Manor territory. Great Snow Mountain, Abyss. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of the bald monk's mouth. His face was pale, as if he was a lamp that had run out of oil. However, he persevered, waiting for Fong Chin to come out and see him one more time. Guizong. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the cave. The bald monk looked up and suddenly saw a huge face reflected in the void. He grinned and said, "My mission is complete." His mission was to wait here for someone from the Chaos Realm to come and challenge the trial. Once he succeeded, his mission would be complete. Now, after waiting for countless years, someone finally succeeded in passing the trial of the Void Realm. He could not hold on any longer. His old injuries flared up and almost crushed his primordial spirit. He was hanging on with one last breath because he wanted to see Fong Qin one more time. The death of the incarnation will cause great harm to the main body. The huge face sighed. The bald monk was the Guizhong monk he mentioned. He was just the incarnation of a powerful warrior from the ancient times. The destruction of the incarnation would have a great impact on the main body. My true body has already found a place to stay in the world gap. There won't be any danger for the time being. I can leave without worry, said Monk Guizhong bitterly. Although he was just an incarnation, after cultivating to such a level, the world had bestowed him with wisdom. In fact, he was almost a completely different person from his original body. Only his primordial spirit was connected. His true body had entered the world gap a long, long time ago and had never returned. Did you find it? The giant face asked. Monk Guizhong shook his head. It's not that easy. I've already severed my senses with my original body. Only my soul can sense that he's still alive, and I can intermittently receive some information from him. The giant face sighed. That's right. How can it be that easy? Don't be sad. Our chaos realm is destined to not be destroyed. Previously, there was Supremacy Fu Jian. He single-handedly withstood the chaos realm and survived the most difficult moment. Now, such a monstrous genius has appeared. I believe it won't be long before he enters the chaos supremacy realm, said Monk Guizhong. The giant face nodded. He was very confident in Fong Qin. Furthermore, the fate of all living beings in the chaos realm rested on his shoulders. Is there any news from the fiend-devouring clan? Asked the giant face. Monk Guizhong said, although the fiend-devouring clan's holy land has always kept it a secret, our intelligence has detected something. The fiend-devouring clan's patriarch isn't in seclusion at all. Instead, he has entered the world gap. What? The giant face was surprised. He never expected the fiend-devouring clan's patriarch to enter the world gap. However, he's different from my true body. He found a rare treasure that allows him to enter and exit the world gap freely. He can return at any time, said Monk Guizhong. Not long ago, the Holy Land wantonly collected cultivation resources. To the outside world, they announced that the fiend-devouring clan's patriarch encountered a problem in his cultivation and needed a large number of cultivation materials. However, in reality, after they collected the materials, they sent them all into the world gap. The two of them fell silent. The fiend-devouring clan's patriarch had been growing and advancing in the world gap. The rare treasure that allowed him to enter and exit the world gap freely had restrictions on its use. Therefore, the fiend-devouring clan's patriarch wouldn't come out before he completely broke through to a higher level. To an expert like him, only the improvement of his strength could make him more focused. As for the lives of all living beings, they were like ants. They weren't worth mentioning at all. In that case, the chaos realm is becoming more and more dangerous, asked the giant face after a long silence. At most 1,000 years, said Monk Guizhong. After I die, I'll give you my essence energy. Take it and try to contact my true body. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he definitely couldn't miss it. If he could contact him, perhaps the chaos realm's crisis could be alleviated. However, this method was almost like a fantasy story. The two of them had no idea. All right, I'll guide him as soon as possible. I'll let him condense the ultimate force and reach the 13th level of the Sage Realm. The giant face nodded and said solemnly, Buzz. Monk Guizhong offered the last bit of his strength before completely disappearing from this world. A wisp of essence energy entered the mouth of the giant face. The latter sent Monk Guizhong off with tears in his eyes before returning to the Void Realm. At the peak of the Great Snow Mountain, in front of the forbidden area at the back of the mountain, the first emissary stood with his hands behind his back with a sorrowful expression. With a crack, he crushed the stone in his hand. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. Master, The first emissary wept as tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Back then, it was his master, Monk Guizong, who supported him from behind the scenes. He had single-handedly established the Great Snow Mountain. All these years, he had been silently searching for people from the Chaos Realm. He never expected his master to leave him in the end. Did he succeed? The first emissary wiped his tears and muttered to himself. His master had once said that he had to see someone pass the Void Realm's test with his own eyes before he could leave in peace. Now his master had passed away. Did that mean that the fellow from the Chaos Realm that he had sent into the abyss had passed? His mission was completed, but the first emissary was in a very low mood. He turned his head to look at the vast expanse of whiteness of the Great Snow Mountain and the disciples who were working hard to cultivate. He revealed a self-deprecating smile. From now on, there was no master of the Great Snow Mountain. There was only Monk Guizong's disciple, Tanqing, primordial Swordlord. Chapter 4022. After a long while, Tanqing wiped away his tears and returned to his usual cold and mysterious self. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the abyss covered in snow. Below the abyss, there was an old man that he respected who had passed away. Monk Guizong. Perhaps no one in this world would remember his name, but Tanqing swore that one day his master's wish would come true, and the chaotic realm would defeat the Source Realm. When the time came, he would bring the succession of his master to greater heights and let everyone know about it. There was once an expert called Monk Guizong who sacrificed his life to save the chaotic realm. Whoosh! Tanqing's mind was filled with thoughts. However, at this moment, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out from the top of the Great Snow Mountain. Then, countless cultivators swarmed to the square in front of the main hall of the Great Snow Mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the number one emissary of the Great Snow Mountain, Tanqing naturally came as well. The leader was the Great Elder. Since the Mountain Master was not around, he was the person in charge and the person with the highest authority. Everyone, those present today, were the upper echelons of the Great Snow Mountain. As the number one emissary, Tanqing's status was special. He stood at the front, wearing a black robe and exuding a cold aura. No one dared to approach him. The emissaries looked at him with fear. This was the prestige of the number one emissary. I'm sure you've heard that the underworld creatures have appeared. They opened a passage between the underworld and the Source Realm and occupied the Ghost Manor territory. They also defeated the Sacred Land Army and killed countless experts of the Devouring Demon Clan. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. This news had already spread in the Source Realm. Everyone was shocked and paid close attention. It was said that the Sacred Land was furious and had sent an even stronger army to the Ghost Manor territory to destroy the Underworld army. Of course, the Great Elder did not summon everyone here to talk about this matter, but to discuss the survival of the Great Snow Mountain. The Sacred Land of the Devouring Demon Clan had made it clear that the Source Realm was the Devouring Demon Clan's territory, and they did not welcome any other race. In the past, they turned a blind eye, but it was different now. As long as they found a foreign race, they would uproot them. There was no doubt that the Great Snow Mountain belonged to the foreign race. In the past, the Devouring Demon Clan did not deal with them because of their remote location and special circumstances. But now, the underworld creatures had completely angered the Devouring Demon Clan. The Holy Land had already ordered the world to wipe out the alien races. The Great Snow Mountain was in great danger. It was said that many of the devouring demons had begun to secretly discuss how to deal with the Great Snow Mountain. How can our Great Snowy Mountain survive this catastrophe? I hope everyone can share their views. The Great Elder swept his gaze across the crowd as he spoke. Why don't we just seal off the mountain? If we hold our ground, I'm afraid the devouring devils won't dare to attack us. The holy land of the devouring demons is very strong. We cannot fight them head-on. I think sealing the mountain is a good idea. If we seal the mountain, won't we be trapping ourselves on the snowy mountain? Some people were in favor of sealing the mountain, while others were against it. In short, everyone had different opinions. Meanwhile, Tan Qing spoke in a cold voice. Since my snowy mountain chose to establish itself in the origin world, then we have no need to fear the Devil Devourer clan. If we were to seal ourselves off just because they wanted to eliminate foreign races, then we might as well submit to them. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Was the first emissary planning to fight to the death with the devouring demon tribe? First emissary, I don't agree with you. You want us to fight to the death with the Devil Devourer clan. Then let me ask you, how many Devil Devourers are there in the origin world? How many people are there in our great snowy mountain? If we fight them head-on, do we even have a 1% chance of winning? Faced with this question, the first emissary, Tan Qing, glanced at him coldly and said, "If we had the advantage in numbers, would we still need to do this?" It was precisely because they were at a disadvantage that they had to fight back. In the current situation, as long as we raise our arms and shout, there will definitely be many forces willing to support our great snowy mountain. When the time comes, we can form a force that can fight against the Holy Land, said the first emissary. The Devil Devourer clan was extremely cruel. Even if they submitted to them, they would still be killed. Rather than that, it was better to fight to the end. Moreover, the first emissary, Tan Qing, was a disciple of monk Guizong. He was from the chaotic realm, and the blood of the chaotic realm flowed in his body. Therefore, he was fearless. As long as he could weaken the Devil Devourer clan in the origin world, he was willing to pay any price. For a time, the upper echelons of the Great Snowy Mountain could not reach a consensus. In the end, everyone begged the Great Elder to seek help from the Mountain Lord. In the end, this matter ended hastily. Ice Abyss Mirage. In the treasury, Fong Qin sat cross-legged. His body exuded a golden halo, and his aura was constantly rising. Cultivating here for a few days was equivalent to cultivating outside for hundreds of years. The ultimate force in his body had already condensed to more than 300 strands. 100 strands was a threshold. When he stepped into the 11th Order Saint Realm, he had already broken through the obstacles on this path. In the following time, as long as he calmed down and cultivated, he would be able to condense the ultimate force. In addition, the cultivation resources in the treasury were freely available for him to use. Moreover, he had the guidance of the giant face, who had a vast amount of cultivation knowledge. In just half a month, Fong Qin had broken through to the 12th Order Saint Realm. Whoosh! Fong Qin opened his eyes. The ultimate force in his body surged, and his temperament changed. His entire person became stronger. 12th Order Saint Realm. Fong Qin muttered to himself. There was an unconcealable joy in his eyes. He did not expect to step into the 12th Order Saint Realm unknowingly. He was only one step away from the 13th Order Saint Realm. Not bad. The giant face suddenly appeared and praised Fong Qin. It's not easy for you to condense more than 100 strands of ultimate force in such a short time. If it weren't for Senior's guidance and the cultivation resources in the treasury, it would have been very difficult for me to break through. Fong Qin said humbly. The giant face shook its head. There is no doubt about your talent. It won't be long before you step into the 13th Order Saint Realm. You need an opportunity. The entire origin world is in chaos. The Netherworld Army and the Holy Ground Army are fighting. With your current strength, unless a venerable appears, you are almost invincible. The giant face wanted Fong Qin to go out and kill. Only in this way could he reach the 13th Order Saint Realm as soon as possible. And Netherworld? Fong Qin was stunned. He did not expect the Ghost Manor to be related to the Netherworld. Did they dare to openly declare war on the Holy Ground? Senior, do you mean to let me take advantage of the chaos to slaughter the devouring devil clan and use their blood to refine my body? Fong Qin asked. The giant face nodded and then told Fong Qin the news of monk Gui Zhang's death. What? Fong Qin was stunned. If you want to talk about immemorial sword sovereign with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Chapter 4023. The giant face had high hopes for Fong Qin, hoping that he could find a breakthrough in a life-and-death battle and find an opportunity to step into the 13th level Saint Realm. Only in this way could he become a supreme being in the shortest time possible. I'll send you away now. As the giant face spoke, a white light flashed in the treasury. Fong Chen's figure gradually dissipated, and then his soul returned to his body. However, a spatial ring appeared in front of him out of thin air. When he opened it, there were countless cultivation resources inside. These were all prepared for him by the giant face. After all, he would be facing the most dangerous battle in the coming days. After putting away the spatial ring, Fong Qin hurriedly looked around. There was no one in the cave, only the yellow futon seemed to have the aura of Monk Guizhong. As the giant face said he had fallen, "Senior." Fong Qin got up, bowed to the yellow futon, and said solemnly, "I will not let you down." After saying that, he left the cave. From the giant face, he learned the way to leave the ice abyss. In addition, he had stepped into the 12th level Saint Realm, and his strength had increased comprehensively. Soon, he reappeared on the great snow mountain. Whoosh! As soon as he came out, he saw a figure waiting for him. This person was the first emissary of the great snow mountain, Monk Guizhang's disciple, Tanqing. "You succeeded?" Tanqing asked. Fong Qin nodded and saluted Tanqing slightly. After all, Tanqing was Monk Guizhang's disciple and could be considered a compatriot of the Chaos Realm. At this moment, he could understand Tanqing's feelings very well. "I'll send you away." Tanqing did not say much, and directly led Fong Qin away from the great snow mountain quietly. When he sent him to the border of the great snow mountain, Tanqing said, "The great snow mountain will gather the other major forces to fight against the devouring demon clan." Hearing this, Fong Qin was stunned for a moment, and then he saluted again to thank him. Tanqing's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, leaving Fong Qin with a look of regret. Over the years, one after another, people from the chaotic realm had contributed silently to save the chaotic realm. Tanqing, Monk Guizhong, and the others were among them. They had no complaints, and they did not have any opinions. Their only thought was to contribute more to the chaotic realm. Now, this heavy burden had fallen on his shoulders. Fong Qin was duty-bound to carry it. Devouring Devil Clan? His pitch-black eyes gazed into the distance, revealing a murderous intent. The Great Snow Mountain was located at the border and was very far from the Ghost Manor's territory. Fong Qin planned to find a nearby city and use the teleportation formation to go there. However, not long after, he ran into an unexpected person, Saint Thief, Heavenly Demon, Rat King. Previously, at the auction at the Mystic Dragon Pavilion, he had fought with the Celestial Beast Rat King over the remains of the Celestial Beast Rat King, which ended up infuriating him. To think that he would meet the Celestial Beast Rat King after so many days. Sky Demon Rat King nature, he did not know Fong Qin, nor did he know that the martialist standing in front of him was the person he had been looking for. "Kid, what are you doing here in the wilderness?" The Celestial Beast, Rat King, stared at Fong Qin cautiously. Because this place was very close to the Great Snow Mountain, ordinary people would not come here. He was worried that Fong Qin was a spy from the Great Snow Mountain and would expose his whereabouts. "Nothing." Fong Qin said, "Humph, liar." The Celestial Beast, Rat King's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He reached out his hand and grabbed Fong Qin's head. With a bang, the latter raised his hand to block the attack and forced the Celestial Beast, Rat King, back. "You want to kill me because of a disagreement." "Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you question me? Thief sage." The Celestial Beast, Rat King, said coldly. "Celestial Beast, Rat King?" Fong Qin was stunned. Then he looked at the celestial beast, Rat King, seriously. "You know me?" the celestial beast, Rat King, asked. Fong Chen shrugged. "Who in the world doesn't know you, thief sage?" "If that's the case, then hand over everything you have." The celestial beast, Rat King, licked his lips and said in a sinister voice. He loved to kill and rob. No matter how weak the other party was, he enjoyed the process. "I'm sorry, I can't hand them over," Fong Chen said. "Humph." The celestial beast, Rat King, was enraged and attacked at lightning speed. Fong Chen grinned. Since he had stepped into the 12th Order Saint Realm, he could test his strength and see how strong he was. Boom! The surface of his skin was covered with complicated runes. His physical defense was raised to the highest level. He stood there motionlessly, waiting for the celestial beast, Rat King's attack. The latter was enraged. "You're courting death." Boom! 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 Terrifying fist lights bombarded Fong Chen's body. However, no matter how hard the celestial beast Rat King attacked, he could not break through Fong Chen's defense. This scene stunned the celestial beast, Rat King. How can his physical body be so strong? The celestial beast, Rat King, was stunned. He had never seen anyone with such a strong physical defense. The celestial beast, Rat King, is only SOSO. Fong Chen curled his lips. He thought that the celestial beast, Rat King's attack would be able to break through his defense. However, it seemed like he was thinking too much. "You finished your attack. It's my turn now." Saying this, Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. The ultimate force in his body was unleashed and gathered on his fists. He then threw out his strongest punch with an overwhelming aura. The power of this punch was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. However, the sky demon Rat King forcefully controlled the fist radiance so that it would not dissipate. Wherever the fist passed, the void would shatter. The sky demon, Rat King, was completely shocked. Sensing the incoming fist lights, the celestial beast, Rat King's heart was filled with fear. His body uncontrollably wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. Fong Chen's attack was too strong. When the fist landed on the celestial beast, Rat King's body, the latter's body exploded. Even his primordial spirit was shattered. "No!" The celestial beast, Rat King, screamed in pain. He wanted to protect his primordial spirit and escape. "Gotcha!" However, the fist lights were too strong. The aura that escaped from it instantly destroyed his primordial spirit. Until his death, the celestial beast Rat King did not know who killed him. Whoosh! When the power dissipated, Fong Chen curled his lips. He had killed a martial artist at the peak of the Saint Realm with a single punch. If he were to go all out, it would be difficult for him to find an opponent in the Saint Realm. Even a half-step chaotic supremacy might not be his match. At this moment, Fong Chen's eyes shone with golden light. As long as the Devouring Demon Clan's patriarch did not appear, he could slaughter the Devouring Demon Clan's sacred ground alone. "Devouring Demon Clan, are you ready?" Fong Chen asked. The celestial beast, Rat King, had escaped from the Reverend King's attack. However, in the end, he died in the hands of the person who wanted to steal his skeleton. Perhaps this was karma. Whoosh! Fong Chen put away the spatial ring of the celestial beast, Rat King, and left. After a long time, someone came and found the corpse. When he walked closer, he recognized the celestial beast, Rat King, and shouted. Then the news spread quickly. The celestial beast, Rat King, was killed on the Great Snow Mountain Plain. When the news came out, it shocked the entire northernmost land. If you want to talk about Sword Master Immemorial with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 4024. The news of the celestial demonic Rat King's death shocked all the forces. Many people suspected that the killer of the celestial demonic Rat King was the mysterious expert in VIP room number 9. Of course, many people also guessed that it was the Great Snow Mountain's expert. After all, The celestial demon Rat King had publicly declared that the Great Snow Mountain would never have a day of peace from then on. And in the years that followed, his actions had successfully proved his words. He often sneaked into the Great Snow Mountain to steal treasures, but the Great Snow Mountain failed to track him down. However, no one expected that. The famous thief, Saint, would die in a strange way. In a dense forest, the Reverend King was practicing an evil cultivation method. Suddenly, his communication token vibrated, and his face turned gloomy. The celestial demonic Rat King is dead. The Reverend King once fought with the celestial demonic Rat King in the mountains outside the Mystery Dragon City. In that battle, he revealed his true strength that he had been hiding for many years and severely injured the celestial demonic Rat King. Although the celestial demonic Rat King had escaped, the Reverend King had been searching for the celestial demonic Rat King's whereabouts. Who killed it? The Reverend King rolled his eyes and said coldly, he thought of a person, the mysterious expert in VIP room number 9. Since the battle in the Mystery Dragon City, he had completely disappeared from people's sight. Go and investigate. Don't let go of any clues. The Reverend King immediately ordered. However, Fong Chen, who was in the middle of the whirlpool, did not know that his killing of the celestial demonic Rat King would cause such a big commotion. At this moment, he had already left the extreme north and arrived at a city, Indigo Prefecture, one of the many mansions under the devouring demon clan's sacred land. Although it was not a top mansion, it was famous. The Lord of Indigo Prefecture was known as Blood Shura. His dark blood-killing technique was terrifying. He was one of the most powerful generals under the devouring demon clan's sacred land. He had been searching everywhere for people from the chaotic realm who had sneaked into the origin world and then cruelly killed them. It was a waste of time to go to the Ghost Prefecture's territory by walking. Fong Chen wanted to take the cross-region teleportation formation, so he could only use the teleportation formation in Indigo Prefecture. Recently, Indigo Prefecture's territory was heavily guarded. Anyone who passed through had to go through a strict investigation before they were allowed to pass. After Fong Chen concealed his aura, he quickly entered Indigo Prefecture. However, just as he was about to take the cross-region teleportation array, something unexpected happened. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and saw that there was an earth-shattering battle in the sky. Rumble. The intense battle caused the crowd below to tremble. A terrifying aura permeated the entire Indigo Prefecture. That's the Manor Lord. Heavens! Just who is it that dares to trespass on Indigo Prefecture's territory? Main battle. This person is simply courting death. Sounds of disdain could be heard from the crowd. Originally, Fong Chen had planned to ignore the situation. However, when he sensed the aura of the stranger fighting the Indigo Prefecture Lord, his expression changed drastically. Brethren of the Chaos Realm? Although the fluctuation was very weak, he still caught it. After experiencing the tempering of the void dimension, Fong Chen's primordial spirit had become even stronger. It was invincible in the Saint Plane, second only to the primordial spirits of primal chaos supremes. In just a few seconds, he caught a glimpse of that weak aura. Dong, 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 dong. The Indigo Prefecture Lord was very strong and easily suppressed his opponent. The latter had no power to resist and was about to be killed by the Indigo Prefecture Lord. Kill the foreign race without mercy. Everyone knew that the Indigo Prefecture Lord was very loyal to the sacred land. He would mercilessly slaughter any foreign race. Now that he had discovered a foreign race in Indigo Prefecture, how could he let it go? Boom! The Indigo Prefecture Lord gathered all his strength into his fist and punched down. It was about to hit that person. Die! The Indigo Prefecture Lord roared. His fist quickly landed. That person closed his eyes in pain, preparing to meet his death. I can't accept this. He roared hysterically. Boom! The Indigo Prefecture Lord's fist increased in strength and instantly punched down. Just when everyone thought that the battle was about to end, Fong Chen made his move. Whoosh! He flicked his finger in the dark, and a terrifying ray of light instantly shot out. It collided with the Indigo Prefecture Lord's fist and forced him back. That person was stunned and then frantically fled. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he had escaped from Indigo Prefecture. You can't escape. The Indigo Prefecture Lord was prepared to kill this person first, and then find the person who had ambushed him. However, when he chased out of the city, Fong Chen had already arrived and blocked his path. Who are you? The Indigo Prefecture Lord asked coldly. Boom! Fong Chen didn't say anything and directly attacked. The person who had already fled was puzzled when he saw someone blocking the Indigo Prefecture Lord for him. Why did he save me? Could he have seen through my identity? After pondering for a moment, he decided to go back and save Fong Chen. If they were really of the same race, he definitely wouldn't let Fong Chen fall into danger. Boom! This person turned back and fought side by side with Fong Chen against the Indigo Prefecture Lord. Brother, leave quickly. You go first. Leave this to me. Fong Chen forced the Indigo Prefecture Lord back with a punch and said in a deep voice, but that person wasn't willing to abandon Fong Chen. However, the next scene shocked him. Fong Chen activated the ultimate force. The ultimate force in his body punched out, causing the entire sky to collapse. Indigo Prefecture instantly turned into ruins. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Not good. The Indigo Prefecture Lord cursed inwardly and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. As the Indigo Prefecture behind him was reduced to rubble and countless miserable cries rang out from within the city, Fong Chen had already arrived above the Indigo Prefecture Lord. He circulated his ultimate force and smashed the ladder to the ground with a heavy punch. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out as the Indigo Prefecture Lord fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Whoosh! Fong Chen showed no mercy to the devouring devil race and directly killed them. Let's go. After doing all this, Fong Chen quickly left with that person. Not long after, the experts of the devouring devil race's sacred land rushed over using secret treasures. When they saw the smoke rising, the ruins of Indigo Prefecture, and the lifeless Indigo Prefecture Lord, they were stunned. How is this possible? A residence under the command of a dignified holy land had actually been reduced to ashes in an instant. Who had done it? In the entire origin world, no force could do it. After being stunned for a short while, everyone was furious. Investigate. Find the culprit at all costs. How dare he slaughter the people of my devouring devil race? He is courting death. At this moment, Fong Chen had already fled 1,000 miles away with that person. Huff! 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 That person panted as he sat on the ground. He looked up at Fong Chen and asked, Brother, may I ask where you are from? If you want to talk about primordial sword supremacy with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 4025. The murder of the Indigo Prefecture Lord had shaken the entire sacred land of the devouring demons. All the higher-ups had expressed that they would find the murder at all costs. If it were any other time, the sacred land would be angry, but they would not be as anxious as they were now. After all, the Indigo Prefecture Lord was not ranked very high among the many Prefecture Lords. Even if he was really dead, the loss would not be great. But it was different now. It was the time when they were in full war with the Underworld Army. The murder of the Indigo Prefecture Lord would definitely be a blow to the morale of the army. All the devouring demons in the Source world felt a chill run down their spine. Therefore, the death of the Indigo Prefecture Lord was just an opportunity for the devouring demons to re-establish their dignity. So, they'd given the order that the culprit had to be found and punished severely. They wanted the world to know that the devil-devouring clan was still the ruler of the origin world, and anyone who dared to go against the devil-devouring clan would only suffer a single fate: annihilation. However, at this moment, in a mountain range far away from the Indigo Prefecture, Fang Chen was listening to the warrior he had saved talk about his identity. "Brother, I didn't expect you to be from the chaotic realm." The man grinned and cupped his fists. "I am from the Mu clan of the chaotic realm. My name is Mu Xan." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was extremely surprised. When he was in the chaotic realm, he became the leader of the human race and knew all the clans and forces in the chaotic realm. The Mu clan was one of the top forces. However, due to certain reasons, it had fallen into decline. However, it was undeniable that the Mu clan had contributed greatly to the human race. Therefore, the Mu clan still had a place in the human race's sacred land. Mu Xan was once a genius of the Mu clan. He had reached the pinnacle of the Mu clan right from the start. He had appeared out of nowhere and swept through his peers. He was invincible. The human clan had placed their hopes on him. He was an expert who had a chance to step into the primal chaos realm. However, one day he mysteriously disappeared. Since then, the Mu clan had fallen into decline. At that time, everyone guessed that Mu Xan had died in the chaotic battlefield. However, who would have thought that after so many years, Fang Chen would meet Mu Xan in the source world and save his life? "You are Mu Xan." Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately clasped his fists. In his memory, Mu Xan was a person worthy of respect. He had led the Mu family and made great contributions to the human race. "You didn't die when you mysteriously vanished all those years ago, but instead came to the origin world," Fang Chen said. At the same time, he revealed his identity. When Mu Xan learned that the person in front of him was the new leader of the human race in the Chaos Realm, he hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply. He cupped his fists and said, "Mu Xan greets the Lord Leader. No need to be so courteous. I'm very happy to be able to meet my fellow countrymen in a foreign land. However, why are you with the Indigo Prefecture, Lord?" Fang Chen did not understand. After that, Mu Xan began to explain how she had come to the origin world from the chaos world and how she had endured for so many years. She explained everything in detail. Su Fang Chen. After hearing this, Fang Chen was also greatly shocked. It seemed that the origin world really wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. At the very least, there were many of their brethren from the Chaos Realm who were secretly waiting for an opportunity. It turned out, Mu Xan was found by the Great Sovereign when he was trying to break through to the Chaos Supremacy Realm. He then reincarnated and came to the origin world. After that, he endured and cultivated. Later, due to a special reason, Mu Xan lost contact with the Great Sovereign. The Great Sovereign thought that Mu Xan had died and the mission was naturally declared a failure. This led to the Great Sovereign's decision to let Fang Chen carry out the mission. All these years, Mu Xan had been hiding in the Indigo Prefecture, cultivating and looking for opportunities. There were many times when he saw the Indigo Prefecture Lord slaughtering his fellow countrymen in the Chaos Realm, but he endured the pain and did not act. He knew that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders and could not fail the mission because of a moment of hot-headedness. Recently, the Underworld Army and the Sacred Land Army are at war. I feel that the time is right. Take advantage of the chaos and kill some devouring demon clansmen. I think it will shake the morale of the Sacred Land Army, Mu Xan said. He did not expect that the Indigo Prefecture Lord had hidden his strength and was able to suppress him. If the leader of the human race had not come to his rescue in time, he would have died at the hands of the Indigo Prefecture Lord. "Thank you for saving me, Lord Leader," Mu Xan thanked him. Fang Chen waved his hand. "Although we are now in a period of war, we can't act blindly. Why are you in the Indigo Prefecture, Lord Leader?" Mu Xan asked. "I was going to the battlefield between the Underworld Army and the Sacred Land Army to use the cross-region teleportation formation of the Indigo Prefecture. But I ran into you, Fong Qin said. What do you plan to do next? Mu Xen pondered for a moment and said, since my identity has been exposed, I might as well kill more devouring demon clansmen. You are still a little weak. If you encounter a powerful prefecture lord, you will only die. How about this? Go to the Great Snow Mountain and find the first emissary. He will tell you what to do next, Fong Qin said. Huh. Mu Xen did not understand. Why did he want to find the first emissary of the Great Snow Mountain? Could it be? The Great Snow Mountain is not a force of the Chaos Realm, but there are people of the Chaos Realm behind the Great Snow Mountain. You will know when you see the first emissary, Fong Qin said. When you see him, mention my name. But, Lord Leader, it is not safe for you to go to the battlefield alone, Mu Xen said worriedly. Fong Qin shook his head and smiled. Don't worry. With my current realm, unless a primal chaos supreme expert acts, no one can do anything to me. Mu Xen wanted to say something, but when he thought of how the Lord Leader killed the Indigo Prefecture Lord with a wave of his hand, he was shocked. In the end, he bid farewell to Fong Qin and headed to the Great Snow Mountain in the extreme north. He definitely could not go to the Indigo Prefecture. The experts of the devouring demon's sacred land would definitely be guarding it. Fong Qin thought for a moment, then went around the mountain range and went to another mansion. He successfully took the teleportation formation. The cross-region teleportation formation arrived at the mansion next to the Ghost Prefecture territory. Here, Fong Qin heard a lot about the battle between the two armies. In the distant void, he saw endless black fog shrouding the Ghost Prefecture territory. From time to time, he could hear miserable cries coming from within. The battle is too intense. I heard that the Underworld Army has already taken over several mansions. The Sacred Land Army is fighting fiercely with them. Humph! A mere Underworld Army dares to challenge the Devouring Demon Clan? They are simply courting death. The Sacred Lord has recovered. If the Underworld Army continues to be stubborn, the Sacred Lord will take action to suppress them. What? The Sacred Lord has come out of seclusion? On the streets, everyone was discussing. The Sacred Lord was the strongest person in the Devouring Demon Clan's sacred land. He was second only to the Devouring Demon Clan's patriarch. He had 8 generals and 4 war gods under his command. If he came out of seclusion, the Underworld Army might really be wiped out. I wonder what trump cards the Underworld Army has. Fong Qin thought to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 4026. Fenyu Manor. It was one of the many mansions under the Sacred Land. It was not too close to the Ghost Manor, but there were still a few mansions in between. Therefore, it was able to survive the attack of the Underworld Army. Now, many people had gathered at Fenyu Manor to watch the battle between the two armies. Fong Qin heard a lot about the Underworld Army here. He even saw a large number of devouring demons from the Sacred Land marching towards the Ghost Manor every day. Have you heard? The Sacred Land Army's attack has been blocked. My cousin's 3rd brother's 2nd brother-in-law is a guard in the Sacred Land. He told me that since yesterday, the Sacred Land has been dead silent. All the higher-ups' faces are not looking good, and they have sent a large number of troops to the Ghost Manor. I heard about it too. It is said that there is a monstrous cultivator in the Underworld Army. His cultivation method is completely different from ours. He is the one who blocked the Sacred Land Army outside the Ghost Manor's territory by himself. In Fenyu Manor, countless people were discussing. From time to time, there would be cultivators from the Sacred Land passing by. They immediately shut their mouths and did not dare to talk. What a joke! Even the members of the Devouring Demon Clan were divided into different ranks. The Devouring Demon Clan of the Holy Land had always boasted of being the most orthodox clan with the purest bloodline. As for the Devouring Demon Clan of the other mansions, They were all branches and had no right to speak. Whoosh! Just as Fong Chen was asking for information, there was suddenly a shout from the city gate. Then, a large group of people entered the city. When they saw the person in the lead, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my God, even that person is here?" The number one genius of the sacred land, known as the genius with the strongest potential in the devouring demons in hundreds of millions of years. Why is he here? After the shock, many people were full of doubts. Logically speaking, the younger generation should not be able to intervene in a battle of this level. Moreover, the sacred land had always protected the number one genius and was not willing to let him take the risk. After all, he represented the future of the devouring demons. But now, the number one genius of the sacred land had come. Was he personally leading the team to destroy the underworld army? Get out of the way. The guards on both sides angrily shouted at the passers-by, making them make way. The number one genius of the sacred land rode on a warhorse with a gloomy face. Although he was arrogant and domineering, no one dared to say anything. How arrogant! On the quiet street, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's head exploded with a bang. They all turned their heads to look for the source of the voice. "Who is it?" someone cried out. Soon, everyone realized that the person who had spoken was Fong Chen, and they looked at him in fear as they made way for him. "How dare you!" One of the guards' eyes flashed with killing intent. He jumped off his horse and punched out at Fong Chen. Anyone who dared to provoke the number one genius would be killed without mercy. At this moment, the number one prodigy's expression remained calm. He did not even look Fong Chen in the eye. In the entire Origin realm, there were very few people who could make him look at them in the eye. Crack! When the guard's fist collided with Fong Chen's, a deafening sound erupted. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, Fong Chen didn't move at all, but the guard flew out and fell at the foot of the horse. What? Everyone gasped and stared at Fong Chen. They thought to themselves that he was dead for daring to provoke the number one prodigy. How dare you not make way for the number one prodigy? How dare you injure the guard? Finally, someone couldn't help but rebuke angrily. Fong Chen raised his head and looked ahead. He said calmly, "Is his name engraved on this street?" "Of course not," that person said coldly, "but the number one prodigy is the chief disciple of the sacred ground and the future hope of the demon-devouring clan. He has a high position and authority. Who doesn't give way to him wherever he goes?" Fong Chen continued, "Since his name isn't engraved, why can't we walk? Just because you want to leave, you want to chase everyone away? Is this the so-called number one prodigy of the sacred ground? I think he's just an arrogant and domineering playboy." He didn't give the number one prodigy any face and said coldly. The onlookers who didn't know what was going on were completely stunned. Who was this person? How dare he offend the people of the sacred ground? Was he tired of living? "You're courting death." The person who spoke stomped his foot, causing his warhorse to tremble. His silhouette flashed as he rushed over with lightning speed, wanting to kill Fong Chen in a single strike. However, everyone had underestimated Fong Chen's strength. Fong Chen casually punched out, causing the body of that person to stiffen and fall onto the ground, losing all signs of life. This, everyone was dumbfounded. He had killed the number one prodigy of the sacred ground in front of him. This was a slap in the face. He had slapped the number one prodigy's face. He had slapped the sacred ground's face. Everyone's eyes fell on the number one prodigy. Sure enough, the latter was slightly angry as they had expected. "You're strong, but that's not a reason for you to provoke me." When these words were spoken, everyone sighed. This guy was dead for sure. The number one prodigy of the sacred ground had said that no one in the world could save him. And then Fong Chen retorted, "Anyway, the purpose of this trip was to take advantage of the chaos to kill the devouring demons. Since he had bumped into the number one prodigy of the sacred ground, he would kill him first. That was the number one prodigy. If he killed him, the sacred ground would feel the pinch. Kill yourself. Don't force me to do it. The number one prodigy said coldly as if he was talking to an ant. His high and mighty attitude made everyone hold their breaths. Everyone came to a sudden realization and thought of something. Once, someone had angered the number one prodigy. The number one prodigy asked him to kill himself, but he refused. After that, the number one prodigy took action. The consequences were severe. Not only did he destroy the person's carriage, but he also killed the person's entire family. There's no such word in my dictionary. Fong Qin said with a playful smile. Could it be that the number one prodigy of the sacred ground earned his title by talking big? Fong Chen's words were humiliating as he looked at the number one prodigy of the sacred ground. Boom! Before the number one prodigy could get angry, the large group behind him went berserk. An extremely terrifying force spread out and swept across the entire Wind Rain Manor. The onlookers all retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the upcoming battle. It seems like you still don't understand how terrifying my title of number one prodigy of the sacred ground is. The number one prodigy squinted his eyes. After not making a move for so many years, had the world forgotten his fear back then? If that was the case, then today he would use this person's blood to remind the world that the sacred ground was not to be humiliated. He was still an invincible existence. It's just an undeserved reputation. It's not that scary. Primordial Swordlord. Chapter 4027. The number one sky pride of the Holy Land was undeserved? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Was this guy courting death? How dare he speak so rudely to the number one sky pride? The top powers from the devouring demon tribe were furious. They could not hold themselves back and wanted to take action. However, they were stopped by the number one sky pride. Leave it to me. He wanted to take action personally and kill the troublemaker. He wanted to let the world know that the sky prides of the Holy Land were not to be humiliated. Boom! The number one sky pride let out a low growl as he formed hand seals with both hands. The terrifying aura of the devouring demon race surrounded his body and formed a thick layer of armor. On the surface of the armor, there were complicated runes that were glowing. When the crowd saw this, they exclaimed in shock. Is that the Holy Land's demonic dragon skill? Oh my God, the number one sky pride is too strong. He has cultivated the demonic dragon skill. I heard that the demonic dragon skill is very complicated. Even those old monsters at the peak of the Saint Realm might not be able to comprehend it. I did not expect the number one sky pride to have cultivated it at such a young age. Roar! Vast power exuded from the number one sky pride's body. One could vaguely hear the loud roar of a dragon echoing in everyone's ears. Many of the weaker martial artists felt that their eardrums were about to shatter. They quickly retreated, their faces pale. Roar! The number one sky pride glared at Fong Qin. Within his pitch-black pupils, there was a black dragon swimming around, letting out a series of roars. At the same time, he let out a deep roar as the black aura around his body gathered above his head, forming into an ancient black dragon. The moment the ancient black dragon formed, the sky lost its color. The entire Wind Rain Mansion was covered by dark clouds. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. You should be proud to die under my demonic dragon skill, the number one sky pride said indifferently. In his opinion, once he used the demonic dragon skill, he would definitely kill Lin Fan. Is that so? Fong Qin curled his lips and smiled. The energy in his body vibrated as he activated his strongest sword body. Sword chi surrounded his body and formed the strongest defense. He clenched his fists and entered battle mode. However, at this moment, the ancient black dragon roared and rushed over with unparalleled power that made people's hearts palpitate. Everyone believed that Fong Qin would definitely die under the powerful attack of the primordial black dragon. However, The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Boom! When the primordial black dragon was infinitely close to Fong Qin, the latter gathered his strength and threw a punch. With a loud crack, everyone was dumbfounded. The primordial black dragon was sent flying. Roar! The primordial black dragon's body twisted in the void. After stabilizing its body, it glared at Fong Qin with its huge head. It was extremely angry. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour Fong Qin. At this moment, the aura of the devouring demon tribe on the primordial black dragon's body soared to the extreme. However, what happened next made everyone's chest rise. Dumbfounded. Boom! Boom! Fong Qin did not take the initiative to attack. However, as long as the primordial black dragon approached him, he would be sent flying with a punch. At first, everyone thought that it was just a fluke. However, as time passed, everyone was stunned. There was actually someone in this world who could challenge the #1 sky pride of a Saint Ground. A pair of iron fists forced the primordial black dragon to retreat and neutralize the top cultivation technique of the Holy Land, the Devil Dragon art. It was unbelievable. Even the #1 sky pride of a Saint Ground gradually disappeared from his face. It was replaced with indifference and solemnity. He frowned and stared at Fong Qin, wanting to see through him. However, he was disappointed. The latter's body was like a bottomless abyss. As long as his primordial spirit approached, it would be devoured. He could not see through him at all. Crack! After forcing the primordial black dragon to retreat, Fong Qin used his ultimate strength for the last punch. With a loud boom, the primordial black dragon's head exploded and its body collapsed. The monstrous aura of the devouring demon tribe returned to the #1 sky pride. Who exactly are you? The onlookers were extremely excited. They thought that it would be a one-sided battle. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking guy in front of them would be able to fight against the #1 sky pride of a Saint Ground? There would definitely be an earth-shattering battle next. Now you know how to ask. Fong Qin said coldly, "Previously you treated me as an ant and did not even bother to look at me. However, I have to disappoint you. The ant in your eyes has broken the demonic dragon technique that you are so proud of." As he spoke, Fong Qin shrugged, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction with the #1 sky pride of a Saint Ground. The so-called demonic dragon technique was just SOO. The #1 sky pride of a Saint Ground was just an undeserved reputation. Boom! The #1 sky pride of a Saint Ground took a step forward and came in front of Fong Qin. Do you know what your actions mean? Going against a Saint Ground was equivalent to going against the entire devouring demon tribe. What? Only the Saint Ground is allowed to bully others, but others are not allowed to retaliate? Fong Qin retorted. Good, very good. The #1 sky pride laughed in anger. I would like to see how capable you are. As soon as he finished speaking, the #1 prodigy leaped into the air. His body actually transformed into a giant dragon that soared in the air. Seeing this, Fong Qin also leaped into the air and engaged in battle with him. Rumble! The deafening sound of the battle resounded through the sky. Everyone in the Wind and Rain Manor looked up. The battle was too intense, and a terrifying force swept through the entire Wind and Rain Manor, blocking everyone's vision. They could only hear the terrifying movements in the sky. Overestimating himself. How dare he challenge the #1 sky pride? The #1 sky pride is invincible. He is courting death. The experts under the #1 sky pride sneered. As for the surrounding crowd, they were guessing who the final victor of this battle would be. Who would it be? After a long time, the black mist in the sky gradually dissipated, and the sounds of the battle disappeared. Everyone looked up and looked for the 2 sky prides. The battle was over. Boom! Suddenly a figure fell from the sky. Without any resistance, he smashed into the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. That is, after the dust settled, everyone stared with their eyes wide open and were stunned. The person who had fallen on the ground was the number one Sky Pride, and he had already lost his vitality. No. Only then did the number one Sky Pride's subordinates react. They walked to his side and shouted angrily, "Swoosh!" At this time, Fong Chen's figure also fell from the sky, but he did not look embarrassed at all. It was as if he had not participated in the previous battle. How could this be? Everyone felt dizzy. What was going on? Why did the number one Sky Pride die in such a strange way? Could it be that this guy's strength was above the Saint realm? Otherwise, how could he kill the number one Sky Pride? Countless eyes were focused on Fong Chen, and they could not help but step back. Their hearts were filled with fear. The number one Sky Pride's subordinates wanted to heal him, but after a series of actions, they found that he was completely dead. "You killed the number one Sky Pride?" They glared angrily at Fong Chen. Something big had happened. The heavens had been trampled. If you want to talk about Primordial Swordmaster with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 4028. The people of the Wind and Rain Mansion were completely dumbfounded. The top prodigy of the Sacred Land had come with an unparalleled battle intent, but he had died in the hands of a strange man before even stepping into the Ghost Mansion battlefield. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Who was this person? How could he kill the top prodigy of the Sacred Land so easily? The people of the Sacred Land under the top prodigy were furious and instantly surrounded Fong Chen. "You're courting death." In the next moment, the devouring demon clan attacked together, wanting to kill Fong Chen. However, they had overestimated their strength. Even the top prodigy of the Sacred Land was no match for him, let alone his subordinates. In the end, the people brought by the top prodigy were all wiped out. The entire Wind and Rain Mansion was filled with murderous intent, and no one dared to stand up for the top prodigy. Who is he? In the entire source world, there is no one in the younger generation who can match the top prodigy of the Sacred Land. Even if there is, they don't have the guts to kill the top prodigy of the Sacred Land in public. Everyone knew that if this matter was spread back to the Sacred Land, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, the higher-ups of the Sacred Land would issue the strongest arrest warrant, and Fong Chen would never have a day of peace. However, Fong Chen did not care at all. After he killed the devouring demon clan under the top prodigy, he left, leaving everyone dumbfounded. This matter instantly blew up in the Wind and Rain Mansion, and then it spread at a very fast speed. After hearing this, the first reaction of the people in the various manors was to be dumbfounded, and then they were curious about who the murderer was. 3 days later, someone heard an angry roar from the devouring demon clan's Sacred Land that lasted for an hour. The experts of the Sacred Land were furious. Some said that the Sacred Land was unprecedentedly furious, and they swore to find the murderer and bring him to justice. Some said that the generals under the Sacred Lord had personally come to find the murderer. Some said that the Sacred Lord had taken action. In short, there were all kinds of different opinions. However, as the main character, Fong Chen was currently hiding in a mountain range 100 kilometers away from the Wind and Rain Mansion. He was lying on the branch of a towering tree, basking in the sun comfortably. I guess the top powers of the devouring demon tribe have already heard the news? Fong Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. He had purposely killed the number one genius of the Holy Ground in order to infuriate the Holy Ground. Then, the Holy Ground would continuously send experts to hunt him down. At that time, he would be able to continuously slaughter the experts of the Holy Ground and weaken the strength of the devouring demon tribe. "I didn't think that the Underworld Army would become our helpers," Fong Chen said with a smile. Life Forbidden Zone. Not long ago, the White Ape clan had received orders from the primitive tribes to prepare for battle. At this time, the old White Ape was leading the 3 little White Apes, ready to go. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the old White Ape's mind. Then his body trembled, and a hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone, this battle will determine whether the White Ape tribe will rise or be annihilated. As a member of our tribe, even if we die in battle, we will not bow our heads. We're about to set off. Is there anyone else who wants to back out?" It was not too late to withdraw now, but from now on he would be expelled from the White Ape clan. However, none of the White Apes backed out. "We pledge our lives to follow the clan leader. All right, let's go to the Ghost Mansion territory." The old White Ape's voice resounded throughout the canyon. The mighty White Ape clan had all set off. Their target was the Ghost Mansion territory. They wanted to take this opportunity to join forces with the Underworld Army to destroy the Holy Ground Army. After the White Ape clan set off, in the depths of the life-forbidden zone, Princess Huang stood behind her master and asked, "Master, I've been feeling uneasy recently. Did something happen outside?" The old man smiled and looked at his good disciple, saying, "You're not concerned about what's happening outside. You just want to know about Fong Chen's situation." Princess Huang's white cheeks blushed a little when her master saw through her. She was a little shy and lowered her head, asking in a delicate voice, "Master, how is Fong Chen now? Since we separated, he has been hiding for a long time. He should have gone to the Great Snow Mountain during this period. Not long ago, we received news that a mysterious man had killed the number one Heaven's Pride of the Holy Ground in front of everyone in the Wind and Rain Palace, not far from the Ghost Mansion territory. I guess that person should be him." As soon as these words came out, Princess Huang looked worried. He killed the number one Heaven's Pride of the Holy Ground. Won't he be targeted by the experts of the Holy Ground? The old man shook his head. He's not the same as before. With his current strength, I'm afraid that even I am no match for him. Unless the Holy Lord or his subordinates take action, only then will they pose a threat to Fong Chen. Otherwise, the others will just be sending themselves to their deaths. Moreover, according to the old man's analysis, the reason why Fong Chen had killed the number one Heaven's Pride of the Holy Ground in such a high-profile manner should be to slaughter more members of the devouring demon clan. But Princess Huang was still a little worried, but there was no other way. She was too weak and couldn't help Fong Chen at all. "Master, what is the attitude of my clan?" The old man pondered for a moment and then said, "This time the Underworld Army has attacked. The final battle has arrived. My clan has already sent the White Ape clan as the vanguard to scout out the enemy's situation. Will my clan take action as well?" Princess Huang asked. "My clan won't take action easily. After all, we still have to guard against the devouring demon clan's leader. He is the real threat." When the old man mentioned the devouring demon clan's leader, his eyes were filled with fear. The devouring demon clan's leader was a genuine primal chaos supreme expert. Moreover, with his own strength, he had forcefully intercepted 2/3 of the primal chaos world's fate. If it wasn't for the sudden change at the last moment, the primal chaos world would have already ceased to exist. The goal of the primitive races was to occupy the source world, and this was the best opportunity. Of course, they wouldn't take action easily. It would be best if both the Underworld Army and the Holy Ground Army suffered heavy losses, and let the people of the primal chaos world join in as well. In the final battle, the primitive races would be the ones who would reap the benefits. Don't think too much. Hurry up and comprehend the strongest secret technique of my clan. The old man raised his hand and knocked on Princess Huang's forehead. He said dotingly, "When the final battle arrives, my clan will definitely be involved. At that time, I'm afraid even I won't be able to protect you. You can only protect yourself. Therefore, during this period, you must increase your strength as quickly as possible. If you can comprehend the strongest secret technique of my clan, you will have the strength to protect yourself in the final battle. Master, I won't let you down." Princess Huang gritted her teeth and said, "It wasn't for anything else but for the person she missed in her heart." She had to comprehend the strongest secret technique of the primitive races. You have always been the one taking care of me. Just wait. It won't be long before I can help you. Immemorial Swordlord. Chapter 4029. The origin world was personally created by the devouring demon clan leader. It was originally inferior to the Chaos Realm, but after absorbing 2/3 of the Chaos Realm's providence, it was superior to the Chaos Realm. In the beginning, the devouring demon clan was the absolute ruler of the origin world. However, as time passed and the devouring demon clan had not appeared for a long time, many forces were eager to make a move. With the secret efforts of many of their compatriots in the Chaos Realm, the major forces had been waiting patiently. Now the Underworld Army was the first to attack and start a war with the Holy Land Army. Soon after, countless forces joined the battle. Even the Great Snow Mountain could not stay out of it. The primitive tribes were also watching, waiting to reap the benefits. The entire origin world was in chaos, but the Holy Lord was still very confident that as long as all the experts of the Holy Land were mobilized, they would definitely be able to quell the war. They believed that the source of all this was the Underworld Army. If they killed all of them, the war would naturally end. Therefore, from time to time, a large number of troops would be sent to the Ghost Manor territory. However, the Underworld Army was not to be trifled with. They had waited for so long and dared to fight head-on. During this period of time, the Ghost Manor territory was in constant chaos. The experts of the Holy Land had suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the Underworld Army's method was to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of their own. They had no choice. If they wanted to defeat the devouring demon clan in their territory, they had to use such an extremely cruel method. During this period of time, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to enter the battlefield in the Ghost Manor territory. Instead, he roamed the wilderness outside the Storm Manor and intercepted the experts sent by the Holy Land. With his current strength, unless the Holy Lord personally intervened, no one could defeat him. As long as he intercepted the devouring demon clan's troops, they would almost certainly die. In just 3 months, 8 of the 9 troops sent by the Holy Land had been completely annihilated. There was not even any news back. For a time, the entire Holy Land was shaken. Today, all the experts, including the Holy Lord, gathered together to discuss this matter. Holy Lord, we've sent out 9 teams in the past 3 months. 8 of them were completely annihilated, and we didn't get any news back. Only 1 team was lucky enough to enter the Stormy Manor, then entered the Ghost Manor's territory and joined the war. But in the end, they also died at the hands of the Underworld Army, said a general. Strictly speaking, for the past 3 months, the Sacred Land had given almost zero support to the Sacred Land legions in the Ghost Manor territory. Who is it that is secretly intercepting and slaughtering our Holy Land's troops? Another general asked coldly, could it be a primitive tribe? When the words primitive tribes were mentioned, everyone's expression changed drastically. Clearly, they were a little worried that the primitive tribes would join the war. Everyone turned to look at the Holy Master. He had a head full of white hair, but he was in high spirits. He exuded a cold aura, as if he was an ancient top power who had followed the devouring demon tribe. After so many years, he had already touched the threshold of supremacy. He was only a step away from stepping into the primal chaos supremacy realm. He vaguely remembered the supreme treasure that the devouring demon clan leader had left him. If the devouring demon clan was in danger, he could use that supreme treasure to raise his fighting power to the level of a chaotic supreme for a short period of time. That way, he could protect the devouring demon clan. The primitive races shouldn't be participating in the war. The Holy Master said in a low voice. Back then, the clan leader personally visited the primitive races and reached a secret agreement with them. For 30,000 chaos epochs, the primitive races can't do anything to the devouring demon clan. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. With this agreement, the primitive races shouldn't violate it. As for the subordinate races under their command, they wouldn't be much of a threat to the devouring demon clan. If that's the case, who is intercepting our troops? One of the generals asked. Do you think it could be the person who killed the number one prodigy? The first general suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, it was possible. First of all, the murderer of the number one prodigy had the strength to intercept the Sacred Land's troops. Second, he had killed the number one prodigy, which meant that he had become enemies with the Sacred Land. He was definitely an enemy. Holy Master, I implore you to join the battle. The Tianlin general stepped forward and cupped his fists. He was ranked third among the generals, and his strength had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. In the entire Origin world, there were less than 5 people who could defeat him. Very well, you will blend in with the troops. If you encounter him, kill him without mercy. The Holy Master had made his decision. With the chaos everywhere, it was time to show the world the strength of the Sacred Land. Day after day, the Tianlin general blended in with the troops and headed toward Stormwind Manor. When they were about to reach Stormwind Manor and pass through a mountain range, the Tianlin general's lazy eyes finally turned serious. If nothing went wrong, they should be able to encounter the murderer in this mountain range. Otherwise, once they passed through the mountain range and entered Stormwind Manor's territory, the murderer wouldn't be able to make a move. Everyone, keep your spirits up. We're about to reach Stormwind Manor. The captain in the lead said loudly. Everyone hurried forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed and disappeared. Then, more than 10 people fell into a pool of blood. The Tianlin general looked down and saw that the necks of these people had been cut by a sharp weapon. Sword Chi, could it be a sword cultivator? The Tianlin general looked around and didn't find any trace of Fong Qin. He still chose to hide. Puchi! With another flash of sword light, dozens of devouring demons tribe members died at Fong Chen's hands. Just like that, after 5 consecutive attacks, the Tianlin general finally locked onto Fong Chen's position. The Tianlin general let out a low roar and leaped to the top of a towering tree not far away. Boom! The Tianlin general slammed out his palm and the towering tree instantly exploded. A figure appeared out of thin air. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Chen held the long sword in his hand and kept waving it, blocking the power of the explosion. He floated in midair and looked into the distance. He could clearly feel that the Tianlin general was very strong. It really is you, the Tianlin general said when he saw Fong Qin. When the number one prodigy fell, someone sent a spiritual portrait back to the Holy Land. They remembered it in their minds. Now that they saw Fong Qin, they recognized him at a glance. You're the one who killed the number one prodigy? A Holy Land general disguised himself as an ordinary saint and hid in the battle team. What a joke. Fong Qin grinned. He naturally knew about the demon devourer's Holy Land very well. He knew the appearance of the Holy Lord and the various generals like the back of his hand. Since you know that I'm the Tianlin general, you should be able to guess your fate, right? The Tianlin general sneered. Fong Qin shrugged, his battle intent erupting. I wonder how strong the generals of the Holy Land are? If you want to talk about sword masters of antiquity with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 4030. The Skyforest General was one of the top warriors among the many warriors. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. The Holy Land was very confident in his abilities. After all, since the existence of the Origin world, there had never been a task that a warrior could not complete. However, at this moment, Fong Qin faced the Skyforest General without a trace of fear. Instead, his battle intent erupted. I wonder how strong the Holy Land's warrior is. Fong Chen whispered, a faint smile on his face. Since stepping into the 12th Order Saint Realm, his strength had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. He was only one step away from touching the threshold of the Supreme Realm. Facing ordinary saints, he could almost kill them in an instant. He wanted to know how strong the Holy Land's warrior was. From this, he could infer the Holy Lord's strength. After all, in the absence of the devouring demon patriarch, the Holy Lord was the strongest battle force in the origin world. Fang Chen wanted to test the extent of his combat strength and whether he could fight against the Holy Lord. "You're courting death." No one had ever dared to shout at a warrior like this. The Sky Forest General was furious. A battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. With a low roar, he chopped down with the battle axe in his hand. In an instant, the entire void distorted as if the world was about to collapse. With a crack, the battle axe bombarded Fang Chen's body, and his body directly collapsed. Seeing this, the Sky Forest General's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. What he had just chopped down was Fang Chen's phantom. Die. He continued to hold the battle axe in his hand and continuously swung it. Every strike seemed to be able to shake heaven and earth. However, he could not catch Fang Chen's trace. After swinging dozens of times, he could not even touch Fang Chen's clothes. The Sky Forest General was thoroughly enraged. Damn it! He looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. His entire body burned with a huge flame. In an instant, the flame enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, he extracted the essence of the flame and then injected it into the battle axe. The battle axe immediately turned red, as if it had been burned by the flame. Rip! With a low shout, he unleashed the heaven-splitting 3 axes. When the battle axe sliced through the sky, the entire mountain range was directly split into 2. Wherever the terrifying aura passed, the void collapsed. The combat strength of the 2 was simply too strong. The destructive power was shocking. The commotion caused by the battle here was so great that it quickly spread to the Stormwind Manor. Countless people looked up and were shocked. What level of battle was this? It was too terrifying. Flames soar into the sky and a battle axe cleaves the world. It seems to be the heavenly forest warrior of the Holy Land. All of a sudden, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Then everyone was stunned. One of the many battle generals of the Holy Land, the Heavenly Forest Battle General, had actually personally taken action. Who exactly was he trying to kill? Could it be the culprit who had slain the #1 genius of the Sanctum not too long ago? What powerful battle ripples! Everyone couldn't help but sigh. However, there were also some powerful people who quickly left the Windrain Mansion and approached the center of the battlefield. They wanted to see the situation clearly. Boom! A terrifying ripple spread out, and those who were too close to it died instantly. They didn't even have time to scream. 9th Order Saint Realm and even Peak Saint Realm experts were killed. This scene deeply shocked many of the cultivators in the Windrain Mansion. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their eyes were filled with horror. The Heavenly Forest Battle General has taken action. That person is probably doomed. Yeah, the Heavenly Forest Battle General is a true expert who stands at the peak of the Saint Realm. His ultimate technique, the heaven-splitting 3 axes, is said to be able to split the heavens and earth. No one can stop him. It's a pity that we're too weak and can't watch the battle at close range. Otherwise, we might be able to comprehend the heaven-splitting 3 axes. A commotion broke out in the sky above the Wind and Rain Manor. Everyone carefully looked into the distance. Even though they were too far away to see anything clearly, they could still vaguely see the silhouettes of battle axes streaking across the sky. That should be the Sky Forest War General's sky-splitting 3 axes, right? At this time, the mountain range was destroyed by the 2's powerful battle strength. Above the ruins, the Heavenly Forest Battle General displayed the first of the heaven-splitting 3 axes. First axe, world-destroying axe. The Heavenly Forest Battle General roared. After the battle axe in his hand absorbed the essence of the flames, it directly expanded, turning into a 10,000-foot long axe shadow. Then, under the Heavenly Forest Battle General's control, it slashed down. It looked like a simple attack without any fancy techniques, but in reality its power surpassed any opponent Fang Chen had faced in the past. The heavens splitting 3 axes? Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he chuckled. Finally, he could fight without holding back. He took out his long sword and displayed the ultimate sword technique. After stepping into the 12th Order Saint realm and condensing several hundred strands of ultimate force in his body, the power of his ultimate sword technique had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, he displayed it again. A 10,000-foot-long sword light descended from the sky and collided with the axe shadow. Kacha! When the two collided, the 10,000-foot-long sword light was obviously stronger, and it directly shattered the axe shadow. Dang, dang, dang! The terrifying, rebounding force sent the Heavenly Forest Battle General flying. The latter's hand trembled, and blood flowed out from the web between his thumb and forefinger. A small crack appeared on the battle axe. The power in his body was tumbling as he stared at Fang Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique was that just now? He could not imagine that there was actually someone who could block the first strike of his heaven-splitting 3 axes. Moreover, such exquisite and peerless swordsmanship was rarely seen in the world. Even the swordsmanship of another general, who also cultivated in swordsmanship, was far inferior to this person's swordsmanship. Who are you? The Heavenly Forest Battle General asked coldly. The person who could withstand his first axe was qualified to receive his respect. Therefore, he began to ask for the other party's name. At the very least, he should know who the person he killed was. Such a powerful person was definitely not a nameless person. He might even be an ancient powerhouse who had revived. The person who killed you, Fang Chen said. After the blow, just now, he could already confirm that if the Heavenly Forest Battle General's combat strength was roughly at the level of the 11th level of the Saint Realm, and he was a genuine 12th level, his combat strength was not on the same level at all. However, the Heavenly Forest Battle General could barely reach the 12th level by relying on the heavens splitting 3 axes, but only barely. Fang Chen could easily deal with him. Humph, you boast shamelessly. I admit that you are very strong, the strongest person I have seen in so many years. But do you think that my strength is only so little? The Heavenly Forest Battle General frowned and said coldly, the heavens splitting 3 axes, each move stronger than the last. His real trump card was yet to come. As he spoke, the battle axe in his hand roared. The Heavenly Forest Battle General was accumulating power, preparing to use the second of the heaven-splitting 3 axes. He believed that even if this move could not defeat the other party, it could still injure him. At that time, he would use the 3rd axe to reap the harvest. The Primordial Sword Venerable wanted to talk about Primordial Sword Venerable with more like-minded people. He followed excellent reading literature. On WeChat Chat About Life, find Confidence. Chapter 4031. The first of the heaven-splitting 3 axes. The moment the battle axe was brandished, the heavens and earth changed color. The Skyforest General's aura soared to the extreme, and there was a kind of power in his body. Boom! The Tianlin General bellowed. His battle axe carried with it an unparalleled power. It tore through the void and viciously chopped towards Fang Chen. However, to his surprise, Fang Chen only used his physical defense to block his first attack. How is this possible? The Skyforest General exclaimed. However, he was a sacred land general after all. Over the countless years, he had encountered countless pinnacle powerhouses. He was only surprised for a moment before he continued to use the second move. The second of the heaven-splitting 3 axes. This move targeted the primordial spirit of a martial artist. Even a primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm would find it difficult to resist the power of this move. The Skyforest General had used this move to kill dozens of pinnacle saint powerhouses. Moreover, it had been a long time since anyone had forced him to use this move. The last time he was forced to use the second move was when he was fighting against a powerhouse of a foreign race who had touched the threshold of supremacy. World annihilation. The Skyforest General roared, and the power around him surged. He instantly chopped out the second time, and a destructive power erupted. The mountain range was instantly annihilated. Boom! 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 The battle axe and the long sword collided, and the sword light and the axe shadow collided. With the two of them as the center, a terrifying storm swept through the heavens and earth. A deafening sound reverberated through the universe. Crack! A crack appeared on the battle axe, and the long sword was surrounded by a thick ultimate power. In the face of ultimate power, the Skyforest general's heaven-splitting 3 axes was useless. What kind of power is this? Dong! The moment the crack on the axe grew larger, the Skyforest general knew that his second attack was useless against the person in front of him. Now it seemed that he was quite capable to be able to kill the #1 prodigy of a sacred land. With his combat strength, there were very few in the entire Origin realm who could defeat him. Even the other generals might not be his match. This kind of power actually makes me feel fear. Could it be the legendary ultimate power? The Skyforest general was shocked. The legendary ultimate power was the source of all power. It had the power to move mountains and drain seas, and it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. He did not expect to encounter it. You are someone from the Chaos Realm. The Skyforest general seemed to realize something. It was said that when the people of the Chaos Realm cultivated to the extreme, they would be able to nurture the ultimate power. Ultimate sword technique. Fang Qin roared as he became one with his sword. The ultimate energy in his body was fully activated, and a boundless energy soared into the sky. The Skyforest general was incomparably shocked. He hurriedly used the ultimate killing move of the heavens, splitting 3 axes. The third axe. Let's fight. Actually, I do. Using the third chop, even he would have to pay a heavy price. If he couldn't kill his opponent, he would lose his combat ability for a short period of time, and his life would be in danger. However, in the face of this overwhelming ultimate power, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and unleash the third move. Boom! Boom! The moment the third move was unleashed, it was as if the entire world was filled with axe shadows. However, a resplendent sword light cut a bloody path out of it. Whoosh! A heart-palpitating power emanated from the sword light. At this moment, the ultimate power exploded with unimaginable power. Furthermore, the power of the devouring demon clan was completely suppressed by the ultimate power. Fang Qin was also somewhat stunned. In the past, when he faced the devouring demon clan, the ultimate power had not displayed such suppressive power. However, against the Skyforest general, the effect was so obvious. What was going on? Could it be the devouring demon clan's power in the Skyforest general's body was the most orthodox? The people he had encountered in the past were not pure and had some impurities mixed in. Hence, the ultimate power was not so obvious. Kacha! The Skyforest general's devouring demon bloodline was activated to the extreme, and his entire body was completely demonized. However, Fang Qin was already prepared and activated his perfect bloodline. How is this possible? The perfect bloodline was the only nemesis of the devouring demon bloodline. When Fang Qin fully activated it, it directly crushed the Skyforest general in an unstoppable manner. Kacha! The blood in the Skyforest general's body instantly dried up. His axe was entangled by the ultimate power and could not move. No! At this moment, the Skyforest general finally felt a trace of despair. Ever since he had become a general, he had followed the sacred lord to war and had killed countless foreign races at the peak of the Saint Realm. He had also been fortunate enough to witness a great battle between supremes. He would never have dreamed that he would fall into the hands of this guy in front of him. Chaos Realm, the Skyforest general wanted to send the news back, but he was suppressed by the ultimate power and the perfect bloodline. He could not move at all, and he could not even send a message with his primordial spirit. Run! The Skyforest general burned his blood essence and destroyed the battle axe, causing it to explode. A terrifying shockwave instantly spread out and enveloped Fong Qin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he desperately fled. However, it was useless. Since he had exposed his perfect bloodline and ultimate power, how could he let the Skyforest General escape? Whoosh! Fong Qin blocked the Skyforest General's path with a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The latter had forcibly used the third move, and his combat strength had sharply decreased. He was no match for Fong Qin. Kacha! The sharp, long sword pierced the Skyforest General's chest. The latter's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth several times. However, his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could not speak. Boom! The long sword flipped and completely crushed the Skyforest General's heart. Then, the power of the Soul Dao attacked the primordial spirit and crushed it. Dong! The Skyforest General's corpse slowly fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. At this point, for the first time in hundreds of millions of years, a sacred land general had died. Fong Qin put away his long sword and looked at the corpse on the ground. His heart was filled with thoughts. In terms of overall strength, he could definitely crush the Skyforest General. However, the latter was from the Demon Devourer race and could use the power of heaven and earth to unleash a higher level of strength. This was a tricky problem. If he wanted to kill the general, he had to expose his ultimate power and perfect bloodline. This was not a small problem for him. Moreover, after the death of a general, the other generals of the sacred land would definitely be cautious. It would probably be difficult to encounter a lone general in the future. Moreover, based on the Skyforest General, Fong Qin roughly deduced that the strength of the sacred land's sacred lord had definitely reached the 13th level, or even the peak of the 13th level. Huff! Fong Qin took a deep breath and burned the corpse. Then he quietly left. No matter what the horn of war had sounded, this was an excellent opportunity that he would not let go of. As long as the Demon Devourer race's patriarch did not appear, the Sacred Lord alone would not be able to do anything to him. He could use guerrilla warfare to defeat the Demon Devourer race one by one and continuously weaken their strength. Then, with the help of the Underworld army, he would completely crush the Sacred Land. If you want to chat with more like-minded people about primordial sword supremacy, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 4032. Holy Land of the Devouring Demon Clan. The sacred leader was in the middle of a discussion with the other generals on how to destroy the Underworld army. Suddenly a servant rushed in. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? One of the generals seemed displeased as he scolded harshly. Don't you know that this is a high-level meeting? Another general said angrily. The warrior who had rushed in to report the news knelt on the ground with a thud, his body trembling. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the crowd. Everyone present was a peak powerhouse in the Origin world. They could kill him with a single thought. All right, what's the matter? The Sacred Master asked. Normally, no one was allowed to enter such a high-level meeting. However, this person had risked his life to barge in. It should be something important. Is it related to the Underworld army? A general asked. This person's body trembled violently as he said in a hoarse voice, "The Skyforest General, he has fallen." The moment this was said, the entire meeting hall fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. After a long while, the Sacred Master broke the silence and asked in a low voice, "What did you say? The Skyforest General has fallen?" The person who had reported the news took out the shattered life slip of the Skyforest General. When everyone saw it, they were instantly stunned. How is this possible? Some people even jumped up from their chairs. What kind of joke was this? The Skyforest General was ranked in the top 3 among all the generals. His strength was so strong that even the Sacred Master might not be able to kill him if he attacked with all his strength. One had to know that for powerhouses at this level, killing and defeating were 2 completely different concepts. Defeating someone was simple. As long as one's combat strength was stronger than his and completely suppressed him, it was enough. However, to kill him, one's combat strength had to be at least 3 times higher than the Skyforest generals, or even more. What happened? There was no meaning in saying this now. The Skyforest general's life slip had shattered, which meant that he had completely fallen. His body and soul had been destroyed. This was a huge blow to the Sacred Master. Even if they had suffered heavy casualties when dealing with the Underworld army, it would not have much of an impact on the Sacred Master. However, the death of a general would hurt the foundation of the Sacred Master. How could the Sacred Master not be angry? This matter had to be investigated thoroughly. No matter who it was, daring to kill a general of the Sacred Master was provoking the entire devouring demon clan. As soon as I found out, I rushed over to report it. Let's go and take a look at the Life Slip Pavilion. The Saint Lord's figure flashed and left the conference hall. The other generals also followed him to the Life Slip Pavilion. Everyone's life slips were placed here. As long as they sent people to keep an eye on the slips, they would know the situation of the experts who were out on missions. Whoa! The sacred leader waved his sleeve and a vast amount of energy surrounded his body. A strange aura came out from his palm and condensed into a thread that extended to the place where the Tianlin general's life slip was placed. When the thread came into contact with the life slip, the sacred leader closed his eyes and began to sense it. The sacred lord was proficient in the laws of cause and effect. He could find his enemies through cause and effect. Buzz! Seeing that the Holy Master seemed to be in pain, the other generals behind him activated their powers to protect the Holy Master. After a long while, the sacred leader withdrew his hand. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. It's in the Windy Rain mountain range outside the Windy Rain Manor, the Sacred Master said coldly. I'll go and take his head now, one of the generals said angrily. However, he was stopped by the other generals. Since the Tianlin general had been killed, they would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went. The death of one of the generals was already a huge blow to the sacred ground. If another one died, the sacred leader would definitely go crazy. I'll go personally, the sacred leader said coldly. In the next instant, he left the sacred ground. After killing the Tianlin general in the Windy Rain mountain range, Fang Qin had gained a lot. He had obtained countless cultivation resources from the Tianlin general's spatial ring. He had also obtained the supreme cultivation technique of the devouring demon clan. Most importantly, he had obtained a drop of the devouring demon clan's blood essence. This was no ordinary blood essence. It was the sovereign blood essence. Fang Qin suspected that it was the blood essence of the devouring demon clan's patriarch. He looked at the bright red blood in his palm and his body trembled. He was extremely excited. This was the sovereign blood essence. It was of great help to him. How extravagant! Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The sacred ground had actually bestowed the blood essence to the generals. It was a pity that this drop of blood essence was obtained by him. As everyone knew, after cultivating to the sovereign realm, the blood in one's body would transform into a pure power of heaven and earth. The sovereigns would condense the blood essence and bestow it to their descendants for cultivation. If a drop of sovereign blood essence was used, it could raise a warrior's cultivation realm in a short period of time. Their combat strength would soar instantly. Not only could it save their lives, but it could also kill their enemies. Thinking about it, the devouring demon clan's patriarch must have left a lot of blood essence, reserves for the sacred ground. This drop of blood essence is mine. Fang Qin happily put away the blood essence. Just as he was about to leave, his primordial spirit suddenly trembled. He felt a strange aura. This is karma? He had cultivated with Jia Jiao of the Jialua clan and had gone deep into the reincarnation road. He was very clear about the power of reincarnation. It was a power that could be linked to karma. The power of karma had appeared above the Tianlin general's corpse. It was obvious that the people of the sacred ground knew about the Tianlin general's death and used karma to find his location. Let's go. Fang Qin chose to leave without another word. However, it was too late. The sacred lord was the master of the sacred ground. He was also the strongest person after the devouring demon clan's patriarch. His thoughts were connected to the world and could cross the river of time with a single thought. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. A giant face appeared out of thin air. Thief! How dare you kill my sacred ground's general? Die! The eyes on the giant face shot out a terrifying light that destroyed the windy rain mountain range. Wang. Fang Qin activated the ultimate power in his body and formed a strong defense to block the giant face's attack. You want to kill me with just a thought? Fang Qin snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. He used his strongest ultimate sword technique and activated hundreds of ultimate power in his body to destroy the giant face. Kacha! The two clashed. The long sword pierced the giant face at an unimaginable angle. However, the giant face's attack was easily neutralized by Fang Qin. The giant face was shocked as it recognized the ultimate power. However, it was too late. By the time it reacted, it had already been pierced by the long sword. With a crash, the sacred lord's thought dissipated. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Accompanied by the sacred lord's towering anger, he descended. However, Fang Qin had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it! The sacred lord was enraged, and the windy rain mountain range was annihilated. Even the surrounding 100 miles had turned into hell. The martial artists in the windy rain manor were trembling as they prostrated themselves on the ground. It was as though a god had descended upon them. They felt fear deep in their hearts. Humph! As long as you are in the source world, I don't believe that you can escape from me. The sacred lord looked down at the world and said coldly, For the most up-to-date and accurate reading, please visit mobile phone, : If you want to talk about primordial sword supremacy with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 4033. When the sacred lord was angry, millions of corpses would fall. When the news of Tianlin's death reached the sacred land, everyone knew that the origin world would fall into a period of chaos. After countless years, the sacred lord would strike again. All the generals were also waiting. They also wanted to know how strong the holy lord was. Boom! 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 As soon as the sacred lord descended on the Windrain mountain range, the vast power around him instantly annihilated the void. In the blink of an eye, the Windrain mountain range no longer existed and turned into ruins. Far away in the Windrain manor, everyone could feel their hearts palpitating. That fear came from the depths of their bloodline. Only the purest bloodline of the demon-devouring clan could trigger such a terrifying power. Too strong. Did the sacred lord strike? For a time, the entire origin world was abuzz with the news. Countless members of the devouring demon clan raised their heads in anticipation, hoping that the sacred lord would personally come to the Ghost Manor territory and completely annihilate the underworld army. You can't escape. The sacred lord's mind was connected to the world. As long as it was in the origin world, he could sense it. His eyes shot out a disdainful gaze as he swept a glance into the distance and instantly found the place where Fang Qin had disappeared. Die! The sacred lord roared as a large hand stretched out, directly penetrating the void and grabbing at Fang Qin. However, just as the large hand was about to touch him, there was a sudden change. Fang Qin's entire body disappeared without a trace. Even the sacred lord could not sense his existence. What's going on? The sacred lord frowned. With a thought, he came to the place where Fang Qin had disappeared. He closed his eyes and seriously tried to sense, but it ended in failure. I can't sense him. After a long time, The Sacred Lord suspected that an expert had secretly helped to conceal his aura, so he could not find him for the time being. It seems that there are quite a lot of foreign races in the origin world. Fine, I'll use this opportunity to eliminate all of you. The Sacred Lord even suspected that it might be the primitive races. He immediately returned to the sacred land and gathered the other generals to discuss this matter. He also sent people to the life-forbidden zone to find out if the primitive races had made any unusual movements. The information he received was that the primitive tribes did not have any abnormalities. Hearing this, the sacred leader narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "The primitive tribes did not make a move. Then, the expert who interfered with me that day should be a remnant of the chaotic world." Back then, when the origin world had just been established, the Sacred Lord had followed the demon Devourer Patriarch into the Chaos Realm. Over the countless years, many remnants of the Chaos Realm had infiltrated the origin world. These trash from the Chaos Realm, sooner or later, they will be completely destroyed by us. One of the generals said angrily, "Damned primal Chaos Realm. After we're done with the underworld, we'll deal with them." It seems like the Battle of God's Back then didn't defeat them. If that's the case, the Battle of Extinction can begin. Many battle generals expressed their opinions. In the end, they came to a unanimous decision. The battle generals would lead their troops to search for the foreign races. If they found any, they would be killed without mercy. At the same time, the Ghost Manor continued to send reinforcements until the Netherworld army was completely annihilated. Of course, the Saint Lord couldn't act rashly. He had to oversee the Holy Land and prevent the primitive races from reaping the benefits. In a secluded forest, Fang Chen's body fell to the ground with a thud. He shook his head hard, feeling a little dizzy. "You rascal, you're too reckless." Suddenly a voice sounded. Fang Chen was stunned. He looked up and saw countless familiar figures appear in front of him. These were the awakened experts in slumber that he'd met in the Cliff of Death. There were fishermen, starmen, and experts like Great Emperor Mieu. "You guys," Fang Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected them to come. "If we didn't come out, you would have been killed by the Saint Lord." The one who spoke was Great Emperor Mieu. He exuded an unapproachable aura. However, he was from the chaotic boundary after all. Therefore, he was still concerned about Fang Chen's life. The Saint Lord is very strong. He has one foot in the chaotic supreme realm. Although you can protect yourself from him, his will is connected to the world. He can track you down with a single thought. You can't escape at all. At this time, fighting with the Saint Lord wasn't a good idea. The Saint Lord is really strong. Fang Chen sighed. Although he had reached the peak of the 12th Order True Saint Realm and was only a step away from the 13th Order, he knew that he was no match for the Saint Lord. "Of course," Starman said, "in terms of battle strength, we are on the same level as the Saint Lord. However, even if we join forces, we may not be able to kill him. That's because he is the Saint Lord of the Holy Ground. His position in the Devouring Devil clan is second only to the Devouring Devil Patriarch. After the Devouring Devil Patriarch is gone, he is the strongest expert in the origin world. He can activate the core energy ball of the origin world and merge with it." Fang Chen was shocked when he heard that. Activating the core energy ball of the origin world and merging with it? Wasn't that a little too exaggerated? If that was really the case, wouldn't the Saint Lord be immortal and indestructible? The fisherman shook his head and smiled. "Don't think too much about it. When you step into the 13th Order True Saint Realm, you will naturally be able to fight him. At that time, we will assist you and destroy the origin world in one fell swoop." The complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization was at the 13th Order True Saint Realm. At the peak, it was comparable to the Supremacy Realm. Even if the Saint Lord merged with the origin world, it would not be enough. The Devouring Devil Patriarch is gone? Clearly, Fang Chen had captured an important piece of information. "You should have been to the abyss below the snow mountain, right?" asked the fisherman. Fang Chen nodded. He had indeed been there, and had entered the void dimension. He had seen the huge face and the massive treasury. You can say that the void dimension you see is only a small part of the void dimension's energy barrier. Back then, our Chaos Realm ancestors paid a heavy price for it. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the devouring devil, Patriarch, first. Didn't Guizong tell you? Asked the fisherman. The bald monk at the bottom of the abyss was Monk Guizong. He was also from the Chaos Realm. No. The devouring devil clan announced to the outside world that their patriarch is in seclusion. However, we received news that he entered the world gap in order to seek a breakthrough. He hasn't returned after so many years. We guessed that he got lost in the world gap and can't return, said the fisherman. That's why we old fellows at the Cliff of Death came out of seclusion together and gave it our all, said Star Elder. Great Emperor Mia, you nodded as well. The only worry in his heart was Lung Xian, who was sleeping in the Soul River. However, saving the Chaos Realm was his top priority. Behind these few old fellows stood many old men. They were the cultivators of the primal Chaos Realm who had been sleeping at the Death Cliff back then. You have to advance to the 13th Order as soon as possible. When the time comes, we will launch an all-out attack on the devouring Devil Clan. Primordial Swordlord. Chapter 4034. The power of the Cliff of Death could not be ignored. In particular, those who were able to appear here were all experts who had once reached the pinnacle. They had been injured in the great battle and had fallen into a deep slumber. Among them, the fisherman, the starman, and the great Emperor Mieu were the best. They were also leaders. When Fang Chen was training at the Cliff of Death, they had more or less helped him. However, at that time, it was not time for them to appear. Now that the Underworld Army and the Holy Land Army were at war, these old fellows felt that the time was right. On behalf of the people of the Chaotic Realm, I thank all of you for your help. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked them. Everything is for the sake of the Chaotic Realm, said Star Elder. That's right. The Chaotic Realm is our home. If we can't even protect our home, then what's the point of living? In the following time, everyone began to discuss how to weaken the power of the devouring demon clan. In fact, in the vast origin world, the forces of the various prefectures were nothing. The core power of the devouring demon clan was the Holy Land. As long as the Holy Land was destroyed, the devouring demon clan would naturally be destroyed. However, it was extremely difficult to destroy the Holy Land. In the end, Emperor Mieu and the others made a suggestion. They would each lead a group of people to secretly slaughter the devouring demon clan in various parts of the origin world, causing the Holy Land to be badly battered. Then, under the pressure of the underworld army of the Sector Lord, they would take the opportunity to force the Holy Land's generals out. When the time came, Fang Chen would personally kill the generals. Although all of them were awakened powerhouses in deep slumber, their strength had been greatly reduced after a long period of slumber. They could not kill the Sacred Land's warlords. Fang Chen's strength was the strongest among everyone present. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Chaos Realm, and everyone seemed to regard him as their leader. Seniors, if we split up, won't the Holy Lord defeat us one by one? Fang Chen was a little worried. The Holy Lord's thoughts were connected to the world. He was a peak expert, second only to the devouring demon clan's patriarch. He had one foot in the chaotic supremacy realm and was only one step away from success. It was said that the patriarch of the devouring demon clan was frantically searching for treasures in the world gap. He wanted to create another supremacy of the devouring demon clan. Therefore, the Holy Lord could not be allowed to become a supremacy. The final battle was about to arrive. Everyone felt a sense of urgency. This time they could only succeed. Failure was not an option. Don't worry. Although the Divine Lord is omnipotent, we aren't pushovers either. Even if we can't defeat him, escaping isn't a problem. Great, Emperor Mieu said. Besides, if we really can't do it, we can just hide in the mirage in the abyss of the Great Snow Mountain. He won't dare to enter the mirage, even if he has 100 guts. In the ethereal extent, there was a trump card left behind by the experts of the Chaos world. If the Saint Lord dared to enter the ethereal extent, he would die without a doubt. After thinking for a moment, Fong Qin finally agreed to everyone's request and said, "No matter what, please be careful." Great Emperor Miayu prepared to go to the Great Snow Mountain to discuss important matters with Tan Qing and the others. The fisherman, on the other hand, prepared to go to the Life Forbidden Zone. He wanted to see if the primitive races could help. As for Starwing, he was prepared to enter the Ghost Manor battlefield and negotiate with the Underworld army. If the Life Forbidden Zone is willing to help, we can promise to give the Origin World to them after the Devouring Demon Clan is destroyed. However, they have to swear that they will never invade the Chaos World. This was the bottom line of the people of the Chaos World. Also, we have to be wary of the Underworld army. They are the most evil creatures. Even if we use their power to destroy the Devouring Demon Clan, we have to find an opportunity to destroy them. The Underworld army would only be a disaster if they stayed. Then I'll continue to wander and look for lone warriors, Fong Qin said. Okay, let's split up. Not long after, the crowd disappeared without a trace. Fong Qin stood on the treetop and looked into the distance. Soon he chose a direction and rushed off. The Divine Lord's original body stood in the forbidden zone of the sacred ground. In front of him was a round ball. This round ball was very special. Every time it turned, the scene of the various regions of the Origin World would appear on it, and the names of the warriors would also appear. This round ball was called the Sky Overseer, which meant to monitor the world. Only the Divine Lord of each generation could control it. Once the Sky Overseer was activated, they could clearly see the situation in every corner of the Origin World. This way, there would be no place for the foreign races to hide. Buzz, under the Divine Lord's control, small red dots constantly appeared on the Sky Overseer. Each red dot represented a foreign race. Soon, the red dots covered more than half of the Sky Overseer. Humph! The Divine Lord snorted coldly. For so many years, the Devouring Demon Clan had turned a blind eye. He had not expected so many foreign races to sneak in. Pass down my orders. Let the warriors lead the army and kill all the foreign races in the Origin World. In addition, the Divine Lord also deliberately searched for Fong Chen's tracks. However, to his surprise, Fong Chen's tracks were erratic. Using the Sky Overseer, he could vaguely detect Fong Chen's location. However, Fong Chen's movements were almost invisible to the naked eye. This meant that Fong Chen was constantly moving. I've said it before. As long as you are in the Origin World, you can forget about escaping from me. The Divine Lord pointed his finger. Immediately, a small red dot in the Sky Overseer was pointed at by him. In the next instant, the power of heaven and earth in the Origin World spread out and condensed into a mark that landed on Fong Chen's body. Buzz! Immediately after, the Divine Lord locked onto Fong Chen's position. Are you ready to meet your death? The Divine Lord looked down on all living beings with a sinister smile. At this moment, many warriors in the sacred ground had led their respective armies and set off. The battle in the Ghost Manor's territory had been temporarily suppressed. The Underworld army had suffered heavy casualties and would not launch a large-scale attack for the time being. They could use this time to eliminate all the foreign races in the Origin World. This way, the Origin World would be one big city. No one would be able to provide strength to the Underworld army. Their battle fortress would collapse on its own. Thinking of this, the Divine Lord exuded an aura that looked down on the world. His entire being seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. The Great Snow Mountain. The first envoy, Tan Qing, directly revealed his identity as the Lord of the Great Snow Mountain and killed those who did not belong to his faction. Then, Great Emperor Miayu arrived. They began to discuss countermeasures against the devouring demons. At the same time, the fishermen also entered the life-forbidden zone and began to negotiate with the primitive tribes. As for Xingwang, with the help of Fang Qin, he successfully entered the Ghost Manor's territory and bypassed many obstacles. He successfully met the highest leader of the underworld. At the same time, at the end of the reincarnation road in the chaotic realm, the great sovereign pinched his fingers and calculated. With a solemn expression, he began to clean up the chaotic forces in the chaotic realm. This day was known as the day that changed the fate of the chaotic realm. If you want to talk about immemorial sword sovereign with more like-minded people, follow excellent literature on WeChat. Talk about life. Find a confidant. Chapter 4035. The Chaos Realm. The great sovereign at the end of the reincarnation road revealed his true form for the first time. He found his good friends who were in deep slumber. Together, they began to clean up the remnants of the Chaos Realm. In the primordial chaos, the human race's holy land. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain also received the news and responded. Star and Moon, Fang Shi, the barbarians, and so on. Fang Chen's family and friends had become the top forces of the human race. A large net had enveloped the entire chaos realm, and now it was time to reel in the net. The source world. In the Ghost Manor territory in the mountains where the underworld army was located. Xingwing came here alone. The guard was about to scold him when the Ghost Manor lord suddenly waved his sleeve, and a path extended to Xingwang's feet. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. Xingwang followed the path and came to the underworld castle. The person in the lead was the first general under the emperor of the underworld. He exuded a cold aura and sat on the highest throne. He looked at Xingwang and said, "I didn't expect you to still be alive." Obviously, the first general under the emperor of the underworld knew Xingwang. "Yao Ming, long time no see." Xingwang smiled and sat on the chair. He went straight to the point and said, "I'm sure you know why I'm here." "Ha ha ha." Yao Ming laughed and said, "Tell me, how do we work together?" The emperor of the underworld had not fully recovered, and it would be difficult for the underworld army to defeat the devouring demon clan. It would be much easier with the help of the Chaos Realm. Moreover, Yao Ming knew that the experts of the Chaos Realm did not want to occupy the Source World. They only wanted to protect the people of the Chaos Realm. This way, there would be no conflict with their ideals, and they could cooperate. The experts of the Chaos Realm have all recovered and gathered a powerful force. If the Underworld Army is willing to cooperate, we can work together to fight against the devouring demon clan. Xingwang said, "After the devouring demon clan is destroyed, the experts of the Chaos Realm will naturally withdraw from the Source World." Yao Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Xingwang. "Of course, we have a condition. The Underworld Army must swear a blood oath not to invade the Chaos Realm," Xingwing said. "You want my Underworld Army to work for nothing with just your mouth." Yao Ming said. Xingwing shrugged and said directly, "Do you know that not long ago in the Wind Rain mountain range, the heavenly forest general of the devouring demons' sacred ground died?" Yao Ming frowned and stared at Xingwang. The latter continued, "The person who killed the general of Skyforest is an expert of my chaotic realm." The moment he said this, the expressions of Yao Ming and the others changed drastically. The castle fell deathly silent, and the temperature instantly dropped. Xingwing felt a wave of cold air permeate the air. After a long time, only then did Yao Ming regain his senses. Who is he? He had more or less heard of those old monsters in the Chaos Realm. Those people had been in deep slumber until now. It was impossible for them to erupt with their peak combat strength. Who had the ability to kill the Skyforest War General? Even he, Yao Ming, would not be able to kill the Skyforest General in a one-on-one fight. If what Xingwing said was true, then didn't that mean that a monstrous powerhouse appeared in the Chaos Realm? Stronger than him? Would such a person pose a threat to the underworld? A series of doubts surfaced in his mind. He is the trump card of the Chaos Realm. As for his name, we need to keep it a secret for now, Xingwing said. In the following period of time, Xingwing began a long discussion with Yao Ming. On the other side, Emperor Mieu found Tanqing and led the experts of the snowy mountain to conquer the surrounding subordinate forces. As for the fisherman, he entered the mysterious Forbidden Zone. No one knew how his negotiations with the primitive forces went. Time passed, and the experts of the White Ape clan finally arrived at the Ghost Palace territory. They joined the battle and killed the devouring demons of the Sacred Ground army. The scene immediately caused a great uproar. After the Sacred Lord learned of this, his heart was in turmoil. The various generals hurriedly returned to the Sacred Ground and held a meeting. Everyone knew that the White Ape clan was a subordinate of the primitive forces. They had always obeyed the orders of the primitive forces, but now they had left the Forbidden Zone and joined the battle. Moreover, they were fighting against the Sacred Ground army like the Underworld army. This was a bit thought-provoking. Was this the will of the primitive forces, or was it just the White Ape clan that wanted to take revenge on the devouring demons? For a time, there were different opinions. Many of the generals of the Sacred Ground were also guessing. In the end, the Sacred Lord decided to personally make a trip to the Forbidden Zone to see what the primitive forces were up to. A storm was brewing and darkness was emerging. After Fang Qin killed one of the Holy Land's experts, his transmission token began to vibrate. Soon, he learned that the White Ape clan had also joined the battle. Is this what the Forbidden Zone means? Fang Qin was puzzled. However, according to the time, Xingwing should not have reached the Forbidden Zone yet, right? Even if he had arrived, it was impossible for the negotiations to be concluded so quickly, right? Could it be that the primitive forces could no longer hold back? Whoosh! The origin world was becoming more and more chaotic. This was good. It was beneficial for the people of the Chaos Realm to weaken the Sacred Ground strength. Now, Fang Chen's only worry was whether the devouring demon's patriarch would return from the World Gap. Once he returned, he would definitely have become the Chaos Controller. If he did not break through to the Supremacy stage, the entire Chaos Realm would be finished. Of course, he still had a trace of hope in his heart. If the devouring demon's patriarch could return from the World Gap, would the supremacies of the Chaos Realm be able to return as well? Whoosh! Fang Qin shook his head hard and collected his thoughts. He looked at the battlefield in the Ghost Manor territory. During this period, he had been avoiding the Sacred Lord's pursuit. It was a little difficult to hide from the Heaven Supervisor's detection and find a lone general. However, Fang Qin was not in a hurry. He had endured for countless years. How long had it been? One day, he would find an opportunity. During this period, he would constantly use the cultivation resources he had obtained from the Void Realm's treasure vault to enrich himself and condense ultimate power. Stepping into the 13th level of the Saint Realm was just around the corner. When the time came, the great battle would definitely come. The entire origin world was in extreme chaos. However, the devouring demons' sacred ground still believed that everything was under control. As long as the source was eliminated, the origin world could be unified again. Moreover, the generals were also doing their best to eliminate the alien races. This would take time. The lower-level members of the devouring demons only had one belief in their patriarch. In their hearts, the patriarch was an omnipotent god. As long as he was around, the devouring demons would not be destroyed. The alien races are actually trying to start a war against the devouring demons. They are simply courting death. Destroy all the alien races, and then destroy their homeland. The devouring demons cannot be humiliated. All the alien races deserve to die. The voices of condemnation grew louder by the day. Chapter 4036. The arrival of the White Ape clan put a lot of pressure on the Holy Land Legion. The most dazzling ones were the three brothers who had been Fang Chen's sparring partners. Back in Hanhai City, they had been captured by Helmut Tianho. Later, they were rescued by Fang Qin and successfully escaped. After returning to their clan, they immediately went into seclusion and worked hard. Coupled with their high talent, their cultivation base continued to soar. Whoosh! On the battlefield, smoke filled the air. The 3 white ape brothers had a tacit understanding. When the 3 of them worked together, they could set up a terrifying combined attack formation. Using the special bloodline of the white ape clan, they could increase the power of the combined attack formation tenfold. This meant that they were almost invincible in the Saint Realm. Unless a general-level existence intervened, no one could do anything to them. Kill. Countless people from the devouring demon clan died at the hands of the 3 white ape brothers. The more they fought, the more courageous they became. In the end, they charged into the crowd of enemies alone and slaughtered without stopping. In response, the leader of the underworld army, Yao Ming, smiled meaningfully. Although he knew that the primitive races did not have good intentions, they had still relieved the pressure on the underworld army and had even caused great damage to the Holy Land army. For the devouring demon clan, this was definitely one disaster after another. Time passed little by little, and the Holy Land Legion grew more and more anxious. The Holy Lord had entered the primitive tribes and had yet to return. The other generals were clearing out the foreign tribes in various areas. On the battlefield in the Ghost Manor territory, the Holy Land Legion was losing ground. They had been asking for help, hoping to receive reinforcements. During this time, Fong Qin had not been idle. By chance, he found a general who was alone. This general was slightly weaker than the Tianlin general. He had just led his men to slaughter a foreign tribe and was about to rush to the next tribe when Fong Qin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, he had killed all of his men, leaving only this general alive. You're courting death. The general was cold and exuded an extremely cold aura. He launched a thunderous attack on Fong Qin, but he had underestimated Fong Chen's strength. The latter could even kill the Tianlin general, let alone him. Unless the Holy Lord intervened, no one in the origin world could stop Fong Chen's attack. Pucci, although they had only met face to face, the warlord felt a terrifying pressure. His dark eyes stared at Fong Qin as he gritted his teeth and said, "You are the person who killed the Tianlin warlord. You only know now. Too late?" As soon as he said that, Fong Qin immediately activated his ultimate power. Boundless ultimate power instantly filled the air. His entire being seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. Boundless killing power surged towards the war general like a swarm of bees. In the next instant, the general's expression changed abruptly. He discovered that the demon-devouring bloodline in his body was actually restrained and unable to circulate. What happened? The general cried out in surprise. He forcefully activated his bloodline, but it ended in failure. Immediately after, he sensed an exceptionally terrifying bloodline power. He swore that this was the most powerful bloodline power he had ever seen. It was too terrifying, as if it could destroy the world in an instant. The general's heart was filled with fear as he began to seek help from the sacred land. However, it was of no use. The power of a peak 12th Order saint was not something he could compare to. The earth-shattering destructive power rushed over, and the general was instantly engulfed in flames. A blood-curdling scream came from his mouth. In the next instant, the general's body was torn to shreds and he died. Pucci, a wisp of Yuan spirit light, tried to escape under the cover of the flames, but Fong Qin was already prepared. He smashed it with a punch. "You are dead meat." Before he died, the general screamed hysterically. He believed that the sacred Lord would avenge him. At the same time, in the life slip pavilion of the sacred land, with a cracking sound, the demon war general's life slip shattered, shocking everyone. Hoo! The upper echelons of the sacred land rushed over and were completely stunned when they saw the life slip shattering. "Quickly report to the sacred Lord." They immediately reported to the sacred Lord, who was far away in the primitive tribes. The successive deaths of the warlords was a huge blow to the sacred land. The atmosphere in the sacred land was very solemn, as if it was the calm before the darkness. Life forbidden zone. In the primitive tribe's lair, there was a giant face that was receiving the sacred lord. The primitive tribes will remain neutral, the giant face said. As for the white ape tribe's participation in the war, the giant face's answer was that it was their own matter, and the primitive tribes did not interfere. The sacred lord's face was dark. He could clearly feel that the giant face was lying, but there was nothing he could do. The demon-devouring tribe and the primitive tribes have an agreement. I hope you will not forget it. Otherwise, when the tribe leader returns, he will definitely settle the score with you, the sacred lord said. The giant face laughed. However, at this moment, the sacred lord's communication jade pendant suddenly rang. His face changed, and his body emitted a terrifying energy. He was furious. Damn it! He cursed angrily. Immediately, he cupped his hands at the giant face and disappeared in the next instant. Hoo-hoo! Looking at the sacred lord's back, the giant face's lips curled into a strange smile. They had just received news that the sacred land had lost another general. The successive deaths of 2 generals was a huge blow to the sacred land. It was also a huge blow to their morale. It made people wonder if the sacred land would be defeated by the underworld army. That guy is really full of surprises, the giant face muttered to himself as he looked into the distance. It was as though he could see Fong Qin through the void. When Fong Qin first entered the life forbidden zone, he was just a little guy in the Saint Realm. In the blink of an eye, he had become a top expert who could kill a general. With such strength, he would be a top expert among the primitive tribes. Unless the tribe leader personally took action, no one could suppress him. Has he cultivated the cultivation system of the ancient civilization? The giant face muttered to himself, but there was still a trace of undetectable worry in his eyes. If Fong Qin entered the 13th level Saint Realm and successfully entered the chaotic supremacy realm, would he come to deal with the primitive tribes after destroying the demon-devouring tribe? But soon, a confident smile appeared on the giant face. The primitive tribes were not like what the outside world saw. Their tribe was very complicated and deeply rooted. Even if all the forces of the chaotic realm attacked, they would not be afraid. They did not need to worry about a little guy in the Saint Realm. Moreover, even if they were in a life-and-death situation, they could still enter the World Gap. That place was the nest of the primitive tribes. Of course, this was a last resort. Before that, the primitive tribes could only watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Chapter 4037. Once one's martial cultivation reached a certain level, it was no longer something that could be accumulated with cultivation resources alone. Fong Qin obviously knew this as well. This was also the reason why he did not crazily use the resources he had obtained from the Mirage treasure trove. He had reached a bottleneck, and only by crossing it could he enter the 13th level Sage Realm. Whoosh! According to the introduction of the senior in the Mirage Realm, the gap between the 13th level Sage Realm and the Primal Chaos Supremacy Realm wasn't too big. As long as he could pierce through that paper barrier, he could cross it. He had reached the peak of the 12th level Sage Realm and was only one step away from the 13th level Sage Realm. Buzz! After killing the second general, Fong Qin chose to remain silent for a while. His body was surrounded by thick ultimate power, and his primordial spirit, which was at the Tao manifestation realm, began to revolve crazily. His physical strength was also raised to the extreme. He then sat down cross-legged, put his palms together, and began to comprehend. Soon, he entered a state of epiphany. Time passed bit by bit. In his mind, scenes of what he had experienced in the past appeared one after another. From the ancient sword continent's Shenfeng nation, to the extraterritorial realm, to the divine world, to the ancient sacred chaos, to the primordial chaos, to the battlefield of the fallen gods, until he stood at the peak of the primal chaos realm. However, as his strength increased, so did the responsibility on his shoulders. He wasn't fighting alone now. There were millions of beings in the primal chaos realm supporting him. His wife, children, family, friends, and brothers were all fighting in the primal chaos realm. The hope of the primal chaos realm was all on him. Everyone was working hard to save the primal chaos realm, and he was no exception. Buzz! Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled as he entered the cycle of reincarnation. Although it was exactly the same as what he experienced in the real world, the way he handled it was completely different. This was also a way to make up for his regrets. After an unknown amount of time, the ultimate power above his head became thicker and thicker until it enveloped the entire canyon. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. The so-called 13th level sage realm was essentially the same as the cultivation system of the Age of Chaos, but the core mysteries were different. The most difficult part was actually the process of going from the cultivation system of the Age of Chaos to the cultivation system of the ancient civilization. In other words, the process of going from 0 to 1 was the most difficult. Once one failed, one's lifetime of hard work would be wasted. Fortunately, he succeeded. From 1 to 100, it was just a process of accumulation. The comprehension of martial arts and the comprehension of one's own ideals would affect the advancement of one's realm. The ultimate power in Fang Chen's body was already rich enough to support his breakthrough. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Is he going to break through? Fang Chen's eyes flickered with a strange light. He suddenly stood up and raised his hands. In an instant, the entire canyon seemed to be destroyed. The ultimate power above his head continued to condense into brand new ultimate power. Boom! Boom! This was a world of ultimate power. The entire canyon was filled with endless ultimate power. If a cultivator passed by and saw this, they would be shocked. There was actually such a holy land for cultivation in this world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The hundreds of strands of ultimate power in his body merged with the vast ultimate power in the canyon and condensed continuously. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands in just half an hour, 1,000 strands of ultimate power had been condensed. However, this was not the end. The ultimate power was still condensing. Every strand of ultimate power that was condensed would drill into Fang Chen's body. Unknowingly, his flesh and blood were fused with the ultimate power. Condense. Fang Chen shouted as he felt the baptism of the heavenly Tao. His ultimate power reached 3,000 strands, but it was still going on. In the 13th level Saint realm, the more ultimate power one condensed, the easier it was to step into the chaotic supremacy realm. According to the giant face and the fisherman, the most amazing person in the ancient civilization could condense 9,000 strands. There was even a person who condensed 9,999 strands, breaking the historical record. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed of condensing ultimate power was getting faster and faster. However, Fang Chen could deal with it easily. This was because his primordial spirit had already stepped into the Tao manifestation realm and was comparable to a chaotic supremacy realm expert. Now, as long as he successfully stepped into the 13th level Saint realm, he would definitely be able to defeat the Holy Lord. Whoosh! The final battle was about to arrive. Fang Chen seemed to see the light. 7,000 strands, 8,000 strands, 9,000 strands. When the number of condensed ultimate power reached 9,000 strands, Fang Chen finally felt a trace of pressure. The sky above the canyon was covered by a terrifying blood cloud, as if it could destroy the canyon at any time. At the same time, the people of the chaotic realms scattered all over the origin world sensed it. They all looked up as if they were staring in a certain direction. At the same time, Xingwang, the fisherman, Great Emperor Mieu, and the others tensed up as they rushed to the place where Fang Chen was breaking through. In the abyss of the snowy mountain, the giant face in the ethereal extent was also ecstatic. Is he finally going to break through? the giant face muttered with unconcealable joy on its face. However, everyone was also worried that the sacred master and the others would cause trouble. At this critical juncture, if someone were to disrupt the breakthrough, it would cause immeasurable damage to Fangchen. It might even cause him to lose his life. Hang in there. We'll be there soon. Tan Qing and Great Emperor Mie no longer cared about conquering the subsidiary forces. They left the extreme north as quickly as possible. Death Cliff, Soul River. After the previous baptism, the Death Cliff had calmed down. The sleeping experts of the chaotic realm had awakened and completely occupied the Death Cliff. This place had become their stronghold. In the Soul River, the fairy who had been forgotten by the world suddenly emitted halos of light. Then, the entire Soul River exploded with a monstrous roar. Buzz, an otherworldly fairy, slowly walked out of the turbulent Soul River. Her fair feet stepped on the surface of the Soul River. Her body was emitting a holy aura, which formed a strong contrast with the aura of the Soul River. However, the water of the Soul River did not cause any corrosive damage to her. There was a cold aura on her fair cheeks. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked into the distance. Across the endless void, she saw the young man. Lung Xian, she who had been sleeping in the Soul River, had finally woken up. Have you finally reached this step? Lung Xian's red lips moved slightly as she said softly. There was a hint of a smile in her eyes. She saw the shadow of Supreme Fu Jian in Fangchen. Therefore, she was very fond of him, just like how a senior would dote on a junior. When Fangchen had just entered the Death Cliff, he was not very strong. Therefore, she had been thinking of ways to help him increase his strength. Now, the young man had finally reached this step. Lung Xian was very happy. Chapter 4038. The Life Forbidden Zone. The primitive tribe was having a private discussion with the Holy Lord, while the fishermen had already left. Do the primitive tribes still remember the agreement between our two tribes? The Holy Lord went straight to the point. Of course. There was a giant face on the cliff, and it spoke slowly. Then why did you let the White Ape tribe participate in the war against us? The Holy Lord questioned coldly. Although the primitive tribe was mysterious and powerful, this was the origin world, the demon-devouring tribe's world. The White Ape tribe participated in the war to repay the kindness of the Chaos world. The giant face did not deny. Humph! The Holy Lord snorted coldly. As long as it wasn't the primitive tribe's intention, the White Ape tribe wouldn't be able to do anything. The demon-devouring tribe wouldn't even spare them a glance. I hope you... Just as the sacred master was about to warn the primordial races, a terrifying energy suddenly filled the skies. Even the heavenly Das energy was faintly affected. This is... The Holy Lord's expression changed drastically. He sensed the source of the terrifying energy. Someone is breaking through. The giant face was stunned for a moment, but it soon dawned on him that the person breaking through was Fangchen. The Holy Lord couldn't care less. In a flash, he left the Life Forbidden Zone. A few days later, the fisherman and Xing Wang arrived at the place where Fangchen was breaking through at almost the same time to guard him. In the next few days, Tan Qing and Emperor Mieu arrived one after another. Even the experts who were in hibernation at the Death Cliff had awakened and gathered here. Such a monstrous talent has appeared in our human race. Emperor Mieu sighed. When he was young, he was also unparalleled in talent, but in front of Fangchen, he wasn't even worth mentioning. He has broken through to the 13th level True Saint realm. His combat strength should be able to crush half-step Primal Chaos Supremes. In the entire origin world, no one can defeat him. Xing Wing stroked his beard and said with a smile, Yes, although the Holy Lord is strong, he shouldn't be able to defeat a 13th level True Saint realm expert. However, I'm afraid that the demon-devouring tribe's patriarch will return. The fisherman's voice contained a trace of worry. He had a feeling that the devouring demon clan was not as simple as they seemed. It was very likely that they were plotting to destroy the entire Chaos Realm in one fell swoop. There are so many experts in our Chaos Realm, but none of them can come out of the world gap. We can't even contact them. It will be extremely difficult for Patriarch Devouring Fiend to come out, said someone. That's right. That was a world gap created by the collision of two worlds. It was similar to the river of space-time. Ordinary people would lose themselves if they entered and wander into the dark void. Why do you care so much? Brother Fong's breakthrough is a good thing. At least our primal chaos realm now has an expert that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred master. Some voices came from the crowd. That's right. As long as we have a true leader in the primal chaos realm, those old bastards hiding in the dark will all return. At that time, even if we have to risk our lives, we will drag the devouring devil race down with us. After enduring for so many years, can we finally reveal our identities? It was easy to imagine that countless ancient sages and great powers had used different methods to infiltrate the origin world, advancing wave after wave without regard for their own lives. It was all for the sake of one day completely destroying the origin world, so that the living beings of the Chaos Realm could continue to survive. Now, they were getting closer and closer to that goal. Moreover, Fong Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. Although it was difficult to cultivate to the primal Chaos Realm in the Age of Chaos, Fong Chen's strength was almost unrivaled under the primal Chaos Realm. It was enough. What they wanted was a leader on the spiritual level. We're not afraid of death, but we don't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Even if we die, we have to give our last bit of strength. More and more people from the primal chaos realm gathered here. With Xing Wang, Fisherman, Emperor Mieu, and the others, they were fearless. Boom, boom, boom. An extremely terrifying power came from the distant sky. Many generals from the sacred land had arrived. Those who aren't of our race must have different intentions. Kill the alien race without mercy. Outside the mountain range, a black mass of troops pressed down. The generals at the front had murderous looks on their faces. As long as they gave the order, the people from the sacred land would flatten the mountain range. At this moment, the sacred masters returned from the life-forbidden zone brought unprecedented pressure to the people in the mountain range. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned. Even the flow of time seemed to slow down, all because of one person. The sacred master was the second most powerful person in the devouring demon clan. He was second only to the clan leader of the devouring demon clan. His arrival immediately caused the sky law's power to circulate faster. Boom! The sacred master waved his sleeves. Instantly, an extremely vast power destroyed the mountain range. Breaking through under the nose of my devouring demon clan? The sacred master's cold voice spread throughout the entire origin world. Let's block it together. Fisherman was the first to act. The others followed behind and used their strongest power to block the sacred master's attack. Kacha! The flowers and trees in the mountain range were all crushed. Wherever the sacred master's power passed, the void seemed to be cut. He was the sacred master of the devouring demon clan and could use the heavenly energy to fight. Strictly speaking, as long as the origin world was not destroyed, he would not die. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. With just one attack, he destroyed the mountain range and forced Fisherman and the others from the Primal Chaos Realm Alliance to retreat. Fortunately, Fisherman and the others released their ancient weapons and armor at the critical moment. Only then did they manage to block the sacred master's attack. At this moment, the ultimate power above Fong Chen's head had already condensed to 9,999 streaks. Boom! The moment this ultimate power condensed, the sacred master's eyes became even colder. A complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization era? the Sacred Master said. And he's about to enter the 13th level of the Saint Realm? 9,999 strands of ultimate power. This was a historical record from the ancient civilization, and only one person had ever achieved it. It was practically unprecedented, but now a human from the primal chaos realm had done it. Humph! The Sacred Master snorted coldly. Once he successfully broke through, it would be a disaster for the devouring demon clan. With me here, you won't succeed, the Sacred Master said. Cliff of Death, Soul River. The beautiful Lung Xian exuded an extremely cold aura. After sensing Fang Chen's breakthrough aura, she rushed out of the Cliff of Death as fast as she could. Humph, I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt him, you will pay a heavy price. In fact, Lung Xian was a little worried that the Sacred Master would attack Fang Chen at all costs. She was also praying that Fang Chen could withstand it. She rushed over as fast as she could. The situation in the origin world suddenly became complicated. The people from the primal chaos realm who had been hiding for countless eras suddenly appeared to fight against the Sacred Master. Even the war in the Ghost Manor territory came to an abrupt end. The underworld army also received the news and paid close attention. Chapter 4039. Right now, the breakthrough had reached the most critical moment. Everyone in the chaotic realm was looking forward to seeing if he could reach the 13th level of the Saint Realm. On the other hand, the demon-devouring clan was led by the Sacred Leader. Many generals were eyeing him covetously. They would not allow anyone to break through under their noses, so they had to do everything they could to stop him. Humph, you're courting death. The Sacred Leader waved his hand, and his generals attacked, wanting to destroy the area where Fang Chen was. However, Xing Wang, Fisherman, Great Emperor Miayu, and the others led the experts who had returned from the Death Cliff to counterattack. If you want to destroy his breakthrough, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. We've already died once. What's the harm in dying again? Everyone's blood boiled. The experts of the chaotic realm had been plotting for billions of years, and they finally saw hope. As long as they could survive, they would succeed. Therefore, even if they had to pay with their lives, they had to stop the people from the sacred ground. Boom! The battle was about to erupt. Both sides instantly entered a chaotic battle. The Sacred Leader had not made a move. He was using the Origin World's heavenly Tao power to interfere with Fang Chen's breakthrough and cause him to go berserk. Boom! Boom! 9,999 rays of ultimate force floated above Fang Chen's head. The aura they emitted was astonishing. Even the Sacred Leader's gaze toward Fang Chen sharpened. To think that such a person would appear in the shattered chaotic realm, the Sacred Leader said sternly. I've already said that we should lead the army and completely destroy the chaotic realm, but the Patriarch didn't allow it. He vaguely remembered that the Patriarch had told him before he left that he could not easily start a war with the chaotic realm before he returned from the World Gap. He only needed to maintain the stability of the Origin World and the development of the demon-devouring clan. Clearly, the demon-devouring clan's patriarch was also wary of the chaotic realm. However, at this point, the final battle had already arrived. It was either you die or I die. The Sacred Leader could not make a move. After I kill you, I'll lead the army and personally flatten the chaotic realm. The Sacred Leader's cold voice penetrated the void and contained traces of heavenly Tao power. It echoed in Fang Chen's mind, causing his essence soul to tremble. Puchi! Suddenly, Fang Chen's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura seemed to be in disorder, and his face revealed a pained expression. It seemed as if he could go mad at any moment. Seeing this, the fishermen and the others attacked like crazy. Protect him! Emperor Mie, you activated the power of space destruction. One by one, the people from the chaos world fell to the ground. Even if they were dead, they would use their corpses to block the people from the Holy Lands. Kill them all, said the Sacred Master. The fishermen and the others were no match for the battle generals. The demon-devouring clan had gathered all the top fighting forces, while the fishermen and the others were merely old immortals who had been struggling at death's door until now. There was no comparison at all. However, the only thing they didn't lack was courage. Fang Chen recalled the details of the primal chaos supreme grade that the huge face in the mirage had told him. He was at a loss. The complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization had long been lost, and the path of cultivation had been severed. In the age of Dharma's end, no one could cultivate it. Fang Chen walked the ancient path again without anyone to guide him. It was very dangerous. However, he was already at the edge and was only one step away. As long as he entered the 13th level of the Saint Realm, even the Sacred Master wouldn't be his match. Under the Sacred Master's interference, Fang Chen's breakthrough was obviously hindered. His mind was shaken, and he couldn't concentrate, causing the blood in his body to become chaotic and his entire body to tremble. At this moment, Lang Xian, who had returned from the Soul River, rushed toward the battlefield at a speed invisible to the naked eye. She exuded an extremely cold aura. "I don't care who you are. If you dare to attack him, you must be prepared to die." Whoosh! Whoosh! The closer Lang Xian got to the battlefield, the more frightening the cold aura on her body became. She also became more worried. In the Ghost Palace territory, the two armies had stopped fighting. Yao Ming stood in the Ghost Palace with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Chaos world, "It's so tenacious. After so many years, it was still able to secretly cultivate such a peerless genius." He thought of how Xing Wang had come to negotiate. No wonder Xing Wang was so confident. It turned out that he had such a hidden card. "My lord, should we attack?" asked the Ghost Palace lord. Yao Ming shook his head. "The Sacred Master is very strong. He can communicate with the origin world's heavenly Tao and can be considered immortal. That guy from the Chaos world exposed himself too early. With the Sacred Master blocking him, he might not be able to smoothly break through. As long as the breakthrough was obstructed, there was a chance that he would go berserk. At that time, the Chaos world's plan would fail. What they needed to do was to watch the fire burn across the river. Not to mention, there was still a primitive race in the Life Forbidden Zone watching. I hope he can succeed." The Ghost Palace lord said gloomily. If Fang Chen could succeed, then he would be a great threat to the devouring demon race. This would greatly reduce the pressure on the underworld army. At the same time, at the intersection of the origin world and the chaos world, the boundary wall shook. There was an endless void inside, like a river of time. Someone was searching everywhere. After searching for so many years, I finally found it. The elder's face was ferocious as he emitted a terrifying aura. If an old monster from the chaos world was here, they would definitely be shocked. This person was the once famous devouring demon race patriarch. He had entered the world gap in search of a breakthrough. He had found a legendary treasure and naturally stepped into the controller realm. However, he couldn't find the way back. After all, in the world gap, his strength was unable to resist nature. There were even stronger existences and all sorts of dangerous places. If he was careless, he would die. Just wait. It won't be long before I can open the boundary wall and return to the origin world, said the devouring demon race patriarch with narrowed eyes. In the dark void on the other side of the world gap, a young warrior was overjoyed with a few servants. "Ha ha ha! I've finally found a boundary wall. I wonder what world is behind it," said the young man with a grin. After roaming the world gap for so long, he had finally found a world with living people. He was a little excited. "Young master, this boundary wall is extremely weak. I believe the world behind it should be incomplete," said the servant. An incomplete boundary wall wasn't very attractive to them. "Let's enter first. Perhaps we can encounter some good treasures," said the young man. Boom! As soon as he said that, one of the servants suddenly attacked and shattered the weakest boundary wall. Following that, a gap appeared in the dark void. The group quickly disappeared. In just a moment, the boundary wall was restored. Chapter 4040. They had been planning for hundreds of millions of years for this ultimate battle. Now, all the experts of the Chaos Realm hidden in the Origin World had come out of seclusion and gathered here to protect Fangchen with their lives. No matter what, we have to protect him. This was the strongest belief in everyone's hearts because Fangchen was the hope of the Chaos Realm. Only if he survived would there be hope for the Chaos Realm. Boom! The Sacred Lord used the Origin World's heavenly Tao power to forcefully distort the space where Fangchen was. He wanted to stop him from breaking through and cause him to go berserk. The battle became more and more intense. The experts led by Emperor Miayu, Xingwang, and the fishermen fought fiercely against the Sacred Land's generals, while the others fought against the devouring demon clan. The Sacred Lord had yet to make a move, but everyone was on guard. Hiss! 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 Above Fangchen's head, 9,999 strands of ultimate force condensed. He entered a mysterious state. As long as he took another step, he would completely enter the 13th level Saint Realm. At that time, even the Sacred Lord might not be Fangchen's match. To the people of the Chaos Realm, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The devouring demon clan's patriarch had entered the world gap and could not return. As long as the Sacred Lord was defeated, the devouring demon clan would be completely defeated. Crack! Emperor Miayu fell into madness. His body emitted an extremely violent demonic aura as he demonized. His eyes were blood red. Every time he attacked, he could kill a devouring demon clan expert. You're courting death. The armored general found great Emperor Miayu and engaged him in a fierce battle. On the other side, the battle was also extremely intense. Everyone in the Chaos Realm was shrouded in a shadow because the battle was moving towards the place where Fangchen was breaking through. Although it was moving very slowly, it affected Fangchen's breakthrough. Humph! Suddenly, the Sacred Lord snorted coldly as his expression changed. He discovered that the 10,000th strand of ultimate force had condensed above Fangchen's head. He waved his hand, and a vast power, fused with the heavenly Tao power, appeared above Fangchen and exploded with a boom. Puchi! Fangchen's body trembled violently. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. Seeing this, the fisherman forced the general back with a punch. Then he quickly arrived before Fangchen and used a heaven-defying technique to set up a formation that isolated Fangchen from the outside world. However, it was to no avail. The general that he had forced back caught up in the blink of an eye and completely entangled the fisherman. The Sacred Master looked down at the world disdainfully and waved his hand, attacking again. For a time, the experts of the Chaos Realm fell into a crisis. Fangchen was in the midst of breaking through. Although the others were strong, they had been in hibernation for billions of years. Their strength had greatly declined, and they were no match for the Holy Lord. The only way out was to drag things out until Fangchen broke through to 13th Order True Saint Realm. But now, it seemed that it would be a little difficult. The Holy Lord knew that Fangchen was about to break through, so he personally took action. Dark clouds covered the sky as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. Then, the sacred leader's figure flashed, and he appeared above Fangchen's head. He slammed his palm down forcefully. It was an earth-shattering palm that wanted to shatter the condensed ultimate power. This move was extremely vicious. No. Everyone roared in anger. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do. They were also trapped in the battle and couldn't free themselves to save Fangchen. Is the Chaos Realm destined to be destroyed? Even the fishermen and the others were disheartened and fell into a desperate situation. However, just as the Holy Lord's palm was about to touch Fangchen, a cold light suddenly shot out from the distant void. Puchi! This ice arrow appeared above Fong Chen's head at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. It collided with the Holy Lord's palm and forced him back. Dong dong dong! Then the ice arrow exploded, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. The void around Fong Chen was directly frozen. Everyone was shocked. What kind of terrifying and heaven-defying method was this? The sacred leader let out a soft cry of surprise. He raised his head and saw a beautiful figure dashing toward them. Lung Xian. She had been sleeping in the depths of the Soul River for so many years. When she saw the Holy Lord attacking Fong Chen, she attacked in anger. Fortunately, she wasn't too late and blocked the Holy Lord's attack. Swoosh! In an instant, Lung Xian appeared on the battlefield in front of everyone's shock. The moment she appeared, the entire battlefield instantly felt a piercing cold aura. The Holy Lord frowned and stared at Lung Xian. You are still alive. Back then, he saw with his own eyes that Lung Xian was killed by the devouring demon patriarch. But now, she actually appeared in front of him alive? Humph! Lung Xian shouted and froze the surrounding void. She stood in front of Fong Chen and looked coldly at the Holy Lord. In the battle back then, the devouring demon patriarch used despicable means to kill countless of my brethren in the chaotic realm. Now we are here for revenge. This world belongs to the devouring demon clan. The chaotic realm is about to be destroyed. What can you old farts do? The Holy Lord said disdainfully. Since you didn't die back then today I will kill you with my own hands. As his voice fell, the Holy Lord attacked. He borrowed the power of the heavenly path and merged with heaven and earth. His combat power soared to the extreme. His entire person seemed to be the will of the origin world. Lung Xian was not to be outdone. In the past few years of sleeping in the Soul River, she had obtained the inheritance of an expert and even had 1 foot in the chaotic realm. Now that she was facing the Holy Lord, it was difficult to determine the victor. Lung Xian, when the fishermen and the others saw the scene, they shouted excitedly. When Fong Chen was breaking through, the devouring demon clan's greatest threat was the Holy Lord. Now, with Lung Xian's strong return, the Holy Lord could not attack Fong Chen without restraint. This way he could focus on breaking through. Fong Chen seemed to have sensed the change in the battle. He regained his composure and began to condense the last ultimate power. In history, the record of condensing the ultimate power was 9,999. This was done by a super genius in the ancient civilization era. As for the degenerate age, the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization era no longer existed, let alone condensing the ultimate power. The fact that Fong Chen could break the record in such an environment was enough to show how heaven-defying his potential was. As long as he could condense 1 more power, he could break the record in history and become an unprecedented top expert. He could also lead the chaotic realm and defeat the devouring demon clan. However, this step was truly too difficult. You must succeed. The fishermen and the others prayed in their hearts. Great Emperor Miayu and Tan Qing joined forces and demonized. They went on a killing spree to avenge Monk Guizong. Kill! 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 Battle cries shook the heavens. The people of the primal chaos realm were going all out. This battle would decide their fate. Chapter 4041. The final battle was approaching. Everyone in the chaotic world was doing their best to buy more time for Fong Chen. They knew that as long as Fong Chen could break through, he would be able to turn the situation around. Before that, they had nothing to fear even if they died. Boom! Lung Xian's arrival had greatly improved the situation. The chaotic world was evenly matched. Even though the sacred master could communicate with the heavenly way and merge with the source world, Lung Xian could still put up a fight. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. After Lung Xian held the sacred master back, the others also unleashed a strong fighting spirit and attacked with all their might. Kill! The battle cries shook the sky. One after another, martial artists fell into a pool of blood. Of course, although the devouring demon clan had the absolute advantage in numbers, they had also suffered heavy casualties. In the blink of an eye, thousands of devouring demon clan members had died. At a certain point in the battle, there were even generals who died. Crack! Emperor Mieyu's body was surrounded by terrifying demonic qi. He and Tanqing used the dual sword combination. The demonic qi on their bodies merged together, and they performed a joint attack. At this moment, monk Gui Zhang's figure appeared in Tanqing's mind. He was extremely angry and had the determination to die. He unleashed a destructive attack. Boom! Under the strong pressure from Tanqing, the general from the devouring demon clan felt great danger. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Great Emperor Mieyu had already sealed off his escape route. The two of them joined forces and killed the general in an instant. The scene caused a great commotion among the crowd. The entire devouring demon clan was shocked. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the fallen general in disbelief. Ever since the devouring demon clan had established the source world, no general had fallen. However, recently, 3 generals had fallen in succession. This was definitely the biggest crisis in the history of the devouring demon clan. Sacred Master. The other generals bared their teeth and shouted for the Sacred Master in unison. At this point, there was no need to hold back. They would use the trump card that the clan leader had left behind to destroy the world. All of you are courting death. The Sacred Lord was enraged. He pressed down with both hands, causing the void to shatter. Countless creatures in the surroundings were instantly sent flying. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. However, Lung Xian was still overbearing. She did not give him a chance to save his general. This scene completely enraged the Holy Lord. Wang, the sacred leader, took out a black ball from his bosom and exerted force. Instantly, the black ball shattered and emitted extremely terrifying destructive light. Beams of destructive light shot out one after another, destroying the space in an instant. Emperor Mieyu and the others exclaimed when they saw this. Retreat! They couldn't care less. They frantically retreated. However, as long as a martial artist was submerged in the destructive light, they would instantly die without any room to fight back. Today, all of you will die. The Holy Lord's face was ferocious. After so many years, this was the first time he had been angered, and it was also the first time he wanted to destroy a world. From now on, there will be no more primal chaos realm. Originally, he was prepared to wait for the clan leader to return before destroying the primal chaos realm. Who would have known that the primal chaos realm had secretly accumulated so much power? The Holy Lord knew that he could not let them continue to grow. Otherwise, it would bring great danger to the devouring demon clan. This black ball was left behind by the clan leader of the devouring demon clan before he left. It contained the powerful power of a supreme. As long as it was crushed, it would release destructive light. Wherever the destructive light passed, not a single blade of grass was left alive. The space was directly annihilated. Miserable screams came from the mouths of the martial artists from the primal chaos realm. In just an instant, more than half of the martial artists died in the destructive light. Emperor Mieyu and the others retreated. In the blink of an eye, they came to the place where Fong Chen was cultivating. They turned their heads and looked at the latter, who was in the midst of an epiphany. Then they looked at each other. Their eyes were grave. Finally, they made a crazy decision. No matter what, they had to protect the last spark of the primal chaos realm. D**MN it. It's the power of a supreme. Lung Xian squinted her eyes. Among the people present, her strength was the closest to the Holy Lord. With the help of the Soul River, she could barely hold the Holy Lord back. She thought that she could hold on until Fong Qin succeeded in breaking through. Now, it seemed that her plan had failed. The death of the general had completely enraged the Holy Lord. He no longer had the patience to continue fighting with Lung Xian. Instead, he directly used his trump card. The clan leader of the devouring demon clan left it behind. Emperor Mia Yu's face was gloomy. Are we going to fail just like that? I can't accept this. Everyone was not willing to accept this. Seeing their comrades die before their eyes was painful. But now they did not have much time left. They could only give it their all. Let's give it our all. Emperor Mieyu took the lead and rushed into the destructive light. Kacha! His legs were instantly crushed. However, he had gathered all of his power into his arms in advance to unleash a combined attack formation. At the same time, Xing Wang, fisherman, and the others stood in different positions. Although they had been hit by the destructive light and were severely injured, they still worked hard to perfect the combined attack array. Wang. This combined attack array came from the primordial chaos realm. Countless years ago, the few of them had worked together to cast it. They did not expect to use it again after so many years. But this time, they knew that they could not resist the destructive light. They could only try their best to buy time. As expected, a few figures were surrounded by golden light, temporarily blocking the impact of the destructive light. However, one could see with the naked eye that cracks were constantly appearing on the golden light on their bodies. At most, they would last for 3 breaths of time before being drowned by the destructive light. Humph, it's useless. The demon-devouring clan leader had left behind the destructive light to prevent the primordial chaos realm from counterattacking. Once the primordial power was used, who could fight against it? Now, the Holy Lord's body was shining brightly like a deity. However, Fang Qin, who was at the edge of the storm, still had his eyes closed and was in an epiphany. But after feeling the terrifying destructive light, the ultimate power in his body had obviously changed. His perfect bloodline was also operating crazily. His primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm was suddenly enlightened. The cultivation that had troubled him for a long time was easily solved. I see. Fang Chen mumbled to himself with a smile on his face. Kacha! 3 breaths of time passed quickly. Lung Xian and the other experts were immersed in the destructive light. Their bodies were constantly being destroyed. If they were not so strong, they would have died long ago. Go back. At the critical moment, Emperor Mieyu demonized and sent Lung Xian and the others flying with a palm. He took on all the destructive light alone. Boom! Emperor Mieyu's body exploded and disappeared in the destructive light. Chapter 4042. Mieyu. Everyone screamed. Great Emperor Mieyu had sacrificed his own life to save them. Emperor Mieyu's body turned into ashes, but the demonic aura that had been accumulating in his body for billions of years successfully blocked the destructive light, giving Lung Xian and the others a chance to catch their breaths for a short while. However, it only lasted for a few breaths. Boom! The destructive light pierced through the monstrous demonic qi and continued to shoot out at a speed visible to the naked eye, bringing with it a shockingly powerful force. A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the fishermen and the others. In the blink of an eye, they had already made up their minds. For the sake of the primal chaos world, they would not hesitate to die. Kill! The fisherman was the first to act, wanting to block the destructive light. However, Lung Xian was one step faster. She completely activated the power of the soul river in her body, turning her entire body into a soul river, forcibly blocking the destructive light. The destructive light and the spirit river collided, causing the void to distort and shatter. The fisherman and the others were pushed back by the terrifying aura. Fang Qin was hit even harder. He sat cross-legged on the ground and could clearly see that his cheeks were hit by a powerful force. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. However, as time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. It had reached a critical point. He only needed one more step to enter the 13th level Saint Realm. At this critical moment of life and death, The primitive tribes and the underworld army seemed to be unable to sit still. If the people of the chaotic world were annihilated, it would greatly affect their plans. Buzz. In the direction of the life-forbidden zone, an extremely terrifying aura shot into the sky. Then, a giant face floated in the sky. Its eyes were as big as gongs as it watched the battlefield. Sacred Lord, you've gone too far. In another direction, the leader of the underworld army, Yao Ming, also expressed his opinion. If the Sacred Lord had used his own strength to fight against the people of the chaotic world, they would have nothing to say. However, in the age of chaos, he had used the power of a sovereign. Was he trying to destroy the world? Humph! The Sacred Lord snorted coldly. His entire body emitted an extremely cold aura. He glanced at the giant face in the sky above the life-forbidden zone and said, "The Source World was created by the demon-devouring clan. The people of the chaotic world are our enemies. Do we need your primitive tribes to know how to deal with our enemies?" He did not give the primitive tribes any face at all. This tribe had always coveted the Source World. If their leader had not entered the World Gap, they would have been destroyed long ago. They had signed a contract, but now the primitive tribes had breached it. "You just need to remember the contract you signed," threatened the Sacred Lord. On the other side, Yao Ming's sovereign's power. He sent a trace of his power of a sovereign, and it instantly landed on the battlefield in the ghost domain. Countless people of the underworld were instantly killed and died. They let out miserable cries. Even he himself was affected, was so strong. Yao Ming couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Was this the power of a supreme being? He glared at the sacred leader and said, "Does your devouring demons clan want to start a war with the three of us?" The Sacred Lord looked down on him. What he truly cared about was the life-forbidden zone. As for the people of the chaotic world, they could not be considered a force at all. They posed no threat to them. The underworld army was the same. Since they had used their sovereign's power, they might as well destroy them as well. Buzz. The Sacred Lord ignored the life-forbidden zone and the underworld army. He continued to use his sovereign's power. Terrifying destructive light constantly shot toward the people of the chaotic world. After holding on for 15 minutes, Lung Xian's soul river finally could not hold on any longer. Cracks appeared on it, and then it collapsed. Pucci! Lung Xian's body flew back. She spat out blood. Her face was pale, and her organs were all shattered. She had lost the ability to fight. "Lung Xian!" Xing Wing shouted and hurriedly brought Lung Xian to a safe place. However, there was only cold, killing intent in Lung Xian's eyes. There was no emotion. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to die together with the Sacred Lord. "You're already injured. You can't fight." Xing Wing forcefully held Lung Xian down. However, she was extremely stubborn and wanted to stand up. Hiss! 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 The destructive light continued to kill the people of the chaotic world. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people of the chaotic world had died. Only a small portion was left, barely holding on. "So many people have died for you. Don't you feel guilty?" The Sacred Lord used his sovereign's power to harass Fang Chen while using his words. Buzz. Indeed, after hearing this, Fang Chen's aura became a little chaotic. However, it quickly returned to normal. "Charge!" Fang Chen was roaring hysterically in his heart. He could only watch helplessly as his compatriots died one after another in order to save the living beings of the Chaos Realm. It was truly painful for him. He would rather bear all of this himself. However, he knew that only by stepping into the 13th level Saint Realm could he save himself from this situation. Only then could he let his comrades who had died realize their value. Boom! 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 Under the Sacred Lord's provocation and the threat of the destructive light, Fang Chen's heart burned with a raging fire. 9,999 strands of ultimate force erupted with a vast power. He used the perfect bloodline as a guide and merged it with all the ultimate force. Furthermore, he used a heaven-defying method to forcefully condense the last strand of ultimate force. Buzz! The 10,000th strand of ultimate force was growing at a visible rate. Everyone was greatly shocked. Even Lung Xian's ice, cold face revealed a trace of an excited smile. Is he going to succeed? Xingwen and the others shouted excitedly. Since ancient times, the strongest cultivator in history had only condensed 9,999 strands of ultimate power. If Fang Chen could condense 10,000 strands of ultimate power, he would definitely be the first of his kind. When he reached the 13th level Saint Realm, he would definitely be able to suppress the Sacred Lord. Everyone seemed to have seen the hope of victory. The haze in their hearts from the destructive light instantly disappeared and was replaced by excitement. However, in addition to being excited, they did not forget to block the Sacred Lord's harassment for Fangchen. It's useless. In the face of the ultimate force, everything is useless. The Sacred Lord shook his head. Indeed, the ultimate force was the strongest power left behind by a supreme being. Unless a supreme being came personally, no one could resist it. Otherwise, everyone below the supreme being level was like an ant. This was the Sacred Lord's ultimate trump card. Seeing this scene, Yao Ming swallowed his saliva. The foundation of the devouring demon clan was much stronger than he had imagined. The giant face above the life-forbidden zone fell silent. He was thinking whether to make a move or not. At the same time, he was also analyzing the consequences of making a move against Zhang Xian. Chapter 4043. With the strength of Lung Xian and the rest, they were unable to stop the destructive light. The black ball in the Sacred Master's hand had already released half of the supreme power. The destructive light had reached its peak. Before this, the fall of great Emperor Mieyu was still fresh in everyone's mind. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. They saw hope, but did it make them feel despair? Seeing that Fang Chen was about to succeed, the Sacred Master used such a trump card at the crucial moment. It was too difficult. Boom! The destructive light brought with it an extremely terrifying power as it charged towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. Lung Xian and the rest wanted to stop it, but they were powerless. Their bodies were sent flying as their entire bodies were sent flying. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. When the destructive light bombarded Fang Chen's body, everyone was stunned. The people of the chaos world were covered in blood. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The fishermen and the others roared hysterically and charged at Fang Chen with all their might. However, all of this was meaningless. Fang Chen would be severely injured if he was hit by the destructive light. A bunch of ants. The Sacred Master looked down at the crowd and said in disdain. The destructive light had completely exploded. The terrifying power drowned Fang Chen's body. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape unless he became a supreme. But that was impossible. You killed the general of my devouring demon clan? The Sacred Master looked down on anyone who dared to provoke the devouring demon clan. There was only one outcome, death. No, everyone exclaimed in shock. Lung Xian's body froze on the spot. In her mind, the scene of her first meeting with Fang Chen appeared. At that time, he still called her senior. How could this be? The giant face above the life-forbidden zone turned pale, but it did not speak in the end. On the battlefield of the Ghost Manor, the leader of the underworld army, Yao Ming stared at the Holy Lord with his dark eyes. For the first time, he felt that the devouring demon clan was much stronger than he had imagined. The moment the Holy Lord used his trump card, he decided that he must cooperate with the chaotic world. Otherwise, the underworld army alone would not be able to do anything to the devouring demon clan. Is he dead? Behind the Saint Lord, many generals were waiting solemnly. Someone spoke up, breaking the silence between heaven and earth. Humph, he's dead for sure after being hit by the supreme power. What a joke. The primal chaos realm is still trying to reverse the situation? Disdain appeared on the faces of the battle generals. In their view, this battle was completely over. Once all the foreign races in the origin world were destroyed, they would lead their armies to the damaged chaos realm and completely annihilate them. However, just when everyone thought that Fong Qin had been destroyed by the supreme power, a strange scene occurred. It happened. Within the destructive light, Fong Qin sat cross-legged. Even though he was in a sorry state, not only did the supreme power not injure his body, but it was also absorbed into his body by the ultimate power. Boom! Boom! With the immense pressure of the supreme power, the 9,999 ultimate powers fused together to fight against it. At this moment, the 10,000th ultimate power was born. Crash! Fong Qin opened his eyes abruptly. The supreme power was indeed very strong. If it weren't for the protection of the 9,999 ultimate powers, he would have been blasted to pieces. But now, the supreme power had helped him, allowing him to take the opportunity to successfully step into the 13th level Saint Realm. Buzz! He felt the power in his body soaring, and an indescribable power was born in his body. This was the most ancient and most primitive power. It was a power on the same level as the heavenly Tao power. This kind of power only existed in experts at the peak of the 13th level Saint Realm. The moment Fong Qin stepped into the 13th level Saint Realm, the destructive power around him was no longer a threat to him. Crash! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fong Qin suddenly stood up. Along with the sea of fire, he let out a furious roar. At the same time, the light of destruction instantly disappeared and was replaced by an extremely terrifying ultimate power. The Saint Lord's face changed drastically. He involuntarily took a step back, and the black ball in his hand trembled violently. The battle generals behind him were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did he not die after being hit by the supreme power? Why did he break through? What? Fong Qin didn't die. I know. He used the pressure of the supreme power to forcibly condense 10,000 ultimate powers and stepped into the 13th level Saint Realm. The sadness on the faces of the Chaos World's people disappeared. It was replaced by excitement, especially Lung Xian and the fishermen. They knew better than anyone else what it meant for Fong Qin to step into the 13th level Saint Realm. It meant the curtains of this war would be drawn. Before the devouring demon patriarch returned, the origin world would have no power to resist, not even the Saint Lord. Boom! Boom! Fong Qin's aura continued to soar. Everyone in the origin world felt an oppressive aura. The giant face above the forbidden life zone fell into a daze. He broke through? After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice. On the other side, on the battlefield of the Ghost Manor, the leader of the underworld army, Yao Ming, looked at Huang Xiaolong with a burning gaze. Isn't this guy too abnormal? He can actually resist the ultimate powers. Compared to the cheering of the Chaos World's people, the experts of the sacred land were more solemn, especially the Saint Lord. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Qin. Do you think that? Breaking through to the 13th level Saint Realm can turn the situation around? The Saint Lord exerted force in his palm and released all the remaining supreme power in the black sphere. It rushed toward Fong Qin in an unstoppable manner. Everything is nothing before the supreme power, the Saint Lord said coldly. Sacred Leader said coldly. Many of the generals behind him entered battle mode, ready to attack at any moment. Boom! Fong Qin was unmoved by the violent supreme power. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Saint Lord. Lung Xian, the fisherman, and the others behind him reminded him to be careful. He turned his head and smiled. Leave it to me. In the next instant, he took a step forward and directly stomped his foot on the supreme power before everyone's eyes. Crack! He exerted force on the sole of his foot, and the supreme power actually exploded. It exploded on the spot, and the power of the explosion was forcibly suppressed by Fong Chen. Not a trace of it escaped. Now, do you have anything else to say? Fong Chen gave a strong response. He raised his head and looked at the Saint Lord coldly. How is this possible? The generals cried out in shock. The supreme power was actually crushed by a single stomp. Just how terrifying was this guy's strength? Could he have stepped into the supremacy realm? But that was impossible. Only the Saint Lord was relatively calm. End of chapter. Chapter 4044. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, Fong Chen broke through his limit and stepped into the 13th level Saint realm. His strength had soared to the extreme, and the 5 origins circled around him. He was like a god of war, standing on the ground and facing off against the sacred leader. The most shocking thing was that the sovereign force had been destroyed by him with one stomp. This was the strongest trump card that the devouring demon patriarch had left for the sacred land. It was the sacred leader's greatest reliance. Now that it had been destroyed, the sacred leader's heart sank. You! The sacred leader's face darkened as he stared at Fong Chen. He could clearly feel that there was a terrifying power in the latter's body. He succeeded? Lung Xian and the others smiled excitedly. Emperor Mie, you hadn't died in vain. He had successfully stalled for time, allowing Fong Chen to step into the 13th level Saint realm. This way, the tide of the battle had turned. Everyone in the chaotic realm cheered. The complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization wasn't something that the incomplete cultivation system of the age of chaos could compare to. No matter how strong the sacred leader was, he was only a half-step chaotic supremacy. Fong Chen, who was in the 13th level Saint realm, could be said to be invincible under the supremacy realm. The moment he had successfully broken through, the outcome had been decided. Unless the devouring demon patriarch returned from the world gap, the chaotic realm would completely suppress the devouring demon clan. Success! Ha ha ha! He finally succeeded. Everyone cheered, and tears of joy flowed down their cheeks. Lung Xian and the others, especially. This was the first time they had seen hope after so many years. Humph! After a short moment of shock, the sacred leader snorted and said disdainfully, My devouring demon clan is the ruler of the world. Your chaotic realm is destined to be destroyed. Do you think that you can fight against my devouring demon clan just because you've stepped into the 13th level Saint realm? You're too naive. The sacred leader believed that he controlled the origin world and could communicate with the heavenly Tao. As long as the origin world wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. So what if his opponent was strong? He would kill everyone else and then gather all the forces to deal with him. He believed that the origin world would be the final victor. The giant face above the life-forbidden zone was shocked. Amazing, as expected of the person who values him. In the Ghost Manor battlefield, the eyes of Yao Ming, the leader of the underworld army, flickered. He was trying to decide what to do next. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, the hallowed lord gave the order, and all the generals took action once more. All the forces of the origin world were gathered together in an attempt to annihilate the survivors of the chaotic world. Die! The sacred leader had made his move. He only had Fong Chen in his eyes. Crack! Terrifying energy swirled around Fong Chen's body. His 13th Order, true Saint Realm battle prowess erupted, and no one could stop him. In a single exchange, he forced the Holy Sovereign to retreat. The Holy Lord regained his balance and licked his lips. Is this the strength of a 13th Order true saint? His fighting spirit soared as he fought fiercely with Fong Chen. On the other side of the battlefield, the people from the chaotic realm led by Lung Xian were engaged in a fierce battle with the warriors from the Holy Land. Crack! One warrior after another fell into a pool of blood. This war was unprecedentedly tragic. Everyone was fighting for their own mission. Kill these bastards. Our chaotic realm has been harmed for too long. Today is the day of revenge. Kill them all. The people from the chaotic realm's bloodthirst completely erupted. The battle was chaotic and they suffered heavy casualties. Of course, everyone knew that the battle that would determine the outcome would be between the Holy Lord and Fangchen. Among everyone present, the two of them were the strongest. They were also the closest to the Supreme Realm. It's useless. I am one with the origin world. I am immortal and indestructible. What can you use to fight me? Although his trump card, the Supreme Realm's power, was gone, the Holy Lord could directly transform into heaven and earth and use the power of the origin world to deal with Fangchen. Is that so? Fangchen said coldly. In that case, I will shatter the origin world. As soon as his voice fell, a long sword suddenly appeared in Fangchen's hand. He flicked his wrist and executed the ultimate sword technique. With the strength of a 13th Order true saint, the ultimate sword technique was executed with 10,000 rays of ultimate sword technique. It destroyed the origin world in an unstoppable manner. At the same time, everyone in every corner of the origin world felt the threat of death. A ray of sword light pierced through time and space and forcefully cut the origin world apart. Wherever the sword light passed, sword chi filled the air. All the devouring demon clan members were killed. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this too terrifying? Just one sword strike had destroyed more than half of the origin world and caused 2/3 of the devouring demon clan to die. Of course, these were the weakest members of the devouring demon clan. Even so, the Holy Lord was enraged. You are courting death. The Holy Lord used the power of the heavenly way to block with all his might. However, Fangchen's strength was too strong. No one could match him except for a Supreme Realm expert. Whoosh! He swung his sword again. This time, it was aimed at the Holy Lord. Boom! With a loud bang, the Holy Lord was directly destroyed. Some of the generals could not dodge in time and were instantly annihilated. The power was terrifying. On this day, the people of the chaotic realm called it the Day of Rebirth. However, the devouring demon clan called it the Day of Destruction. Ray after ray of sword light pierced through the origin world, piercing countless holes in the space. Wherever the sword chi passed, not a single blade of grass was left alive. All those who had the bloodline of the devouring demon clan were killed. Phew! Lung Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their battle had ended long ago. They had retreated to a safe area and were watching Fangchen. So strong! Is this the power of the peak of the 13th level Saint Realm? The fisherman could not help but exclaim. The peak power of 10,000 rays of ultimate force was definitely unprecedented. The Holy Lord could not fight back at all. He could only watch as the origin world was destroyed. As for him, his body merged with heaven and earth. He used the power of the heavenly way to barely hold on. However, the others were not so lucky. Most of the devouring demon clan members died under Fangchen's terrifying sword light. Boom! 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 Fangchen was like the Grim Reaper, destroying the origin world. When the sword light touched the life-forbidden zone, it was blocked by the giant face. In just a few breaths, the origin world was riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. The primitive tribes could not sit still. They protected the life-forbidden zone with all their might, not letting Fangchen's sword light hit it. In the Ghost Manor territory, the underworld army was much weaker than the primitive tribes. They could not block the terrifying sword light. Countless members of the underworld army died. Yao Ming was so frightened that he fled back to the underworld. Flames of war rose from the tattered origin world. The Holy Lord's eyes were scarlet. He stared at Fangchen. He made a final struggle, but it was useless. The latter was too strong. He felt like he was facing a true primordial sword lord. Chapter 4045. Fangchen, who was at the 13th level Saint Realm, already stood at the peak of the cultivation world. Unless a supremacy took action, no one could match him. At this moment, he wielded a long sword and performed an ultimate sword technique. 10,000 strands of ultimate force revolved around the sword light and charged in all directions of the origin world. Miserable screams constantly rang out. Wherever the sword light passed, smoke rose everywhere. In just a few breaths' time, the origin world was cut apart. Hiss! The destruction of the origin world affected the heavenly Tao and caused it to become incomplete. This greatly weakened the sacred Lord's strength. He was unable to fight Fangchen at all. He could only rely on the protection of the heavenly Tao to retreat in defeat. Whoosh! 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 At a glance, the origin world was in ruins. Corpses were piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. It was like an Azura hell. However, the sacred Lord had already returned to the sacred land. The generals who had followed him everywhere had all died in battle. More than half of the huge devouring fiend clan had died. They were almost wiped out. If the sacred Lord hadn't transformed into heaven and earth and wouldn't die as long as the origin world wasn't destroyed, he would have died under Fang Chen's sword long ago. We won. Tears of excitement flowed from the corners of Lung Xian's eyes. After enduring for countless years, he had finally succeeded. The origin world was already in ruins. The sacred Lord was severely injured, and the heavenly Tao was damaged. The devouring fiend clan had suffered heavy casualties. They wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time. At the same time, a gray aura appeared around the life-forbidden zone, completely isolating the primitive races from the outside world. Swoosh! Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he suddenly slashed out with his sword. This sword strike contained 10,000 strands of ultimate force. It carried a vast and invincible power as it slashed above the sacred land. The entire sacred land was in turmoil. The protective array instantly shattered. The sacred Lord's angry roar resounded through the sky. At the critical moment, the sacred Lord forcefully activated the power of the heavenly Tao and burned his blood essence to envelop the dilapidated sacred land. He also said ruthlessly, "You will regret this." The regret he was referring to was naturally when the devouring fiend clan's patriarch returned. He would destroy the chaos realm and the humans in an unstoppable manner. But now, the devouring fiend clan's patriarch was in the world gap. It was unknown whether he could return or not. Fang Chen and the others were naturally unafraid. However, after slashing apart the origin world, Fang Chen didn't continue pursuing, because he'd noticed that even though he'd breached the sacred land, it was still quite difficult to completely destroy the origin world in a short period of time. Moreover, the primitive tribes in the life-forbidden zone were also eyeing them covetously. If both sides suffered losses in the end and they took advantage of the situation, it would be hard to say what would happen. Therefore, just as Lung Xian and the others were about to lead the army and charge towards the sacred land, they were stopped by Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you've already stepped into the 13th Order, true Saint Realm. In the entire origin world, no one can defeat you. With the Holy Lord heavily injured, this is the perfect opportunity for us to annihilate the devouring devil clan. Xing Wang was puzzled. At the side, Lung Xian and the fisherman exchanged glances before looking at Fang Chen in confusion. I've already slashed apart the origin world. In the following period of time, the heavenly Tao's power will continue to dissipate, and even the fortune will be lost. The devouring devil clan won't be able to do anything. Now that the Holy Lord is holed up in the sacred land, if we forcefully attack the sacred land, we'll be in danger. Of course, there was a more important point, and that was the primitive tribes in the life-forbidden zone. I agree with his point of view. Although the primitive tribes are isolated from the outside world, we all know very well what they've been plotting for so many years. We've endured for so many years. A few more days won't make a difference, Lung Xian said. Then when will we destroy the origin world? Xing Wing asked. For this battle, the chaotic realm had paid a heavy price. Generations of warriors had advanced dauntlessly in exchange for today's outcome. They really didn't want any more unforeseen changes. They just wanted to end this war that had spanned across the river of time as soon as possible. We'll first rest in the chaotic realm and unify the forces in the chaotic realm. Then we'll gather our forces for the final battle, Fong Qin said. Before that, we might as well watch a good show. Hearing this, everyone instantly understood. The sacred ground was damaged, and the sacred lord was severely injured. Would the underworld army and the primitive tribes let go of such a great opportunity? Moreover, they had just gone through a fierce battle, and many of them were injured. If they continued to fight, their lives would be in danger. Rather than that, it was better to return to the chaotic realm and rest for a while before fighting again. Now, Fong Qin had become the true leader of the chaotic realm. Even the proud and aloof Lung Xian had complete faith in him, a 13th-level Saint Realm existence. Unless the devouring demon clan leader returned, no one would be a match for him. Let's go back. It had been a long time since he had returned. Fong Qin also missed his hometown very much. This time, they returned with great fanfare through the chaos battlefield. Before leaving, Fong Qin turned his head to look at the devastated origin world. The next time they set foot here, it would be the final battle. When that time came, the origin world would be completely destroyed. News of the major war in the origin world quickly spread. The devouring demon clan had suffered heavy casualties and directly caused the origin world to become a ghost town. The Jialua clan at the end of the reincarnation road also heard the news. When Jia Jiu learned that the leader was his good brother, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fong Qin." Jia Jiu was surprised. The Jialua clan also held an emergency meeting. Someone had already contacted the Supreme Sovereign at the end of the Chaos World's reincarnation road. The two sides had reached a unanimous decision to join forces to deal with the origin world. Soon, the Jialua clan had completely retreated from the origin world and destroyed all the reincarnation road here. The Chaos World. After a long time of nurturing and developing, the current Chaos World was no longer the same as before. Not long ago, Supreme Sovereigns worked together with Fong Qin and the others in the origin world to eliminate the foreign races that had sneaked in. During this time, there had been a series of large-scale wars, but with Supreme Sovereigns in charge, there were almost no problems. However, one day, a piece of bad news came from the Chaos battlefield. A human saint had been killed by a mysterious expert. At first, Supreme Sovereigns thought it was done by the devouring demon clan. But in the next few days, saints mysteriously died one after another. This scene attracted the Supreme Sovereign's attention, and he mobilized his forces to find the culprit. What no one knew was that, outside the Chaos battlefield, a young warrior with a few servants looked at the God's Fall battlefield with disdain. He said, disdainfully, how unlucky. After wandering in the world gap for so long, we finally found a world with a weak realm barrier. It's actually so broken. Young master, isn't this perfect? The servant said with a smile. You've been looking for a cauldron. Why don't you use this broken world as a cauldron to cultivate? Chapter 4046. This group of people was led by the young man, and the other servants with powerful auras respectfully called him young master. From this, it could be seen that the force behind the young man was extremely powerful. And now, the servant was actually instigating the young man to use the broken chaos realm as a cauldron to refine his Tao. This was definitely an extremely cruel method. If those top powerhouses knew about it, they wouldn't let him off easily. Under normal circumstances, the young man definitely wouldn't dare, but the broken chaos realm was different. They were in a very remote area of the world gap, and ordinary people couldn't find this place at all. Moreover, the strongest person here was only at the Saint Realm, and there wasn't even a single Supreme. How could they resist his attack? The cultivation technique I cultivate does need a powerful cauldron to cultivate. As long as I can cultivate it to perfection, I can step into the Supreme Realm. The young man had some thoughts in his mind. Young master, this broken world doesn't even have a realm lord. As long as you give the order, everyone will submit to you. The servant smiled. Don't forget why you ran away from home and risked your life in the world gap. As expected, the young man recalled the scenes of life and death in the world gap all these years and finally made a decision. Okay, I'll use this broken world as my cauldron, said the young man. They should be proud to be my cauldron. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's body soared into the sky and looked down at the ground. The next moment he spread his hands and layers of red ripples spread out, quickly radiating throughout the entire chaos realm. At the same time, Star and Moon and the others in the human race's sacred land sensed that something was wrong. They were just about to look for the Grandmaster when the latter's consciousness projection arrived. The Grandmaster said with a solemn expression, "A great enemy is attacking. You have to be careful." After saying that, the Grandmaster's consciousness projection dissipated. Star and Moon immediately made a decision to completely seal off the primordial chaos realm, and not even a fly could fly in. They also summoned the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain and many powerhouses of the human race to prepare for battle. God's fall battlefield. Who is behaving atrociously in my chaos realm? The Grandmaster's voice reverberated through the path of reincarnation, and the sound waves exploded, directly blocking the spread of the red ripples. Get lost. Seeing this, the servant shouted angrily and struck out with his palm, directly shattering the reincarnation road and forcing the great sovereign to show himself. Humph, a half-step supreme exalt like you also dares to be impudent in front of our young master. The servant said disdainfully. Red ripples continued to spread out. The vitality of the chaos world was being forcefully stripped away by the young man. As the great sovereign saw this, his complexion changed. He couldn't care less about anything else and forcefully took action to stop the young man's cultivation. Not good. He wants to use the chaos realm as a furnace. However, the great senior's strength had declined, and he couldn't compare to when he was at his peak, so he couldn't stop the young man. Noisy. However, his repeated attacks also brought some trouble to the young man. The servants all surrounded the great sovereign, wanting to kill him. The young man suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, "It's your fortune that this young master has taken a fancy to your place." Poochie! With a flick of his finger, a dazzling light instantly shot out and drilled into the great sovereign's body. The reincarnation power in the latter's body continued to leak out, and his complexion became more and more unsightly. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground, dying. "Old thing, you dared to challenge our young master with this little strength." The servant stepped on the great sovereign's body, and the latter couldn't resist at all. No, the great sovereign roared. Fang Chen and the others were in the origin world, and they were about to have a decisive battle. At this critical moment, someone had actually come to the chaos world from the world gap and wanted to refine the entire chaos world. He wanted to stop it, but he didn't have the strength. No! The great sovereign's roar couldn't stop the young man's cultivation. His body was enveloped in red light, and his mouth was constantly chanting. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation technique was completely activated. With a thought, a wisp of flame instantly burned with his feet as the center, and then spread to the entire God's Fall battlefield. However, when the flame reached the entrance of the primordial chaos, it was temporarily blocked. Humph! The young man snorted coldly and shattered the seal with a punch. Immediately, a vast and terrifying flame surged into the primordial chaos and kept spreading. For a time, the primordial chaos was plunged into water and fire. Not good. Let's stop it together. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain rushed to the front, protecting Star and Moon. Their faces were extremely solemn. This was the greatest danger they had ever encountered. Even the great sovereign couldn't stop it. One could imagine how strong the other party was. Condense. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain formed a battle formation, trying to stop the spread of the flame. Star and Moon, Fangxi, Barbarian, and the others all attacked. The 10 palace masters of the human sacred land also rushed to the front. Everyone knew that today's battle concerned the survival of the Chaos World. Even if they died in battle, they had to stop the spread of the flame. Wherever the flame passed, not even a blade of grass was left alive. All living beings died, and countless miserable screams came from the billowing smoke. They're all innocent people. Little Mouse was furious. He showed his true form as a sky-devouring divine rat. The 10,000 feet tall rat stood between heaven and earth. He opened his bloody mouth and directly swallowed the flame. Xiao Huang didn't care too much. He summoned thousands of members of the royal ant family to resist the flame. Seahorse and Pangolin stood on the old faker. The latter took root in the soil, and his branches and leaves kept spreading, trying to stop the flame from spreading at the cost of burning himself. The entire Chaos World was in a life-and-death crisis. Everyone was fighting desperately. Puff! Star and Moon's clothes were burned by the flame. Fortunately, her daughter, Fangxi, was by her side and managed to put out the flame. Even so, her skin was still burned, and her internal organs were also burned. "Mother," Fangxi cried. Xing Yu shook her head. Even though her purple clothes were already damaged, they still accentuated her noble and otherworldly temperament. In this type of life and death situation, she was extremely decisive. She directly passed down the order that if she died, Fangxi would inherit everything she had and continue to protect the primal chaos realm. As for her, before anyone could react, she rushed into the sea of fire and used her body to block the opening. No, the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain were going crazy. They rushed to the gap like crazy. They promised their boss that they would protect their sister-in-law and not let her come to any harm. But now, their sister-in-law rushed into the sea of fire. Even a peak saint might not be able to resist this kind of flame. If they were enveloped by the flame, they would definitely die. They were ashamed to face their boss. Even if we die, we can't break our promise. We can't let our boss down. Chapter 4047. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed maniacally as he fell into a state of madness. Flames enveloped his body and spread throughout the entire broken chaos realm. The great paragon couldn't resist at all. Star and Moon and the others were like moths flying into a flame. The broken chaos realm couldn't resist the purgatory-like sea of fire at all. Universes were constantly being refined, and miserable cries spread throughout the universe. However, the young man was unmoved. In fact, he became even crazier. He pushed his cultivation technique to the extreme and forcefully refined the broken chaos realm with heaven-defying means. The broken chaos realm is ultimately too weak. It can't resist the young master's power at all. A few servants stood beside the young man, guarding him to prevent any sneak attacks. Of course, they felt that this was unnecessary. In the entire chaos realm, the strongest person was the guy called the Great Paragon. He had already been suppressed by the young master, and the others couldn't do anything at all. As for the people in the primordial chaos, to the servants, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. Foolish, the servants despised. If you had obediently followed the young master's orders, he might have spared your lives after refining this chaos realm. Unfortunately, you are courting death. The servants knew very well that the young master's lineage was the absolute controller of flames. They were known as the Flame Monarchs. Although the flames released by the young master seemed ordinary, they were actually the most terrifying flames in the world. No one below the supremacy level could resist them. Even in the world gap, such flames were enough to intimidate enemies. Rumble. The sea of fire enveloped the entire chaos realm and even spread to the chaos battlefield. This was the intersection with the origin world, and also the place where Feng Qin and the others returned. When they opened the realm wall and returned to the chaos realm, they immediately felt the terrifying flames. With Lung Xian leading the group, they instantly unleashed all their strength to disperse the flames. Immediately after, Fang Chen's expression froze as he cursed inwardly. He raised his head and saw an endless sea of fire that completely enveloped the Chaos Realm. What terrifying flames! Who is it that is attacking the Chaos Realm? Could it be someone from the Devouring Demon Clan? Fang Chen leaped into the sky and looked up. He saw the young master across the endless void. He wants to refine the Chaos world? Fang Chen's cold voice came out of his mouth. In the next moment, his anger soared, and he charged towards the young master at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Courting death. Lung Xian and the others were also furious. They didn't have time to share the joy of returning to the primal Chaos Realm and directly entered battle mode. They respectively used their powerful strength to expel the flames. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could see his good brother, his wife, and his daughter trapped in the sea of fire. Wait for me. Fang Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. At the same time, his fury soared to the heavens. He slashed out with his sword, and his vast, ultimate energy condensed into a terrifying swordlight that slashed towards the young man. Crack! When the servants saw this, they blocked the swordlight at the same time and shattered it. However, the young man was also affected by the strong vibrations. He temporarily stopped smelting and looked up at Fang Chen. The young man was surprised. There was actually someone who could fly freely in his sea of fire. This was a little interesting. Fang Chen couldn't care less. With a thought, he shuttled through the void and arrived at the entrance of the primal Chaos Realm. He activated the power of the 13th level Saint Realm and forcibly extinguished the sea of fire. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The moment Fang Chen appeared, all the flames in the primal Chaos Realm disappeared. Just when Star and Moon and the others fell into despair and were ready to die, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Star and Moon turned around abruptly. The moment she saw Fang Chen, an excited smile appeared on her white cheeks. Brother Chen. Father. Fang, she also called out excitedly. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain, who were in a weakened state, jumped up. Boss, you're finally back. At this moment, all the experts in the primal Chaos Realm were filled with joy. They felt like they had survived a disaster. The return of the Lord Leader meant that the disaster would disappear. Father, it's great that you're back. Fang, she rushed into his father's arms and cried. Fang Chen hugged his wife and daughter and gently patted their shoulders. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen to the primal Chaos Realm. Welcome, Lord Leader. The experts, led by the 10 palace masters of the sacred ground, all knelt down to welcome Fang Chen's return. An ant dares to compete with the moon? A loud explosion could be heard coming from the rift. Fang Chen raised his head and saw the young master and a few servants with powerful auras. Who's the ant? Fang Chen looked calm, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Of course it's you, stupid native. The moment you stood up against me, you were destined to die. The young master smirked, revealing a look of disdain. The servants snorted disdainfully at Fang Chen. Brat, do you know who you're facing? Kill yourself before the young master gets angry. Otherwise, everyone in this realm will be buried with you. It's your honor that the young master is smelting your realm. How dare you stop him? Swoosh! Swoosh! Lung Xian and the others rushed over. On the way back, they rescued the suppressed Great Sage. You guys? The Great Sage was excited when he saw Lung Xian and the others. The Devouring Demon Clan has been defeated. We came back to rebuild the primal Chaos Realm. But we didn't expect to encounter such a thing, said Xingwang. Who are they? Asked the fisherman. They came from the World Gap. I don't know their exact identities, but they're very strong, said the Great Sage softly. Lung Xian shook her head. As long as they hadn't reached the supremacy realm, there was nothing to fear. Don't worry. With him around, nothing will happen to the primal chaos realm. All the experts who returned from the origin world, including Lung Xian, were full of confidence in Fong Chen. What a joke! Fong Chen was at the 13th level Saint Realm, but his combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even a half-step chaotic supremacy Sacred Lord, who had the power of a supremacy and whose body had fused with the origin world, was defeated by Fong Chen. No one in the huge devouring demon clan was a match for him. One could imagine how strong he was. Although the young martial artist in front of them was strong, he wasn't a supremacy. They believed in Fong Chen. I'll go deal with some trouble first. Fong Chen comforted his wife and daughter. After greeting the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain and other good brothers, he returned to the God's Fall battlefield and came to Lung Xian and the others. Great Sage, are you all right? I'm fine. Be careful, said the Great Sage. Chapter 4048. Primordial Chaos. Led by Star and Moon, many experts of the human sacred grounds were extremely excited and cheered. Fong Chen's return meant that the crisis that had engulfed the entire primordial chaos realm would be completely resolved. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain couldn't wait to enter the God's Fall battlefield and fight side by side with their boss. However, they knew that if they were too weak, it would affect their boss performance. They firmly believed that their boss was invincible. Boss is back. Everything should be over. Little Mouse said with a fiery look in his eyes. The others nodded heavily. The barbarian held his battle axe and laughed wildly. My good brother. God's Fall battlefield. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the young man. The great sovereign was of the Jialoa clan and had the reincarnation bloodline flowing in his body. His strength was extraordinary and his injuries weren't serious. The fishermen and the others helped the great sovereign up. Lung Xian and the others fighting spirit sword, and they didn't hide their killing intent at all. They had gone through untold hardships in the origin world and finally defeated the devouring demon clan's sacred ground. However, an outsider was now trying to refine the entire primordial chaos realm. He was simply courting death. How dare an ant compete with the moon? The young man was a little angry. If he could succeed in refining the entire primordial chaos realm, it would definitely bring unimaginable benefits to his strength. He could even take this opportunity to step into the primordial chaos realm. However, it was now ruined by this stranger in front of him. This was something he couldn't tolerate. How dare you ruin the young master's cultivation? You're courting death. One of the servants said coldly. In the next moment, an eerie and terrifying aura surged around him as he rushed in front of Fong Chen like lightning, wanting to kill him. Humph, Aunt. The young man sneered. Although his servant's strength wasn't as strong as his, he could still sweep through a primordial chaos realm. Die! The servant shouted in a low voice. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He suddenly threw a punch at Fong Chen. However, what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Crack! Fong Chen also punched out lightly, but this punch contained the power of the perfect bloodline and the strength of a 13th order true Saint Realm expert. When his fist collided with the servant's fist, the entire God Fall battlefield trembled. The earth quaked and mountains shook. The servant's mocking smile came to an abrupt halt, replaced by fear. That's right, it was fear. The power from Fong Chen's fist shocked him. He tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. The power of the punch directly shattered his organs. Even his origin spirit was affected. With a crack, a clear sound rang out on the battlefield. Everyone saw a shocking scene. The arrogant and despotic servant fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. He instantly lost all signs of life. This sudden turn of events caused the young man's expression to gradually turn grave. Just a single punch was enough to kill his own servant. Just how powerful was that person? At least the strength of a peak true saint, or perhaps a half-step true saint. Thinking of this, the young man began to size up Fong Chen again. The other servants were furious. How dare you? The death of one servant caused the other servants to be enraged. They joined forces to besiege Fong Chen, but they had underestimated his strength. A pair of iron fists killed all the servants in a few breaths of time. When they invaded the Chaos Realm, their fate was sealed. Fong Chen didn't have a compassionate heart. Although he wouldn't kill the innocent, he wouldn't let anyone who invaded his hometown go. You! The young man was surrounded by black light. His dark eyes stared at Fong Chen and said coldly, "Boy, do you know what you've done wrong?" Fong Chen shrugged. "The Chaos Realm is our hometown. No one can destroy it." The young man looked at the corpses of his servants on the ground and was furious. He directly fought with Fong Chen. "Humph! A lowly native of a barren land dares to go against me. You're simply courting death. You killed my servant and deserve to die, but I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you watch your hometown being smelted by me." As his voice fell, the young man once again displayed a powerful secret technique. Flames constantly spewed out from the top of his head and continued to smelt the Chaos Realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flames instantly formed a sea of fire and spread out in the blink of an eye. However, no matter how much it spread, it couldn't break through Fong Chen's blockade. "Condense!" Fong Chen growled. He formed a seal with both hands and condensed a formation to bind the sea of fire. In the next moment, he took the initiative to attack and displayed his ultimate sword technique. 10,000 rays of ultimate force burst out. He seemed to have merged with the heavenly Tao, and his combat strength soared to the extreme. Kill! The 13th level Saint Realm was much more powerful than the half-step chaotic supremacy realm. This was the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. With the help of the perfect bloodline and the record-breaking 10,000 rays of ultimate force, Fong Chen's strength had soared to the extreme. He merged with the sword light and shot out. Before the battle began, the young man's expression changed drastically. How could this be? 10,000 rays of ultimate force actually existed and wasn't just a legend. He suddenly felt a little scared. He clearly remembered that his father had told him not to provoke an expert with more than 9,000 rays of ultimate force when he was training outside. If he encountered an expert with 10,000 rays of ultimate force, he was to do everything possible to befriend him. Boom! The young man's head exploded. Such a remote barren land that was broken to a critical point had given birth to such a monster. How could he fight? He couldn't beat him at all. Dong! Fong Chen sent the young man flying with a punch. The latter's strength was too insignificant compared to 10,000 rays of ultimate force. At this time, Fong Chen was like a god of war, crushing the young man in an unstoppable manner. The latter was defeated and soon fell on the plains in the distance with serious injuries. "You, stop!" Finally, the young man began to beg for mercy. He knew how terrifying Fong Chen was and didn't dare to fight with him at all. "Now you know fear." Fong Chen looked down at the young man from above without a shred of pity. "Don't kill me. I'll leave here immediately and never come back." The young man even mentioned his family. "I'm the son of the Scarlet Cloud Realm Lord. If you let me go, the Scarlet Cloud Realm will help you if you encounter any danger in the future." Swoosh! Fong Chen flicked his finger and killed the young man directly. The primal chaos realm was in tatters. After defeating the origin world, there would be a long period of recovery. During this period, they could not afford to fight any large-scale battles. Thus, the best method was to silence everyone and prevent anyone from knowing the location of the primal chaos realm. In this way, the chaos realm would have enough time to recover. As for the Scarlet Cloud realm that the young man mentioned, Fong Chen didn't care at all. Chapter 4049. With the young man's death, The crisis that affected the entire Chaos realm was completely resolved. In the primordial chaos, everyone in the human race's sacred land smiled excitedly. In the God's Fall battlefield, the experts behind the Great Sovereign were also very excited to see Lung Xian and the others return, especially when they learned that the devouring demon clan of the Source World had been defeated by Fong Qin and many experts. The entire Chaos realm fell into a state of madness. Countless people were cheering. Have we finally succeeded? Ha ha ha! The heavens have not forsaken our Chaos realm. Damn the devouring demon clan. They have persecuted our Chaos realm for so long. They have finally reaped what they sowed. The news spread very quickly. The entire primal Chaos realm was celebrating. We pay our respects to the great leader. The Great Sovereign was the first to step forward. He knelt on one knee to express his respect. At the same time, Lung Xian, the fisherman, and the others also knelt down and called out the great leader's name. Their eyes were full of sincerity. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could be said to stand at the top of the Chaos realm. He was invincible unless a sovereign appeared. Moreover, he was the savior of the Chaos realm. If it weren't for him, the Chaos realm might have been completely destroyed. There was no way to repay such a great kindness. Everyone, please rise. Fong Qin was shocked. He hurriedly helped Lung Xian and the others up. He was especially grateful to Lung Xian. Senior Lung Xian, this is a little too much for me. Lung Xian shook her head. There was a faint smile on her white cheeks. Her beautiful eyes flickered with gratification. She said softly, "You led us to defeat the devouring demon clan and the Source World. You are the savior of the Chaos realm. You definitely deserve our worship." The fisherman and the others smiled in agreement. Ever since the Chaos realm had been suppressed by the devouring demon clan's patriarch, it had been badly damaged. The environment had changed greatly, leading to the Age of Chaos. It had been a long time since a sovereign had appeared. Moreover, there were very few experts at the peak of the Saint Realm. Fong Chen's appearance to a great extent made up for the lack of a leader in the Chaos realm. He also suppressed the Saint Lord of the devouring demon clan and led to their defeat. Even though they had yet to completely destroy the origin world and the devil-devouring race, victory was in sight. The first reason they had returned was to repair the origin realm, and the second reason was to gather their forces. When the time came, they would carry out the final purge of the origin realm. That's right. The Chaos realm cannot be without a leader for even a day. At present, you are the most qualified person to become its leader. The fisherman stroked his beard and said, among the people present, he was the most experienced. He had lived from the ancient civilization to the present. Once he spoke, no one would refute him. Even Xing Wang, Lung Xian, and the other experts nodded their heads in support of Fong Qin. All right, since that's the case, I will not decline. Fong Chen's heroic spirit soared to the heavens. His goal in entering the origin world was to save the people of the Chaos realm. As long as he could complete the mission, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, as an expert, he had to take on the responsibilities of an expert. From the moment he stepped into the 13th Order True Saint realm, he should have shouldered the important task of protecting the entire Chaos world. Everyone. Fong Qin cupped his fists and looked around at everyone. The Chaos realm is already broken. Now that it has been attacked by the enemy's flames, hundreds of millions of universes have been destroyed. The most important thing now is to repair these broken universes. All right. Everyone began to divide the work to repair the Chaos realm. Of course, as the leader, Fong Qin directly used heaven-defying means to break through the Chaos battlefield's barrier and forcefully absorb the providence of the origin world. Crack! The moment the barrier broke, the severely injured Holy Lord of the devouring fiend clan's holy land was filled with anger. Damn the Chaos realm! The Holy Lord roared, but it was useless. Unless the Patriarch could return, no one was Fong Chen's match. No, The devouring fiend clan cannot be destroyed by my hands. The holy lord fell into a frenzy. He dragged his injured body to the ancestral land's altar and frantically injected his blood into the altar. He wanted to summon the patriarch to return. Patriarch, please return and save your people. A melodious and heavy voice passed through the altar and into the world gap. As time passed, Feng Chen used heaven-defying means to suck back 2/3 of the providence that the devouring fiend clan's patriarch had taken away. Dong! When the 2 wisps of providence completely fused with the incomplete Chaos Realm's heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao underwent a huge change and quickly returned to its perfect state. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was because they discovered that the heaven and earth spirit chi was getting denser and denser, spreading to every corner of the Chaos Realm. The fog of the past gradually disappeared and was replaced by a flourishing scene. In every corner of the Chaos Realm, there were warriors cheering. Everyone could feel the changes in the Chaos Realm at this moment. The complete heavenly Tao. Feng Qin stared the sky. The heavenly Tao laws were the foundation of every space. Without the complete heavenly Tao laws, one's cultivation would be hindered. For example, the incomplete heavenly Tao previously caused the people of the Chaos Realm to be unable to cultivate to the peak of the Saint Realm. As a result, they were infinitely suppressed by the origin world. Now, after countless years, they once again felt the baptism of the heavenly Tao. They could imagine that in the near future, the warriors of the Chaos Realm would erupt like a geyser. In the future, there might even be a supreme realm powerhouse. Of course, all of this was in the future. It's a success. Lung Xian and the others had tears in their eyes. They had waited for this day for too long. Ha ha ha! I never thought that I would be able to see the complete heavenly Tao of the Chaos Realm in my lifetime. As expected of the Lord Leader, such means are really shocking. A few days later, the damage suffered by the Chaos Realm had been completely repaired. With the completion of the heavenly Tao, the cultivation system gradually began to return to normal. The cultivation of the warriors advanced by leaps and bounds, and this was just the beginning. Everything was developing in the direction of prosperity. The world was cheering, and the biggest contributor to all of this, Feng Qin, was convening many powerhouses for a meeting. The temporary victory did not make them dizzy. What came next was a tough battle. I have gathered all the powerhouses of the Chaos Realm. They will all be here in half a month. The great sage said, his heart surging with excitement. After listening to everyone's report, Feng Qin nodded and said, "Okay, then we will set a full attack on the origin world in a month." With that, he disappeared and soon returned to the ancient chaos, the sacred land of the human race. At this moment, his wife, Star and Moon, his daughter, Feng Shi and his sons, Feng Yun and Feng Han, were already looking into the distance, waiting for his return. Chapter 4050. Primordial Chaos, the sacred land of the human race. The sacred palace was the highest palace of the human race. Only the leader was qualified to open it. Today, the sacred palace, which had been closed for a long time, opened again. Feng Qin sat at the head of the table. Beside him was his wife, Star and Moon. Star and Moon, who was now a mother, no longer had the sharpness of the Star Emperor. Her fair cheeks were full of smiles, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on her husband. The best decision she had made in her life was to marry Feng Qin and have children. Below, the 10 palace lords of the human race and Feng Qin's brothers were also sitting in their seats. Everyone, thank you for your hard work during my absence. Feng Qin raised his cup to thank everyone. The leader risked his life to save the people of the primordial chaos realm and entered the origin world. What are we doing? Someone said. Yes, if it weren't for the leader, the primordial chaos realm would have been destroyed long ago. Everyone admired Feng Qin from the bottom of their hearts. I have gathered everyone here today to announce an important matter, Feng Qin said. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a huge treasury appeared in the sacred palace. This is... Everyone was puzzled. This is the treasury left behind by the ancestors of the human race. There are countless cultivation resources and treasures in it. Today, I will leave it in the sacred palace, Feng Qin said. As for how to distribute it, I will leave it to the 10 palace lords to discuss. After the short meeting, Feng Qin brought Star and Moon to his residence. The independent and elegant courtyard was full of cherry blossoms. A gust of wind blew, and the cherry blossoms fell in the courtyard. It was a beautiful sight. Feng Qin sat on a stone bench with Star and Moon in his arms. Her face was filled with a happy smile. "Brother Qin, I feel like this is all unreal," Star and Moon said. "I'm sorry to have made you suffer." Feng Qin felt a pang of guilt. All along, Star and Moon had silently supported him and raised his children. However, the time he spent with her was getting shorter and shorter, especially after entering the origin world. It was practically impossible for them to meet. Fortunately, they had succeeded. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Brother Qin, I understand," Star and Moon said softly. "You are doing this for the sake of all living beings in the Chaos Realm. I hate myself for not being able to share your burden. The burden on your shoulders is too heavy." Before Star and Moon could finish, she felt her lips being sealed. In the next moment, her mind went blank. Feng Qin's return made his brothers the happiest. The strength of the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. Their combat strength had soared. They had been guarding the Chaos Realm all this time. Now they could finally relax. "Is the pure-blooded beast pup not here yet?" the little mouse asked on a small hill outside the humans' sacred land. "It should be here soon," the Ant Queen said. Previously, when the Chaos Realm encountered a disaster, the pure-blooded beast pup had been resisting the Sea of Fire in the Demon Realm. It was said that the Demon Realm had suffered heavy casualties. Even the pure-blooded beast pup was injured. Whoosh! At this moment, in the distant sky, a blood-red light shot over. "Isn't it here now?" The old faker curled his lips. In the blink of an eye, the pure-blooded beast pup appeared on the mountain peak. When it saw its good friend, it smiled. "Where is Boss?" The pure-blooded beast pup couldn't help but ask. "Boss is in the courtyard. He has been waiting for you." "Hurry up and go," the old faker said mysteriously. "Okay." After that, the pure-blooded beast pup shot toward the sacred land. "Ha ha ha, this idiot." The little mouse was the first to laugh out loud. "Do you think he will be beaten up by Boss?" "I bet he will be thrown out of the sacred land by Boss." Xiao Huang also laughed unkindly. Seahorse and Pangolin were a little worried. "Isn't that too much?" The branches on the old faker swayed. "Humph! Who asked this guy to bully us all the time?" Back then, the 5 brothers entered the demon realm to look for a kind of fruit. In the end, they were fooled by the pure-blooded beast pup. Now that the tables had turned, they also wanted to mess with the pure-blooded beast pup. Boom! However, before they finished speaking, they heard an explosion in the sky above the sacred land. Then the pure-blooded beast pup howled. Bang! The pure-blooded beast pup's body was directly thrown out of the sacred land and smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack. Everyone in the sacred land felt that the ground was shaking. They were all curious about what had happened. "You 5 damned bastards!" The pure-blooded beast pup got up from the ground and rushed toward the small hill in anger. "Ha ha ha, look at this guy. His face is swollen. I'm dying of laughter. You are really an idiot." Next, the 5 tyrants of Mount Cheong were chased around the world by the pure-blooded beast pup. Everyone in the sacred land was dumbfounded. At this moment, in the independent courtyard, Star and Moon's clothes were a little messy. Her face was red, and she was panting heavily. It was not easy for her to get into the mood. but who knew that the pure-blooded beast pup would rashly ruin it. As a result, Star and Moon lowered her head in embarrassment. Fang Chen was also very angry. This pure-blooded beast pup just had to come to him at this juncture. In his anger, he directly kicked the pure-blooded beast pup out of the sacred land. Buzz! Fang Chen set up a formation to completely isolate the courtyard from the outside world. Then he hugged Star and Moon again and said softly, "Sorry, Brother Chen." Star and Moon said softly. The entire chaotic realm became joyous because of the strong return of Fang Chen and the others. At a glance, there were festive lights everywhere. Of course, Lung Xian and the others didn't celebrate because they knew that before the origin world was completely destroyed, the chaotic realm would face great danger. In fact, Fisherman and the others had always vaguely felt that Patriarch Devouring Fiend was the greatest hidden danger. If he really returned from the world gap, it would be troublesome. In the past few days, Lung Xian walked to every corner of the God's Fall battlefield. She followed in Supremacy Fu Jian's footsteps, wanting to revisit the places he had once walked. Soon, she arrived at the primordial chaos and entered the North Sea. She saw the altar and sensed Supremacy Fu Jian's aura. Then, she traveled to every universe. Finally, she followed Supremacy Fu Jian's aura and arrived at the human's sacred land. Oh! As soon as she arrived at the sacred land, she saw Fang Chen. Senior Lung Xian. Fang Chen greeted her. At the same time, he introduced his wife to each other. Lung Xian nodded gently at Star and Moon. Seeing her blush, she turned to look at Fang Chen and smiled meaningfully. "I didn't disturb you, did I?" Lung Xian said, "Don't worry about me. I'm just strolling around." Senior Lung Xian. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. "I'll get a few palace lords to accompany you around. I still have something to deal with." With that said, Fang Chen rushed out of the sacred land. He wanted to find those guys and have some fun. Chapter 4051. On a mountain peak, Little Mouse and the others were lying on the ground in all directions. They were in a sorry state and were constantly wailing. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He stood at the peak and looked at his brothers. "You guys." Thinking that his plan had been ruined, he couldn't help but want to punch his brothers to vent his anger. "Boss, this wasn't my idea," Little Mouse said with a wronged expression. Hearing that, the pure-blooded beast cub became even angrier. It transformed into its original form and punched Little Mouse. "Little brat, you've grown up, haven't you?" Little Mouse went berserk and glared at the pure-blooded beast cub. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the king of the demon race." After saying that, the two of them began to fight. Xiao Huang, Seahorse, Pangolin, and the old faker watched the battle carefully, afraid that they would be beaten up by their boss again. Buzz! Suddenly, the melodious sound of a bell resounded through the sky. Fang Chen was startled and immediately said, "You guys go back to the sacred land first." Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The two guys who were fighting stopped instantly, knowing that something big had happened. The group hurried back to the sacred land of the human race. During this time, they saw Lung Xian, who was dressed in white and had a peerless appearance, returning to the God's Fall battlefield in a hurry. The entire primordial chaos entered a state of alert. At this moment, at the end of the reincarnation road, the great sage stood at the front, and the other experts had also arrived. When they saw Fang Chen arrive, they all cupped their fists and greeted him. Then Lung Xian rushed over. "What happened?" Lung Xian asked in a cold voice. The current primordial chaos realm hadn't completely won yet. Only when the source world was completely destroyed could everyone be at ease. The sacred master seems to be using the power of the heavenly Tao of the source world to try to communicate with the demon devourer clan leader in the world gap, the great sage said. Although everyone had returned to the primordial chaos realm, there were still countless spies in the source world. They were always investigating the Demon Devourer clan's every move. Upon hearing the words clan leader of the Devouring Demon clan, everyone's expression darkened. The fiend devouring clan's patriarch, who was known as the strongest supreme, had entered the world gap in order to pursue the controller realm. There had been no news of him until now. If he returned, he would definitely be able to affect the situation. Did you succeed? Fong Chen asked. Once one entered the world gap, it was very easy to get lost. Only when one's strength reached a certain level and could affect the flow of time in the world gap would one have a chance of returning. Otherwise, why would there be no news of the supremes of the primal chaos realm after entering the world gap? In other words, it would be more difficult for the devouring demon clan leader to return, unless he had left some sort of trick behind. Of course, it wasn't impossible. The group of experts from Scarlet Cloud World had wandered through the world gap, and they'd accidentally discovered a weak spot in the world barrier, allowing them to enter. If the clan leader of the Devouring Demon clan was lucky enough to find a weak realm wall, he would have a chance to return. For now, it doesn't seem to have succeeded. However, we still need to be on guard. The Jialua clan, who controlled the reincarnation road, had completely withdrawn from the origin world and the primal chaos realm and entered the world gap. As a grand monarch of a branch of the Jialua clan, he more or less knew some news, so he was more worried. I suggest that we send troops as soon as possible and completely exterminate the Devouring Demon clan, said the fisherman. That's right. As long as the Devouring Demon clan doesn't appear, I won't feel at ease, said Starwung. Everyone's gaze fell on Fong Chen. The latter pondered for a moment before turning his head. He happened to meet Lung Xian's gaze. Their eyes met, and they seemed to understand each other. How's the gathering going? Asked Fong Chen. This expedition would be the final battle between the primal chaos realm and the origin world. They had to completely exterminate the devouring demon clan. They couldn't leave a single fish behind. Therefore, they had to make sufficient preparations before they could take action. It's almost done, said the Grand Monarch. The top combat forces are all here. As for the middle combat forces, I've got them on standby in the primal chaos battlefield. They can take action at any time. Based on our current combat strength, we don't have much pressure against the origin world, said the fisherman with a smile. In terms of overall strength, the origin world definitely had the upper hand. After all, they had existed for so many years. However, the primal chaos realm had a peerless genius like Fong Chen. He had stepped into the 13th level of the Saint Realm, broken the record, and condensed 10,000 strands of ultimate power. He was an expert who stood at the peak of martial arts. He could destroy the world with a single move. In the absence of supremes, Fong Chen was almost invincible. Even the sacred lord of the devouring demon clan had been severely injured by Fong Chen, even with the help of the heavenly path of the origin world. One could imagine how strong he was. In that case, let's take action. Fong Chen gave the final order. The group left the path of reincarnation and headed to the primal chaos battlefield. Origin world, sacred land. The sacred lord's body was very weak. Although he had used the heavenly path's power to heal himself, his luck had been taken away. The heavenly path was incomplete, and the entire origin world could collapse at any time. Recently, he had tried all means to contact the devouring demon clan's patriarch. After countless failures, he actually managed to sense the signal from the devouring demon clan's patriarch. Although the signal was intermittent and he couldn't hear the patriarch's words clearly, this signal meant that they could really contact the patriarch in the world gap. Continue contacting him. The sacred lord had gone mad. He ordered his subordinates to gather all the devouring demons in the origin world outside the sacred land. They would use their blood to summon the patriarch. This method was too cruel, causing many people to be displeased. However, there was nothing they could do. They didn't have the strength to resist. As long as they disobeyed, they would be mercilessly slaughtered. Not long after, corpses piled up like mountains outside the sacred land. The entire origin world was in ruins. Smoke filled the air as if the end of the world had arrived. The underworld army appeared in the Ghost Manor battlefield again, wanting to investigate the situation. As for the primitive races, they had completely sealed off the Forbidden Zone and isolated themselves from the world. For a time, wails filled the dilapidated Origin world. However, the Sacred Lord was extremely indifferent to all of this. As long as he could use their blood to summon the Patriarch, it was worth it no matter how many people were sacrificed. Your lives were given to you by the devouring demon clan. Now that our race is in danger, you have to pay the price. The Sacred Lord stood above the sacred land and looked down at everyone as he said coldly, "Therefore, you have to be willing to give up your lives. You are doing this for the race. The race will remember you." Most of the devouring demon clan had strong beliefs. They were willing to give up their lives for their race. However, a small portion of the devouring demon clan didn't want to die like this and resisted. But in the end, they were tragically suppressed. Chapter 4052. The current Origin world was no longer the Holy Land with rich heaven and earth spirit chi that was suitable for martial Tao cultivation. Ever since Feng Qin slashed it with his sword, the Origin world's providence had been sucked away, causing the heavenly Tao to be incomplete. Many people's cultivation had flaws, and some had even died. Of course, these were all minor problems. The real problem was that it concerned the survival of the devouring demon clan. Even the Sacred Lord, who had borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao, had been defeated by Feng Qin. This caused the entire devouring demon clan to fall into a state of panic. The only person who could save them now was the clan leader. Unless the clan leader returned from the World Gap and reversed the situation, the devouring demon clan would be destroyed the next time the Chaos Realm army descended. Reality proved that the Sacred Lord was even crazier. In order to summon the clan leader back, he did not hesitate to slaughter millions of clansmen. For a time, the broken Origin world was filled with corpses and wails. Life was not important to the Sacred Lord. What he needed to do was to use the blood of his clansmen to summon the clan leader. After some time, the haze on the Sacred Lord's face disappeared. After some effort, he finally sensed a faint response from the clan leader. Although it was intermittent, it at least proved that the Sacred Lord's strategy was feasible. This scene made the Sacred Lord ecstatic. He waved his hand and continued to give orders. He increased the intensity of using the blood of his clansmen to summon the clan leader. He also said that anyone who dared to resist would be considered a traitor to the devouring demon clan and would be killed without mercy. When this news spread, the ordinary devouring demon clan members panicked and fled at the border between the Chaos battlefield and the Origin world. After years of war, the realm barrier had become weak. With Feng Qin's current strength, he could easily shatter the realm barrier and let the Chaos Realm army in. Whoosh! The mighty Chaos Realm army stood on the land of the Origin world. Some people were coming to the Origin world for the first time. When they saw the desolate scene, they found it unbelievable. Is the Origin world prepared to burn all their bridges? The fishermen snorted coldly. After working hard for countless years and sacrificing generations of lives for the Chaos Realm, they were finally about to succeed. They definitely would not give the devouring demon clan any chance. The Sacred Lord is wantonly slaughtering ordinary clansmen and using their blood to summon the clan leader of the devouring demon clan in the World Gap, said the Supremacy. Wishful thinking. Starman shook his head. That was the World Gap. In the history of the Chaos Realm, the outstanding monstrous geniuses had entered the World Gap in order to seek the peak of the martial Tao. They had never returned. To date, no one had successfully returned from the World Gap. It would be too difficult for the demon devouring clan patriarch to return. We can't be careless either. Lung Xian, who was dressed in white and looked like a peerless immortal, reminded. Back then, even the powerful primal Chaos Realm had been defeated by the devouring demon clan. They could not afford to be careless. Once they lost, the Chaos Realm would be completely destroyed. Fong Chen nodded. He would not be careless, but he would not let anyone from the devouring demons off either. Now that the army was pressing on, he began to issue orders. As order after order was issued, it also meant that the final battle between the origin world and the chaotic world had officially begun. Fisherman, Star Elder, Lung Xian, and the others each led a team to kill the origin world's devil devourers. The great sovereign and Fong Chen, on the other hand, went to the sacred land. As long as the Holy Master was killed, the devouring demon tribe would be leaderless. Then the war would be over. The devouring demon tribe's sacred land. A thick aura constantly floated above the black altar. At that moment, the Holy Master had his palms pressed together. His eyes were tightly shut as he kept chanting. In the next moment, he spread his hands wide, causing the blood from the altar to appear in his palms, which he then began to refine. In the blink of an eye, the blood was refined into a blood-red pill. After that, the Holy Master placed the blood-red pill into the altar. Patriarch, our devouring demon tribe is in danger. Please return. A melodious voice entered the altar. Accompanied by the blood-red pill, it crossed the river of space-time and rippled out. Just like that. After about 3 days and 3 nights, when all the blood was consumed, the black altar finally received some feedback. Hiss! Hiss! The intermittent voice from the altar represented the hope of the entire devouring demon tribe. Patriarch! The Holy Master exclaimed and fell into a deranged state. He continued to increase the blood sacrifice, hoping that the Patriarch would return. At the same time, in an extremely weak area of the world gap, blood-red pills suddenly appeared in front of an old man covered in a black aura. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-red pills. After a while, his pale face gradually turned red. His aura became even more ferocious. The heavens are really helping me. The old man laughed sinisterly. He had gained a lot in the world gap over the years. His martial Dao cultivation level had successfully increased by a level, and he had taken the most important step. However, following that, he was completely lost in the world gap. Fortunately, the devouring demon tribe had been offering sacrifices all these years. He could vaguely grasp this feeling and gradually approach the origin world. Now, after painstaking efforts, he finally arrived in front of the origin world's world gap. However, he had exhausted all his strength and was powerless to break through the world gap. At the critical moment, the power of the sacrifice came, allowing him to absorb a large amount of devouring demon tribe's blood to recover his strength. The devouring demon tribe's patriarch was overjoyed as he began to prepare to break through the world gap. Origin world, Holy Land. The Holy Master personally offered sacrifices. He even placed his blood into the black altar, hoping that the patriarch would return as soon as possible. At this moment, in the distant void, a shocking sword chi was transmitted over. The world was shocked when the sword appeared. Immediately, many generals in the Holy Land screamed, "It's the remnants of the Chaos Realm." Instantly, the Holy Land entered a state of battle. However, Fong Chen floated above the Holy Land and looked down at the Holy Land. He saw the Holy Master at a glance. "Don't waste your time. Today is the day your devouring demon tribe is destroyed," said Fong Chen coldly, his voice spreading throughout the Holy Land. The devouring demon tribe below trembled as their hearts palpitated. The aura emitted by Fong Chen was too powerful. Just sensing it made them feel extremely uncomfortable and even terrified. The Holy Master suddenly raised his head. His face was slightly pale and he was furious. "Damn the Chaos Realm! We should have killed all of you ignorant people back then," said the Holy Master coldly. "The devouring demon tribe is cruel and should not exist in this world," said the Supremacy indifferently as he pressed his palms together. The cruelty and violence of the devouring demon tribe back then was simply infuriating. Now they could finally take revenge. Today's battle was destined to be recorded in history.